Telur. Hello? Yeah. Audio's really low. Alright, I can hear you. Sorry, the audio's really low. Is that? Normal reasons, I guess? Sorry, I'm trying to mess with the audio. Just a second. Is your audio setup different? It sounds really different than normal.
You sound fine.
Okay.
I've got my headphones in.
That was
I
better.
always do.
That's
But do they have a little microphone on them? I don't think they do.
that's good.
Yeah.
Alright,
Is
all
this still a
good.
problem?
No, it got better. I don't know what you did, but it's good.
Okay, I did nothing, so.
Cool.
Alright.
Alright. I don't think I wrote any notes, so I'm just gonna do a quick check.
You didn't write any notes?
I was just checking my notes.
That's all I had.
Alright. Sorry. Is the audio okay?
Okay. No, you're good.
Alright. Is that frozen?
Yeah, a few times it's like cut for a second, but.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay.
I wish I could stay on the Zoom thing, but it's good.
No, it's okay.
Alright. It seems okay.
Oh, you want to go back
Okay.
now?
Sorry?
I said, did you say we're going back to Zoom?
No, I just said I wish we could go back to Zoom.
Why can't
We're
we
good.
again?
I don't have the setup to do like a multi-person Zoom call. I didn't want to mess with the call later in the day. So,
Right, okay.
technically we could have, but like 40-minute time limit thing.
Yeah, that's weird that there's like weird conditions to do like a group thing.
Yeah, I mean it's just to get money. Alright, I put the.
Yeah, it's gross.
Actually, Will's typing in the chat, so I'm gonna put the watch together link in the chat in Google Meet. Can you see that?
Okay. Yes.
Alright.
Will's watching right now?
Yeah, look at the chat. He's typing a bunch of stuff. On the stream.
On the stream.
Yeah.
That would be a good idea to go look at. Alright. Tess wanted to know when we were. Is this politics talky?
Yeah.
Please play for me. Yeah!
Alright.
Got it.
Cool.
Alright. It's been muted. I'm gonna let Tess know that we're on.
Alright. Let's see if I can get a live camera up here. Myself. Can I add myself to this? I can't add myself. There. My other self. Alright.
Okay.
Just a second.
Is the quality just bad, or is my quality bad?
On what, the stream?
Yeah.
My quality looks okay. Yeah, I think the way I have it set up hasn't changed, and it usually is sometimes fuzzy, but I think the actual like video, like when it gets saved, is higher quality. It's just some things can't handle it. Or I'm trying to get. And here we go. He's there. Alright, I'll put this here. I will join the meeting on here, and we'll see if this works.
question
Yes.
is on.
There. Oh, good. Yeah. Wait.
That.
Seriously, I turned the audio off. Is it good? I turned the. Oh, I need to turn the volume and audio off.
I think everything's working today, dude.
All right, there we go. Cool.
Yeah.
I know you got me on the phone there, so you can see me. If that works. Do you see in Google Meet?
Oh,
This is-
I haven't even checked. Are you there? Oh yeah.
There
yeah,
we
you
got
are.
a
There's
live
two of you.
terrible camera setup.
That works.
Okay.
Because either I'm watching the video that we're watching, or I
Mhm.
I guess I can just come back here. I don't even need to see the stream unless I'm looking at the chat. But
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. I think we're good. You ready?
Yes.
Alright,
Video.
yeah. Let's just jump right into it. We've wasted I'm not wasted, but we spent a lot of time leading up to this.
Yeah. And I apologize.
It's good.
for
It's
the
good.
technical difficulties, but everything is good today. So
All right.
here we go.
Say, for the sake of argument, there's this guy who's running for president. It's late in the campaign, and one of his chief liabilities as a candidate is that over a dozen women have reported that he sexually assaulted them, among them his ex-wife and a 13-year-old girl. His candidacy depends on convincing enough of the voting public that these accusations are false. But then, shortly before the election, audio leaks of this guy, backstage on TV and unaware his mic was on, not just admitting to, but bragging about kissing and groping women without their consent. So, the first question is, how's he gonna spin that? And the answer comes in the form of an internet apology video where he begins with something like, I don't know, I never said I was a perfect person or claimed to be someone that I'm not. At which point, you pause the video like, dude, yes you have. You have done literally both of those things. So you pop on over to Twitter and comment on how this guy's apology opens with two comically untrue statements. And like flies to manure, his supporters show up in your mentions. And they say, that audio is from years ago. What he means is he doesn't speak that way about women anymore. To which you point out, yes he does. He did, like, 2 months ago. And they say, well, his opponent's husband actually does those things. And you reply, those allegations are far less substantiated, and if they're true, the candidate's not responsible for her husband's misconduct, and if they're true, that doesn't make this guy innocent. And they start leaning in on the why do liberals make such a big deal about coarse language, strong women can handle themselves, in real life there are no content warnings, and all you can do is lean back in your seat, laughing to yourself. What kind of debate is this even? There's not a single thing your opposition has said that isn't provably false or irrelevant, and they change the subject every 30 seconds. They clearly have no actual position and are just grasping at straws because they can see they're losing. So you don't really have to pay them any mind. They won't endure. Thing is, they have. Not only does this manner of argument endure, it keeps winning elections. Why? Folks, let me introduce you to one of the most foundational strategies of reactionary rhetoric. Control the conversation. Much of what we discuss in this series will come back to this in one way or another. Now let's be clear, a lot of the alt-right is okay with or even in favor of sexual assault against women, but it's not politically viable to say so. So if their guy is a serial harasser and they want people to vote for him, they have to control that conversation. They have to let people think that a vote for this guy is not a vote for sexual assault. How it works is every one of these bad arguments is a subtle attempt to change the subject. Now, changing the subject mid-debate isn't a remarkable phenomenon. We call that moving the goalposts. And if that's all that was going on, I wouldn't waste your time making a whole video about it because that video already exists. Link in the down there part. Controlling the conversation is a bit more sophisticated. To understand it, we have to look at how the goalposts move and where they get moved to. Regarding how the goalposts move, you must understand this. Bad arguments are not a bug, they're a feature. I mean, what are the positions in this debate? On one side, it's this guy admitted to groping women, and on the other, it was all just locker room talk. And trying to convince people that a guy who said he groped people didn't actually grope people is not a favorable argument for his supporters to have. So they just don't have it. If their position is he didn't really do what he said he did, they've learned never to make that argument. They make the next argument. Because if we were to agree that it was all just locker room talk, the next argument would be, and he doesn't talk that way anymore, or and his opponent's husband actually does those things, or and coarse language has no negative effects on women. The trick is to treat you like you've already agreed to their position and make claims that treat it as a given. Cognitive scientists would call this presupposing a frame. If you're on whether or not he still speaks that way to women, you've unwittingly agreed that that's what you're talking about. And that's why it benefits the right to insist that language is harmless despite a wealth of contradictory data, because if liberals provide the data, it...
Do you know what those... This isn't directly related to what we're talking about, but do you know those things you listed there?
Sorry, can we like go back just a second? My mom came in and like kind of threw me off for a second.
Oh, like how far?
I get it.
Like, wait, you...
like a minute. Just go back.
Okay, you can pause it, right?
I can. I just
Okay.
for some reason like I'll just keep.
All
Sorry,
right.
don't listen. All right, but I do want
Fav-
to.
Okay.
Follow this a lot better.
Yeah.
Moving the
You must
goalposts.
understand and this. Bad arguments are not a bug, they're a feature. I mean, what are the positions in this debate? On one side, it's this guy admitted to groping women, and on the other, it was all just locker room talk. And trying to convince people that a guy who said he groped people didn't actually grope people is not a favorable argument for his supporters to have. So they just don't have it. If their position is he didn't really do what he said he did, they've learned never to make that argument. They make the next argument. Because if we were to agree that it was all just locker room talk, the next argument would be, and he doesn't talk that way anymore, or and his opponent's husband actually does those things, or and coarse language has no negative effects on women. The trick is to treat you like you've already agreed to their position and make claims that treat it as a given. Cognitive scientists would call this presupposing a frame. If you're on whether or not he still speaks that way to women, you've unwittingly agreed that that's what you're talking about. And that's why it benefits the right to insist that language is harmless despite a wealth of contradictory data, because if liberals provide the data...
Yeah, so you following the video now, right?
I mean, I am.
Okay.
What is it you want me to like?
Oh, I was just because these were brought up. Do you know what all those the Wikipedia articles on the screen are?
I mean, let's see. I know about the glass ceiling. And I'm familiar with the model minority.
Mhm.
I don't really know about the top two very much. I mean, I know that I know there's a lot of discourse about the damage that stereotyping does to people, but I don't really know specifically what those you're talking about.
Stereotype threat, predicament in which people are or feel themselves to be at risk of conforming to stereotypes. Yeah, contributing factor to long-standing racial and gender gaps. So, I haven't read this. I didn't look it up ahead of time, but I'm gonna guess. Is this? Yeah, it's the gender math. Yeah. So if women are reminded that it's a stereotype that women do worse at math, then they do worse at math.
Oh, so the more that we establish and reestablish stereotypes, the more that they
the truer they become, and it's not just like the neutral either this or that stereotypes. It's where one group is supposed to be better than another group. I think I don't know if it's in here, but this is the same thing happens with like chess, or at least it's theorized to be a good bit of the reason why women aren't really in the chess scene, and like the existence of like the female chess league, even though it's just a mental game.
Yeah.
It's good. It's the same principle. If the woman is playing against a man, and especially in a scientific scenario, if she's told that she's playing against a man, then like on average performs worse.
That's crazy. That's really interesting. Cultivation theory examines the long-term effects of television The primary proposition of cultivation theory states that the more time people spend living in the television world, the more likely they are to believe social reality aligns with the reality portrayed on television.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And definitely true. Definitely
Yeah, I
makes
mean,
sense.
it's like a super obvious thing, but like it still needs a proof, I guess.
Yeah.
That like
No, there's
the
gotta be
media,
for that.
yeah, it's literally just saying the media you watch influences you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I mean is
Oh, yeah,
basically
there's-
how
yeah.
the other three things all get enforced.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Alright.
All right.
Cool.
Which is harmless. All right.
All right.
All right.
It gets them talking about speech. Bad arguments are bait because liberals can't resist digging into them. They don't like letting false statements slide, and often they won't even notice if that statement is off topic. So there are few better ways to get Democrats talking about what you want them to talk about than to defend your position badly. Regarding where the goalposts move, let's step back and ask ourselves, what is the purpose of debate? The liberal conception of debate is usually along the lines of Joseph Joubert adage, the aim of argument or of discussion should not be victory, but progress. You're thinking Plato and Glaucon, or maybe Debate Club. Two sides debate until one side wins, or until a third conclusion is reached together. Either way, the goal of debate is to arrive at the truth. That's not what debate means on the right. There, debate is a chance to perform strength, integrity, and certainty. There, you don't debate until a victor is declared. You debate as long as you can keep eyeballs on you, forever if possible. There, the truth doesn't win because nobody wins, not in any formal way. You may scoff at that, but let's think about it. This is how political debates are structured in the US, where two candidates come in already knowing everything they're going to say, where it's political suicide to concede any point or find any compromise, and where who won is up to the voters. In such a framework, truth and falsity don't exist. All that matters is how much of the audience agrees with you. And if that's your framework, then what's in your best interest is to steer the conversation swiftly and efficiently to something you and your opponent will never agree on. Because that gives you the most opportunities to look firm in front of an adversary. The value of turning a conversation about sexual assault into a conversation about sexist language is that the effect of sexist language is a place where the left and the right are fundamentally at odds. This is something Republicans can argue about till the end of time, because the left's understanding of systemic issues does not jive with the right's views on personal responsibility. Yes, of course, if the president spoke this way in the White House, it might be alienating to any woman who works there, but the right sees this as a personal failing on the part of the woman, not a systemic failing on the part of men. Sure, he shouldn't have said that, but really, she needs to lean in. And all the articles, all the data, all the reports that say that's not how this works in practice, they are useless in the framework of a performative Twitter argument or a 1-hour TV debate.
Do you see why couple weeks ago now I related this stuff back to the idea of like a free will centric perspective?
Elaborate.
Okay, so like
Remind me about that stance.
okay, so he said like the right sees this as a personal failing on the part of the woman rather than a systemic issue. So yeah, I mean there's the whole thing of like free will analysis can't account for anything systemic to begin with, but also the idea that like everybody should be a completely free agent and thus should be in an ideal world like immune from being affected by anything, which doesn't make any sense, right? Because like what do you do if you're not affected by anything? But that's like the framework that they want to work within.
Then yes, I do see how this relates to that. Yes. Yes. Is the idea that you have the free will to just not let words bother you, and that, and you're faced with these very clearly systemic problems that if you just ignore them, or I don't know, if you in that singular moment react to them in a way that I don't want to say diffuses them, but I don't know. It's this I know exactly what you're talking about now, but just this idea, like the arguments that I've heard for things like this, where it's this idea that like, oh, when it comes up, you just react to it in the right way, and it's not a problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When it is very much a problem, and because it keeps popping up and you keep having to react to it in this specific way, it is like it doesn't go away. Maybe
Yeah.
momentarily, but not overall. And they don't think beyond that singular moment. I don't think.
Yeah. And I guess it also, I might be stretching here to try to make something fit a narrative, but I'm gonna say that like the whole concept of the like debate on the right he was talking about it being more of a chance to perform strength is it's also rooted in that. Like you shouldn't be influenced by your opponent, basically, right?
Right.
There shouldn't be any cause for you to change your mind because you shouldn't be affected by external stimuli. Or
Yeah.
I mean, this is really hard to articulate because every time you say it in like plain words like that, it sounds like completely irrational. And obviously, in nobody's mind is that actually their thought process. I'm trying to map something onto their thought process.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
And I remember watching the presidential debates,
Mm-hmm.
the debates between
Yeah.
Trump, and it was so bad. But it felt, but like he's exactly right. Where it was just this idea that like it's this like weird like I don't want to say screaming match, but like no one can concede anything. It's this weird like every move is a power play.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I feel like at the end of it, that no one really, answered a question very well, and like I don't know. I just felt like nothing had changed, and anyone who was unsure was probably still pretty confused.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like all the undecided voters they had asking very specific policy questions that they clearly already know the answers to. And
Yeah. Stuff like
yeah, it's weird how that stuff works. Because like in any system that's like parties are pretty close to each other. They're converge the middle, obviously. Like that's the basic economic principle of like if you have two people competing, then the example usually is like they're on a beach, right? And there's two like ice cream stands or whatever, and they're here and here, and then one of them moves to here to get a greater group of the people, so the other one has to move closer to equalize the people until eventually they're back to back. And that works with like their positions too, and then you're back to back, but you still have to firmly disagree on every single thing, and the parties are working live to change their issues and cede enough ground to the outsiders of their party just enough to marginally get 50%. Like, I don't know, without analyzing this, it might seem like kind of weird, like from a really basic perspective of to think that, well, there's two parties and they always come so close to winning. Like it's always such a close race, even when they're completely different people and their positions have changed. But like they're ceding issues to other groups and to each other, like very carefully to get 50% plus one of the vote.
Right.
And that doesn't really benefit very many people in the long run.
Yes. Keep going.
All right.
A proper understanding of institutional sexism just takes longer than that. Now, I should stress, because it will be true for most of these videos, this isn't a master plan cooked up by some shadowy alt-right cabal. Most of the people who argue in this fashion, not all, but most, are simply doing what works without necessarily knowing why it works. It's picked up through observation or by trial and error. And it's not exclusive to the right. Everybody does this sometimes. It's just that the right has made it core to their entire platform. Anyway, why would anyone use this framework? Well, if your opposition has facts on their side, then you need a framework where facts aren't important. But more broadly, if the goal is to win over the public, then the public does respond to honesty, but they also respond to moral certainty. And the right tends to sell certainty better than the left sells truth. This is what they're good at. This suits their worldview. They speak of a universe where opposing sides never agree because agreement is impossible. And since agreement is impossible, you never have to compromise. And since politics isn't about compromise, it's just about outnumbering your competition by any means necessary and obstructing them at every turn when they outnumber you. There is comfort in the idea that people are just fundamentally different and that they owe each other nothing. And if victory is defined by holding your own, then the Democrats' desire for compromise is a weakness that can be exploited. On a gut level, the right knows what debate means on the left, knows that the left wants to meet in the middle. So all they have to do is bait the left into having a discussion on their terms, and then keep insisting that they should find common ground. You could work with us if you'd only try a little harder. Because the rules of that debate, where you concede points and look for compromise, in their world, make the left look weak. And as long as the right controls the terms of debate, conciliatory loses. That's how they control the conversation.
Okay, so this is... Okay, so my biggest criticism of this series as a whole is the conflation of, like, liberal and the left, like... Because we've talked about this before, about how, like, liberalism is, like, more in the center, and, like, people on the left usually don't like that label very much at all. And this series definitely harshly conflates those things, and would be better if it didn't. It's still, like, there's a reason we're watching it still, but, like... What am I trying to say? Okay, so, like... Well, okay, so there's a lot of conflated criticisms here between... the left and liberals, and obviously prefaced reasonably by that everybody on all sides will do this kind of stuff sometimes. But this last part, I think, is more of a direct criticism of, like, liberals as discussed in the Antifa video of, like eternal concessions. Like, so once you get beyond liberalism into the left and stuff, I mean, we can't just become the right and just relinquish all the hold on or caring about the facts, right? But we still need to be aware of who does and who doesn't care about the facts, and respond to that reasonably, and realize that maybe in some circumstances, if you're playing to a certain audience, you know, maybe putting on the tactics of the right and just trying to do them better with more charisma, if you can pull it off, and still keeping the facts on your side, but stating them in a morally certain way. Like, maybe in some circumstances that's better. You know?
You're saying in some circumstances it might be better to,
well,
with charisma and facts, but still kind of use this strategy of, like, don't let up, don't
concede things when you don't need to.
If you get them to concede, then you've got a leg up.
Yeah, I mean, they won't concede, and that's part of the problem. Like, there's very little that can be reached in these debates. Like, we've got a little bit of experience with that now with Nicola and Matt in those debates. Like, the moral certainty view, they're not conceding anything. I don't know. I mean,
Nicola concedes.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, I think more of Matt. You're right, and that's what makes the debate tenable, I guess.
That's true.
Yeah. I was gonna say something else. I can't remember. All right. Let's just go. Let's just finish that.
Move the entire to their framework using a bad argument as the worm on a hook. Now, understanding this, you may find yourself tempted to engage in that debate because, knowing the rules, you think you can dig in your heels, put on a better show, win over more of the audience. But the one piece of advice I have for you is never take the bait. Don't let them turn you away from the real subject. This guy assaulted women.
Okay, sounds like I was kind of endorsing exactly what he just, decried. I'm saying it more in the framework of, like, when you debate, like, still don't do this kind of stuff with, like, random people you meet online where you have no audience or no control over the audience. Like, this is...
Right. I mean, I don't really get into conversation like that anyway.
Mm-hmm.
anymore. I don't know. I like to read them, and
Yeah.
they all go exactly the same way.
Mm-hmm.
This like I'm always just baffled by how how heavily people just. It's almost like they physically cannot read a fact or a anything that supports an argument that isn't theirs. They're
Mm-hmm.
like incapable of acknowledging that it was even in the last like message they got from
Yeah.
whoever they're arguing
They
with.
just skip over it. Yeah, it's
So
just like.
I like and to the point of the video, it's always the subject change,
Mm-hmm.
where it's like that's not the point, this is the point, or this is what I mean. Um, I don't know, and it's two people fighting for control of an argument that no one cares about but the two of them, and because they're both fighting for it without really acknowledging anything the other person is saying, uh, there is no control. It's
Yeah.
nothing. It's nothingness, and I refuse to take part in something like that. So
That's
I like
reasonable.
reading them though. If I just want to like get frustrated for a little bit, and also kind of take notes on how to not argue,
Mm-hmm.
like some because if it's like a subject that I am like interested in, what I usually like to do is like I'll read and be like, okay, now how would if I was talking to this person face to face, what would I have not done, and what points would I have taken the person said and said much better, um,
Yeah.
kind of things like that.
Mm-hmm.
I just kind of like to take apart why the argument is bad and how it can be improved.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I get what I get what you're saying about like yeah having these sort of arguments with people
Mm-hmm.
that can't play.
Yeah.
And that to do with speech. Theirs
Sorry,
is not a game that can be won by progressives. Even if you ruined them for some ignorant comment on the First Amendment, you'd only be legitimizing their rules, and those rules do not be won by progressives. Even if you ruined them for some ignorant comment on the First Amendment, you'd only be legitimizing their rules, and those rules do not lead to a functional society. They are based on the idea that differing types of people can't work together. So one just has to beat out all the others. You can't expect to run on those principles and not get flooded with Nazis, homophobes, and handsy rapists. So get it out of your head that you can win in a debate with the far right, that you can beat them at their own game. If you find yourself playing their game, you've already lost.
It's a.
So then
I.
how do we, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a.
How do we
I
dodge
said
them? How do
that
we?
ending's probably too pessimistic. I think. Um, yeah, I mean it's right in the sense that if you just go in and basically are like they're sacrificial leftist for the
Yeah,
day, and it's just a bunch of like frothing at the mouth right wing people, and you like go on their leaders podcast, and then just like there's three of them and they're just dunking on you the whole time and you can't make any coherent arguments, and then you leave and they're all just like laughing.
right.
Like that's not but like you can still like you just need like control of the territory or something. You
Sorry.
need something on your side.
Right. The concept of getting dunked on. The concept of being dunked on by Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
Make me laugh.
Yeah, I mean there's a reason that Ben
Your
Shapiro.
audio is bad.
My audio is bad. Oh, it's is it still bad?
It was seriously cutting out earlier. It's better now, but
Okay, sorry.
um, it's better now. Like the first when you started talking, I like it was really hard to follow. So,
Oh, sorry.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's why.
I think I heard what you said.
Okay. I don't I don't really think it's anything that important. Okay. Um.
Like yeah, but just
mhm.
the video's ending is pessimistic. Um, it's you can't really argue with them, you know, on their own in their own territory on their own terms because, like you said, you get dunked on.
Mhm.
But
Yeah, I mean they know how to play to their
I
audience,
guess
and
what
that's
what
Hmm?
yeah, yeah. No, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
So what were you? Did you mention anything about like an alternative argument, perhaps about like debating with
All
them?
right. So what I was saying was like they know how to like pick their arguments as well. Like I feel like this video makes it seem like their argumental style is very stable and we have to be the ones to somehow subvert it, but their argument style is not really that stable. Like you know what Ben Shapiro does, the reason he's able to dunk on people is because he goes to universities, gets all of the conservative students on campus in a room together, and then he has the mic and generously bestows a mic held by someone who works for him to a single leftist person who can like
Right.
not like a single leftist college student compared to what he does for a living, and they get to open the point, and then he gets to talk for as long as he wants in response, and the crowd raucously cheers him on, and then the college student has to go sit back down as the entire room is assured of his confidence. Like it's not a stable relationship where like we need to be the
Right.
ones in complete control. We just really need like one element to be out of place, and you can pull off something.
That's not even. I mean, that's not even like a debate.
Mhm.
You know, the way you're spelling this out for me makes total sense, but that's not even. That's not a debate. That's just Ben
Mhm.
Shapiro's. That's just like a debate structured to jerk off Ben Shapiro's ego. Like
Yeah, but I
there's
mean
no.
that's what
That's
most
not.
debates are.
Yeah, but I don't know. There's a difference between debate where you're like, we're gonna talk about this and find an answer, and we're gonna convince people in the audience who don't know anything, versus
Yeah.
I'm just gonna riff on this person who no one in the room believes in or agrees with, uh,
Mhm.
because I already have complete control over this audience. That's
Yeah,
ins-
but I
that's
mean
so
that's
obnoxious.
what debate is in a manner of speaking. Uh,
Really,
I mean,
someone
okay,
always has like almost
when
complete control over the
when
audience
you
like
don't
that.
when you don't take control over it, like when you're debating with an audience, it's usually hard outside of academic settings to get a neutral audience. And in academic settings, you're not going to find these types, you know. So I mean,
I guess I get it.
yeah,
Yeah,
there's not. I mean,
yeah.
aside from like presidential debates, but in there you got like everyone's firmly already picked their side. It's just hard in politics in general because it's so programmed to just everybody has an opinion and you're all entitled to your vote and nobody can change your opinion, and it doesn't matter how educated you are, you get a vote, and you're entitled to it, and nobody gets any say over you. I don't know. It's
I see.
yeah. So I think that's like the three. Let's do the three main points. Aside from like the general free will stuff that we talked about, there's also like the rights version of debate, which we just talked about again. So that's a point. We got the whole make the next argument thing. Remember that? So
Cutting
like,
out a lot right now. Hold on.
okay, this Google Meet sucks. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes. Start again.
All right.
3
So
points you said.
yeah, plus the free will stuff we were talking about. But I mean, that's not directly addressed in the video. So we got the rights.
Okay, it's still bad. Still, hold on. It's
It's
still bad. I'm sorry. I'm gonna
okay.
try and.
Uh,
All right, speak, please.
all right. So we got the rights version of debate being fundamentally at odds with a debate of progress. We got
Yes.
the make the next argument thing as just a general tactic, like the moving the goalpost thing, but in a more precise way, you know,
Yeah.
and trying to bury the
Isn't that
context.
isn't that literally, and not to keep talking about Ben Shapiro, but like
Mm-hmm.
and people keep using it as a meme, but this tactic of like, let's say hypothetically, this and that, like you create a situation where you create a hypothetical
Yeah.
to like get the person you're debating and the audience to like agree with or accept in your art, in the context of your art,
Mm-hmm.
and then you move on to your other point,
Yeah.
right? Is that a
Yeah. I mean,
fair
that's an
analogy for
example
that?
of it. I think. I mean, the proposing a hypothetical example is not always a bad thing, but Ben Shapiro does do it badly and disingenuously a lot.
Right.
So I mean, in that circumstance, I think yeah, that'll generally
Yep.
apply. And there really is no way to. I think that's something this video is right about. Is that if somebody does something like that and they have the microphone, they have the power in the debate, then there's really not much you can do about that. Because if you have the power in the debate, then they start going, well, let's say this and this and this, and you just cut them off and go, let's not say that. Let's do something more simpler or more aligned with reality. But I mean, and yeah, I mean that's a skill in itself to be able to do that, like not just like live on the spot, but like right as they're saying it, like interrupted or something. But you also, in addition to that, need the power behind it. You need to play to their power relations a bit, and not just.
Right.
Mm-hmm. You need to make sure that you don't fall into their tactics, but you also need to like use their tactics without falling into them. Otherwise, you don't
Right.
get anything. Like that's the liberal leftist distinction, right? Like.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then the third one being, like that people are fundamentally different. The system is immutable. There's everything is like permanently as it is, and one group has to win or maintain its position, and that the groups are separate and that they actually exist. All that stuff. Yeah.
Ah. Got it.
Yeah.
Let's. Are we?
Right.
Because you know where you want this to like end today,
Mhm.
and I do like I will need to leave like around 12:30.
All right, that's good.
45. So
Yeah,
did
I
you just have
just
like more videos behind or?
yeah, just watch another 10 minutes of video. I want to talk first. I forgot to mention this earlier about the video I sent you. I forgot what you said about it, but you're like, I found this like thought. Yeah,
Yeah.
you said it was like thought provoking, but you could like see both sides of it. So if you want to like elaborate on that or something.
Do you want me to do that right now?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let me look through like what I said, and that'll probably spark like my memories
Mhm.
about the video. Because I did watch it, and
Mhm.
it wasn't when you sent it to me, I was not the soberest, but I did watch it. And I remember.
Mhm.
No, because I was like because he sounds like he's wrapping up the video, and I checked the time, and there was still like almost 2 minutes left,
Mhm.
and I was like, well, what's this like final 2 minutes if you're wrapping it right now? And he goes, I'd like to end with this guy's quote, and it was very long, but
Mhm.
and I liked that I got to hear it. I found it very interesting. That like I don't know how radical this guy was about just like we eliminate the employer-employee relationship,
Mhm.
and until then, there is no such thing as democracy in a system that is dominated by the economy.
Yeah, it's like
Uh,
people wouldn't want you to say just reform the institution of slavery without
right.
overhauling and abolishing it.
Yeah. Yes. His analogy to slavery,
Mm-hmm.
while not in this maybe the best taste right now, is certainly like it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I think the only thing that like really just kind of pulled me out of it was just, I was just like, it's just how radical the things that he's saying are, and maybe the only reason that my gut is to disagree with it is just because of how
Yeah.
opposed it is to the way we do things. Like that
Mm-hmm.
could just be it.
Is that yeah? Like
If you like,
what actual like implications of that strike you as particularly radical? 'Cause I feel
I
like
mean, I'm
Mhm.
trying to remember exactly what he was saying.
Because I think most of like the general, when you get like the radical vibe from things, is because it's different than the norm and it's not clearly laid out like in policy. Because once you do that, it usually doesn't seem as far from the norm or as
Right.
outlandish,
Yeah.
And that's hard.
Yeah.
That's impossible to do in a 5-minute video. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I that makes sense with what you're saying, just because yeah, he's like, the
Mhm.
the entire literally the economic hierarchy. He's like, we need to abolish that if we want this result. And the idea of doing that is so insanely like complicated and on such
Mhm.
the magnitude of that is mind blowing to me.
So is
So
it just that it seems so difficult to make feasible, or
yeah,
is there any part of this reaction that is actually you think it's bad, or do you just think it's hard or
I'm
unworkable?
thinking I could. My gut feeling was this. Is this good? This sounds like it could maybe potentially be bad, and like I've already said why I
Mhm.
may be feeling this way, but when I said it's thought provoking in the sense that like, well, now I want to know, I want to explore, I want to do this research and figure out more what I personally think
Mhm.
is good or bad about this potentially about this
Yeah.
concept. It's thought provoking on an individual level for me because um, I've never been introduced to a position like this that's just
Yeah.
flat out like this is how it should be done. So now I get to take my gut instinct, I get to take research that I'm going to do, and I get to take whatever I learn, here and in general,
Mhm.
uh, and kind of figure out how I feel about that proposal.
Mhm.
You know. So
Yeah.
does that answer your question at all?
Um. Yeah. I mean, it's certainly part of it. It's okay if you can't do this, but like, is there
I'll
some?
probably rewatch it. I'll probably
All right.
rewatch it.
I'm thinking it's like, is there some specific thing that you could say like you disagree with, or some specific thing that you say, I think this would actually be bad? Is there a specific you could articulate there, or is
Uh,
that not?
I I don't think I could do that without rewatching it, but I
Okay.
feel like if I did rewatch it, that I could do that
All right.
if I could.
Yeah,
Um,
let's talk about that some other
yeah,
time.
and like the before the quote, the guy talking at the beginning, um, was very easy to follow. Like
Mm-hmm.
does it very well, and the graphics of the video actually do really, I think, really help to like visualize the points that they're trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I think the video is very well done, just in strictly for like education on like what that ideology looks like.
Yeah.
Uh, not even not even as something to like convince people that this is what's right, but just like this is the definition of it at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so I think that's a pretty good video to spark
Yeah.
some thoughts, like I said, on the individual level, but also just to teach people
Yeah. All
whether or
right.
not they. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe I'm too much of a yes man, but
That
like I
makes
said,
sense.
I'll rewatch it.
That's good. It makes sense. Um. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what the schedule's gonna be like. Eventually, we'll get to talking about something like that.
Yeah,
we're still
eventually we will.
we're still thoroughly in the like political philosophy
Yeah. What
phase,
if what if we and maybe this is like big
Hmm.
because because you're going back up to Vancouver as well. I don't
Uh,
know when you are, but
it
are you
might
going
be
back?
it might be as late as January.
Okay, and I thought
Yeah,
that might be the case.
yeah,
But like once we're both in the same spot, I mean, not that we aren't in the same spot here,
yeah.
but like, what if we did a podcast? What if this was like a
Wait,
what if we
what?
didn't have to video chat? What if we didn't have to video chat to talk about this?
Oh, so
Or
just
like
still
maybe
streaming
we
and
could still do it
everything,
live.
but
Still do it live, but like you know what I mean?
so everything's the same except you don't have a camera on you. Is that?
No, there can still be cameras on us. I just
Wait,
thought
so
it would be
what's the
it,
difference?
We'd just be in like talking to each other in person. We'd be sitting next to each other. We'd
Oh,
be,
okay, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good. All right. Mm.
We save up for some sound
Say-
equipment.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm ready.
All right, cool. And you can pause it, right?
I can.
Okay.
It's a little delayed, so like I think I like clicked it 3 times and it kind of jumped forward a second. But
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you guys don't say
I-
just interrupt. It's all good.
yeah, I will.
These are not. I mean, okay. So we opened with philosophy of Antifa, right? And that's maybe the one video on all of this
Right.
that I actually like agree with every single sentence of. Like once we
Okay.
get beyond this, like I do have critiques of these videos, like I was
Yeah.
talking about in the last one. Like they're not perfect, and yeah. Okay.
Here, I'm trying to be more critical.
Hmm.
So let's see if I can do that.
Yeah.
There's this media critic whose work you respect. Being an internet-savvy human in the information age, you sometimes share your opinions of her work on your various social media platforms. And you've noticed, whenever you speak positively of her, many different people come out to yell the same handful of things at you. It usually starts with, how can you support that con woman after she stole thousands of dollars from people? And you say, no, she didn't steal anything. She ran a crowdfunding campaign that people contributed willingly to. And overwhelmingly, those people seem satisfied with their donations. And they say, yeah, she asked for $100,000 for a shitty little project. And you say, no, she got $100,000 because people got excited about her work and gave her more than she asked for. But the original pitch was only $10K. Also, how many times have you given that number to people without looking it up? And they say, yeah, she asked for $10K and then never finished anything. And you say, no, she finished the project earlier this year. Of course it took longer than it was originally pitched. You get 10 times what you ask for, and you're kind of obligated to make a bigger project, because if you didn't, that would be running away with 90 grand. Now, by this time, you've noticed your interlocutor's position has changed from she stole from people to she asked too much to begin with to she took too long to deliver, as though these are all the same argument. And you also notice the pattern of the conversation. He says something short, quippy, and wrong. You give a detailed correction. He says something else short, quippy, wrong, and only tangentially related to his last point, and the cycle repeats itself. This goes on and on. And it's not, you've noticed, just this discussion. You find this manner of argument often when you express left-of-center beliefs. You talk about the election, someone says you vote Democrat because you must have a conservative father you hate. You talk about polyamory, someone says if you have more than one female partner, you must be a sexist. Or they just say you're faking a non-regional accent. Yeah. The running theme here is all these people who ostensibly want a frank exchange of ideas spend a lot more time making accusations than asking questions. Because why ask what you believe when they can tell you what you believe and make you correct them? And if you ever don't go to the trouble of correcting them, must be because they're right. And you're not naive, you see what's going on here. This isn't about conversation. No, this is about boxes. When you say something cogent that they don't agree with, and they get the sinking feeling that you might start making sense, they need a reason not to listen to you. So they reach for a box to stick you in. Dishonest feminism, fake progressivism, daddy issue liberalism. No one in those boxes is worth listening to, which means as long as they've got you in one, they're not at risk of having their minds changed. This whole thing isn't even an argument with you. Not really. They're presenting themselves with arguments for why they don't have to listen to you. So your first reflex is to defy their expectations. Actually, my dad was a draft-dodging hippie who told me he loved me every day. And I never said what genders my partners are, but I promise they're all feminists. As for my accent, actually I don't know what to do with the accent thing, but the point is, I refuse to fit in your box. And if they can't put you in one, if they can't dismiss you outright, they'll have to engage with your argument. But if you've spent any time arguing with angry dudes online, and it is mostly dudes, you know what I'm about to say. They don't. This accusatory, condescending attitude never falters, because a technique that has permeated anti-progressivism is to never play defense. Now don't get me wrong, what I said about the right fitting the left into simplified boxes as a way of preserving their own egos, I do think that's a thing, at least for many people much of the time. And I think the reassurance it brings is why the technique stays so popular. But that framing is about how individual people are feeling in isolated moments and leaves out the larger game that's being played. Because there is a long-term strategic value to never playing defense, and it's less to do with arguments than with attitude. From your perspective, this debate about the feminist is a joke. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He comes in hot without confirming any of his assumptions. The whole conversation is you repeatedly schooling an ignorant dipshit. But that's only if you're the fool who listens to what's actually being said. Never play defense is a strategy that looks past language to posture. The tone, the word choice, even the expressions on your faces. If you half focus your eyes and look not at the words, but at the flow of the conversation, you can see the dynamic at play. He says his short, quippy statement, and you give your detailed rebuttal. He then picks a single point from your response and attacks that as the new subject. Now, to an onlooker, the logical brain would register that he's leaving 90% of your argument on the table, and that by changing positions, he's conceding he lost the first round. But the lizard brain notices that he's always making the accusations, always in the dominant position, that he's always acting, and you're always reacting. Regardless of what is said, he displays all the outward signs of winning. So on a purely emotional level, he leaves the impression of being right. And I have never had an argument look like this that wasn't in public. This is a technique that means speaking not so much to the other person as to the people watching. Liberals tend to operate as though voters are beings of pure reason and neglect that rational people still have emotions. And
That is a strong, like we've talked about this already. I think that's a specific critique of liberalism, like as the center, not the left or the right. Because I feel like, what's I gonna say?
I'm sorry.
The-
What's the argument?
Oh, like that liberals tend to act like people are beings of pure reason that are capable. It's the free will thing again, a bit,
Right.
but also like the economist view of like everyone will act in their own best interests. So we don't need to account for people not doing that or people manipulating people to not do that, even though
Right.
like what is advertising if not like getting people to make decisions they don't want to make? It's like a fundamental part of society and
Right.
goes uncritiqued, I guess. But this thing about talking to the audience rather than your interlocutor, I absolutely agree with. Okay, so this is something I would say isn't even like so in the last video we talked about strategies that we might consider partially co-opting because they're kind of like shady and not actually good debate tactics, but we need to like use them against them. Here when they're talking about the idea of using like or of using your debate position to talk to the audience rather than your ostensible debate opponent, that is definitely like I'll fully endorse doing that. Absolutely. Like if you have an audience, yeah, you're talking to the audience. You're not talking to the guy you're talking to.
Yes.
Mhm.
I would agree with that.
Mhm.
I so far since we got it paused,
Mhm.
some of the things that went through my head, the because and he's said this before that like a lot of these tactics are used by like lots of people all the time.
Mhm. Yeah.
These are in this case like right tactics. Like I don't know. On the one hand, because for a second I was like, do we box people on the right? Do we put the people on the right into boxes or one singular box?
Yeah.
And like, the part of me is like, maybe. And then on the other hand, I was like, but I believe that's true though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm like, I believe that box is legitimate sometimes. A lot of times.
Yeah, I mean, like
Maybe.
we are talking in categories right now. I opened this
Yeah.
by saying that like that this is a trait of liberals, and like
Yeah.
that's nothing if not a box. Like,
That's very,
yeah,
very true. Yeah. I don't know.
yeah. I mean,
So
analysis of systemic issues requires boxes to some degree. It's just
yes.
inevitable. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm thinking, right, is that, and the title of the video is to never play defense, and it's only halfway through.
Mhm.
So, but I'm so, because his argument, like the example argument, you know, he makes that accusation, and you're like, well, no, and here's all these real, true facts. Here's
Mhm.
you continually telling this person why they're wrong,
Yeah.
but they're posturing, and that's what gives them sort of this weird edge.
Yeah.
So if this person were to continue telling you why you're wrong and then end with some sort of accusation of some weird, I don't want to also say posture, but just be like, no, that's not true, this is true, and you keep saying things that aren't true, to the point where I think that you really don't know anything about what you're saying right now.
Mhm.
Some sort of like, is I feel like that's where this is going, is that it wants you to also, like, is to like give the facts, but then also, you know, throw it back on them a little bit. I
Mhm.
don't know where it's gonna go in the next half of this video, but I feel like that so far seems to be what the implied alternative
Yeah.
is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
And I
Like,
feel like part of me thinks that makes sense as a legitimate and effective strategy.
yeah, I mean, there's pieces of that you can co-opt, but again, you want to be careful with it. The one thing I think you can unambiguously, and with full moral superiority maintained, co-opt would be the talking to the audience thing. You're just like,
Yeah.
yeah, you should probably do that anyway. Yeah, everything else gets fuzzy, I guess. Yeah, all right. I'm making notes. We can talk about it at the end, but I'm just keep
Sure.
going.
Okay.
Those emotions factor into what they believe, and that long after this argument is over, when people only half remember what was said, what lingers on is what impressions the speakers made. Ronald Reagan coined the phrase, if you're explaining, you're losing. The trick is, if he's always accusing, then you're always explaining.
Oh, okay. So one thing I was going to say is, and I didn't redo the framework because we just jumped right into it this time. But last time I was saying that the framework that he doesn't give this, but I think is helpful to give this, is that basically the three sets of videos are like, so your ideology is garbage, like how do you maintain it, which is this, how do you
Yeah.
spread it, and how does it start, and this is just
Right.
like these are on the right because those are the positions that have been coalesced around by the people who need to make points based
Right.
on things other than facts. But I mean that, yeah, it's not by any means inherent to that. It's just a strategy of how to maintain an ideology
Right.
by any means necessary.
Yeah. That agenda doesn't typically need like explaining isn't really how it
Hmm.
thrives. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it thrives on moral certainty and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess yeah, that makes some sense. All right.
Hmm.
This technique of winning by looking like you're winning isn't new, and historically it's been used by both parties. But modern liberals seem especially susceptible to it because it plays on one of their big weaknesses, which is, and I say this with love, the liberal fantasy of putting someone in their place. Anytime a free speech warrior gets the Bill of Rights quoted to them, when racists get historical accuracy explained by an actual historian, liberals take screen caps. We put it on Storify. We pass that shit around like it's theater popcorn. We live for the day an ignorant prick gets dunked on. I
This is
remind you,
great.
this was the
True.
central
Yeah.
conceit of an entire TV show.
I don't say homosexuality is an abomination, Mr. President. The Bible does.
Yes, it does. Leviticus,
1822.
chapter and verse. I wanted to ask you a couple of questions while I had you here. I'm interested in selling my youngest daughter into slavery as sanctioned in Exodus 21:7. What would a good price for her be? Does the whole town really have to be together to stone my brother John for planting different crops side by side? Can I burn my mother in a small family gathering for wearing garments made from two different threads? Think about those questions, would you? One last thing. While you may be mistaking this for your monthly meeting of the ignorant tight-ass club in this building when the president stands, nobody sits.
But let me ask you, in all these scenarios, who's doing all the explaining? The reason scenes like this are so satisfying is precisely because they activate the emotions. They present a world where giving a detailed explanation looks like winning, and where having one given to you looks like losing. Everyone wants to be Joseph Welch telling off McCarthy.
At long last, have you left no sense of decency?
But the right has learned that if you never look like you're losing, you can convince a lot of people that you're not. And if you keep your statements short and punchy, people will remember what you said better than they remember the long explanation for why it's untrue. If done correctly, you might even convince yourself that you know what you're talking about. Now, again, this is not exclusive to the right. This is how most teenagers argue, regardless of their politics, where it's less important to be right than it is to be better than someone. But mixed with control the conversation, see previous video, the right has a full-bodied cocktail for manipulating how the left argues. But where it gets dangerous is in how the alt-right has capitalized on this. This argument isn't just about sticking a woman in the lying feminism box so she doesn't have to be listened to. It's also signaling to anyone watching what box they should stick her in. Even if an onlooker recognizes that she literally did not con anyone out of their money, the idea that how much she asked for or how long she took to deliver are relevant to her credibility is still planted in their heads. It subtly suggests that the next time they feel threatened by a female media critic, maybe they should look at how much money she makes, how long her work takes to produce. Maybe they don't have to listen to her because they've got this handy box. So what's most valuable to the alt-right isn't who wins or loses any individual arguments, it's the mechanics of the argument itself. It's the boxes. Over the last several years, the far right has pushed hard on a number of reductive categories. The cultural Marxism box, the reverse racism box, even terms like beta and mangina are just shorthands for the failed masculinity box. The alt-right is a veritable box factory, putting huge swaths of leftist rhetoric, most especially that would rebut their core positions, into categories where they can be summarily ignored. And these myths have power if and only if they are immediately recognizable to a lot of people. One function of this aggressive posturing is that they want to provoke an argument, to be so pompous that you are itching to publicly take this asshole down, which gives that asshole access to your followers. It's about them introducing a myth to your audience and reinforcing that myth for theirs. And that myth gets spread even when you feel like you're winning. Now, I can't tell you the best way to deal with this, but I do know one way, which is to keep control of your own story. When someone comes out the gate with accusations, it's a big red flag that they are not arguing in good faith, which means you are not required to argue with them. When someone says something untrue, you can just tell your audience what the truth is without acknowledging the lie or the one repeating it. A detailed explanation does land a lot better when it's not being contrasted with a soundbite. Decide for yourself how your audience gets acquainted with a popular fiction, and never be too proud to delete a comment. In this political climate, these debates have real impact.
That's the whole oh no, we're taking people's free speech away. That's not what we do in liberal democracy. I think from the Antifa video, remember?
Yeah.
Like you want to provide everyone free access to your free speech environment, because if you don't, you're restricting people's freedoms, when actuality ends up being a lot more complicated than that, right?
I mean, I just don't think that, like, I think free speech, yeah, you can say whatever you want, but there's nothing that protects you from what other people do with your free speech, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, and especially in the context of internet comments.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you can type out whatever you want, but the person who made the video still has control of the comment section. So
yeah, and it's not like everybody has equal access to that comment section.
yeah,
And especially when you get into more meaningful forms of discourse than the internet, like exponentially fewer people and exponentially fewer like lower privileged people have any access to an actual say in what's going on. Like the idea of like complete free speech under liberal democracy is not.
Yeah.
It's just it's like we talked about in philosophy of Antifa. It's just like tool of fascism to some degree. It's like I'm not against free speech in the slightest. I'd like more free speech and more distribution of that free speech, but that doesn't come in the form of still allowing like illegal immigrants and everything to be locked up and whatever. And, like all the restrictions on every group's free speech that we talked about in the past, and but we can push that to the side. But what we can't concede on is we have to let Nazis speak. Like that's not. I'm not interested in that. You know.
Yeah.
Like,
absolutely.
Impact on real people's lives. They are not, in fact, a game of football. So if someone tries to force you to play defense, you don't have to play.
Okay, here's what I think.
all right.
I get what they're saying specifically about like the Twitter part, like the social media part, because I don't know, this Twitter is built for this tactic. Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
The shorter and snappier on Twitter, the fucking better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No one wants to read a Twitter thread ever. And every argument, every like long-winded, well written argument is like 5 parts long, and no one wants to read that when they could read something like a quick witty thing that is horrid. But it makes sense that they're giving this new concept, this new idea to your your following, while also reaffirming something for them. But it's weird that why do I feel like this? That they're acting like that these people this tactic just steamrolls over you always. That like they have access to your followers and their own, and that they are like gaining control over both of them when there's like nothing you can really do.
Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say this earlier. I forgot. This is something I've been thinking about kind of a lot. Is that I can know things and I can talk to people about things, but I don't. Even if I did have the time, people in general don't have the amount of time that I've committed myself to understanding these things. I need some form of tactics that is more convincing and more distilled than what convinced me, because I simply don't have the amount of time to talk to other people that I had for myself. So I need to streamline the arguments. I need to come up with arguments that I didn't even rely on to change my mind, because I need like shorter and clearer arguments. I need to convince people heuristically at some points, and that can at times feel like pretty disingenuous. If I'm bringing someone to my position without fully explaining the ramifications of it, that can feel like incomplete or disingenuous or something. But there really is no way around it, because people just don't have the amount of time that I've committed to this. So if I want anyone to agree with me, I need different strategies that are inherently not entirely based in fact to convince people.
Yeah.
That's just like a necessary evil of dissemination of discourse, I guess.
Right.
And yeah, to that extent, that's why this feels like like you can't imagine why it would steamroll, because if you just think about it in the context of an individual, well, an individual is reading the whole thing. You're reading one side and you're reading the other side, and you're saying, well, how could this beat this? You're not accounting for the ratio of people who only read the first thing, the ratio of people who skimmed the next thing. Like, it's just, there's a lot of overall dynamics that really mess with your perception, because not everybody, there's no scenario in which everybody can have a completely coherent understanding. There's going to be orders of magnitude more people just passing by with no coherent understanding of it. They're just taking stuff in.
Yes. I'm trying to remember. I think I had something else that I felt or wanted to say. I'm not sure if I remember it now. I'm gonna like go back to the. Or can I not like control like where in the video it's playing from?
I think you can. I don't know. Is it messed up?
I don't think I can do anything with the video. It's not.
Oh,
Maybe I have
okay.
it enabled. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
No, that was a good one. He keeps ending these videos with this kind of these snappy little like,
Yeah.
if this, then that, and
Yeah.
like that's on the one hand, good for you to be able to summarize the point of your video,
Mm-hmm.
but like, I don't know, man.
No, I absolutely get. I so get it that it feels so disingenuous in the moment.
Yeah. A
Because
video ago, you said that it looks weak to concede, and what concedes more than to not? I get that.
it's like that part is like a Twitter thing where if you are thinking of retweeting someone with a comment on it, just
Yeah.
write the same comment but don't retweet the original thing. And
Right.
that stems the discourse just a bit.
Right.
I don't know.
Do you know what? But do you see what I'm saying? Where I'm like, it sort of contradicts the one from the last video we watched. Maybe it does. It doesn't really. Maybe
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
all right. You come across as weak or not as strong or not as integral when you concede or try and find compromise or anything like that.
mm-hmm.
But any time I can think of where someone was met with this sort of argument where they're being accused, the person's being very aggressive, and instead of playing defense, they just ignore, they walk away, they don't respond, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of a single time where that scenario wasn't spun to be like, oh, look how unprepared, unwilling to argue with me. Look how well
Mm-hmm.
my opinions and my debate skills just completely like obliterated this.
So that's how it works when you're either both in the same room physically or when you're in a back and forth of some kind. Whereas this video is more referring to the kind of people who would like go out of their way, look up bad arguments on Twitter or something, and then inject themselves into the conversation in order to rebut them. Not like they're called out specifically because it's Twitter. If they're not blue check people or whatever, they're just all swirling around in the mass of people, and you have to initiate something if you want somebody to respond to you specifically.
Right.
And you could very easily not do that bit, while still taking the message of the previous video, which is if you are actually called out for something, yeah, maybe you can stand up for yourself, you can do something, and don't walk away. But I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I have like one last thing to say. I don't remember what it was. I lost the momentum. But wait, no, what you're saying makes sense to me for sure.
Yeah.
I was gonna add that like that's back to the internet comments. That's kind of like what it's why like no one wants the last word either. Like it's always, even if you're not arguing about anything, you want to be the last person to drop the comment.
Yeah.
To the other person. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Did we get as far as you were hoping?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Yeah.
Excellent.
So yeah, so we get.
When's your next guest? When is your next guest?
It'd be Tess, right? I'll text her after you leave. Is she good?
All right.
For
she probably watched. I texted her all the details about like the video and stuff. She didn't text me back.
okay.
She might. I think it's like there's 5 people watching. There's 4 watching now.
Yeah, there's Tess in the chat.
Oh. Really? Hey. Hi, Tess. Cool. Awesome. So that's up next. That's exciting. I'll probably like come back and watch that later.
All right, cool.
Super cool. Yeah. Is there any other point? I don't know what my availability is for the rest of the day, but like, is there any other point where you can just kind of drop in
Where you can drop in? Yeah, absolutely. Just whenever. Yeah.
whenever?
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Cool.
mean,
All right. We'll
okay,
see
so
you.
like open the stream and like see what's happening, but like
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening post test, so
Okay.
it'll be more unstructured. Hopefully Logan will be here like helping me negotiate stuff, but yeah,
Right.
it'll be
Okay.
way less structured.
Cool.
Yeah.
Sweet.
All right.
All
Oh,
right. So,
one last thing I want to say really quick is that
yeah. What's up?
that idea of like the where you said like the ideas can get stuck in your head and like apply next time, where you're thinking that it may be relevant about where can I just find this spot in the video?
Of well
Oops.
telling
No,
off McCarthy.
no. It's it's so slow.
What? What
Sorry,
show was that?
Oh, that's
from?
the West Wing. The West Wing.
Oh, that is the West Wing. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
That was pretty baller.
Yeah, this part right here. Just this
Are relevant
10.
to her credibility is still planted in their heads. It
Yeah.
subtly suggests that the next time they feel threatened by a female media critic, maybe they should look at how much money she makes, how long her work.
Yeah, so I don't know. I not with regard to feminist media critics specifically, but I definitely feel like this actually works. Like even on
Yeah.
like me, like this can get
Really?
stuck. Well,
You think so?
I
Right.
mean,
Yeah,
would you
yeah.
disagree with that? This
No, no,
is
I mean,
yeah.
I wouldn't.
The okay,
I'm
so
gonna think about it,
I think we
now.
talked about this a bit in philosophy of Antifa, and we'll get back to it another time. But like, an ideology is a way of defining which facts matter, because there's so many facts that not every
Right.
fact can be an important part of your ideology, and all the
Right.
ideologies specifying is not which facts are true, because
Right.
like facts can still be true separately from that, but which facts actually are important to you.
Right.
And doing stuff like this can actually alter like what instinctually springs to your mind about what facts should be relevant to you and which ones shouldn't be.
Right.
It's a very easy thing to mess with
Right.
in psychology.
I will have to think a lot more about like whether or not I feel like that's happened to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't think of an example.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to think of an example, but I would say no way it hasn't. I guess.
Yeah. No. I mean.
Yeah,
I'm,
that's a decent
I'm
part of.
I'm actually immune to propaganda.
Yeah. I mean,
Tactics.
I was gonna say that's actually a good part of what I'm doing to you. Like honestly, like.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
But I'm like, please give me. Like,
Yeah. No, it's all good, but that is what it is. It's like
Yeah.
we're not gonna deny that we have an ideology. We're not gonna do the liberal thing of like we are past ideology, end of history, whatever.
Yeah. So it's this idea that whether or not those criticisms are legitimate, they're implanted into your brain so that next time that something similar like that pops up, that like
It affects which facts spring to mind as relevant for you, because not by definition, and there is a liberal ideology that would like to ignore this. Despite facts being true, not all of them are important to every decision, and switching which facts are forced to be important can affect your decision on something completely arbitrarily, when every decision is based on facts. It's just different ones.
Yeah. So whether or not I think that some of these things matter, I will consider them. They will show up probably sooner in my brain than.
And that is
otherwise.
Inherently, I mean, you could overcome it and not act based on it. You can still control your speech act, but it is like, it's
there.
It's there,
yeah. Huh. I'm gonna hopefully be more self-aware about that.
Yeah, cool.
But that was a part that I'm glad you brought that back up, because I did want to touch on that. Yeah. All right.
Heading
Good
out.
luck.
Thank you.
Yes, I had fun, and I'm glad
Yeah, me
everything
too.
worked today.
Yeah, it's good.
I hope the rest of it goes well for you. If I
Thanks,
don't
yeah.
check back in during it, text me afterwards. Let me know overall what you thought.
All right, we'll do.
I definitely want to know. All right.
All right.
See ya.
All right, see ya.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Let me do this. Tess, I don't think I have your email to add you to the thing if you're still watching. Can you text me your email on Instagram? I guess is the how you're doing it. I think I could just forward it through here. Thanks. All right. Push it down. Okay. All right. Send that. Still off. Flickering back and forth repeatedly. That's messed up. Should still work on your end though. What is happening? Hi, Tess.
Hi, can you see me?
Yep. Hi, Tess.
Great. Hi, can you see
Oh,
me?
the camera's on. Oh, great.
Great.
No, that was off. All right, what is the audio looping from? What is the audio looping from? Oh, it's the stream. Can you mute the stream? Just mute the stream. All right, did you you muted yourself? Can you mute the stream if that's still unmuted?
How does it sound now?
That's good. All right, cool. My camera's like flickering on and off, but it's not doing it on this end. I'm gonna close this a second. All right. My audio's still working though. How are you doing?
Sorry, what?
What? I was just saying, how you doing? Like in
Oh, I'm
general.
doing well. Thanks for inviting me on. This is fun.
Yeah, sure.
So,
Oh, looping audio again. Terrible. All right. Good. There. Cool.
right, let me see. Sorry, I'm gonna try and do because I can't see you right now. I'm not sure why.
Okay, I have the vertical phone camera up on the Google Meet somewhere. I don't know how open the Google Meet is, and then it's still on the stream too.
Okay, I can see you now.
All right, cool. Just a second. Like I don't know how to start this. How's it going?
It's going well. I listened into your conversation with Keegan. That was all very interesting. I can comment on that, or I brought some topics. I didn't know if you
Cool.
expected me to prepare any topics, so.
That's great if you did. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Shoot for whatever.
Okay. Well, I thought we could maybe talk about globalization as one option. The U.S. electoral system as a
Alright.
second option, and then this is more abstract because I know it seems like you're kind of into like theory with Keegan, so we could talk about paternalism too if you're interested in that. I'll let you pick what you want to talk about. So.
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean by talk about? You just like put it on the table and like discuss. Like, do you have a like predefined position on these? I guess?
Well, I mean, they're not really.
Yeah, they're not really. Yeah.
So I had some like questions that we could ask for either of them. So for like the U.S. electoral system, like if we were going to try and redesign the U.S. electoral system to increase voter turnout and improve efficiency and try and lessen gridlock, how would we design that system? Like that's an example of one of the ways we could talk about that. And then with globalization, mostly focusing on different aspects of it and whether or not we like perceive those as being net positives or negatives. So.
Yeah, I mean, those all work? Do you want like, I don't know. Do you want to ask like a specific question? I don't know.
Sure.
Okay.
So
Let's get
let's
something
talk
started.
about global trade.
Okay. What about global trade?
Do you perceive the net effects of globalized trade on citizens of developing countries to be net positive or negative?
Like, okay, so I'm not in favor of like abolishing that. I mean, okay, so simply speaking, like protectionist policies for like developing countries generally, I don't want to say work out better because they often result in like coups and such. But in principle, if you take out the elements of imperialism and U.S. intervention and whatever else you have in there, that's going to work better than the whole like all the developing countries that go the way of the IMF and the World Bank and stuff.
Right.
But yeah, I don't think that requires like any kind of abolishing global trade. Like, obviously, there's tons of stuff for the more developed countries to take advantage of there in ways that negatively affect the rest of the world, but really don't like. Okay, I'm not convinced that abolishing that would be good at all, but I'm also pretty sure it's impossible for any system. Like, it's not really a road that's like effective to go down for anyone. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, what do you think?
I guess, well, I think that it's interesting. The reason I asked this is that I seem to be noticing that if you go, and I know that you have like feelings about a traditional political spectrum and why that's not really adequate, but if we're talking about like a traditional political spectrum, if you go really far left, you kind of run into anti-globalist tendencies, and if you go really far right, you also kind of run into anti-globalist tendencies. And I think that's pretty interesting, and I'm trying to get more of a picture of like what is shared in those opinions and what isn't shared. Because for me,
So this is what Will tries to talk to me about a lot, and when he texts me in the middle of the night, is like, look how much we agree on, and it's a huge list of the problems with the current world order, and there's a lot of conflation there in that like people think that because two ideologies both disagree with what the current ideology is, they must be similar. When in fact, they're like different in opposite directions, and so it's like a straight line, and he's bent the line such that the middle goes down and the two other sides come up because they both want not what's currently happening, and that's it.
Right. Yeah. No, and that's not an accurate assessment of the situation at all. So.
Yeah, I mean, the right doesn't really have like a solution to globalization. I mean, Will's in chat right now. He'll type something. I don't know.
Oh, really?
He just wrote wall. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just think like maybe this is oversimplifying it, but the right's tendency is to reject globalization because it damages America, or we won't be America-centric. It damages the workers in developed countries, right? It exports manufacturing jobs, and then like your domestic economy has less job opportunity. That's the argument, right?
As from the right? Are you saying that's the argument from the right? I'm not sure about that.
Okay. I guess it's kind of becoming more of both.
Well, I don't think people on the right really care much about the labor conditions of workers in China, for instance.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. Is that on the left, that's a reason people reject globalization, is because they say that it hurts workers in developing economies, not developed economies, right? They're less focused on job loss and more focused on unhumane, undignified working conditions.
Yeah.
And so I guess that's how I would try and differentiate those.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's reasonable. So then you run into the actual differences you can see are one thing I'm thinking of that is, it's maybe a bit tangential, but I think it really plays into this well, of like what actually is different is that a lot of the times you'll see, so on the left we're like favor of open borders and such and free movement of people, and you'll see a lot of people like on the right being like, wow, you just want freedom of movement, you're playing right into the hands, you're doing exactly what all of the globalists want you to do, and like attacking it based on that, when I mean it's not like an easy argument, I guess, because like, yeah, that does enable exploitation and stuff, but only to the degree that it's prevented. It's this awkward middle ground where you still have freedom of movement and people can move, but you don't actually have freedom of movement. Like you have the liberal ideal where you can move wherever you want and you can become whatever you want and you can reach whatever class-based heights you want, but it like in reality on a level of averages and a level of systemic issues you actually can't, and most people can't just go to America if they want to, and the people who do are a sample taken not of the average group of people. You see, especially with like Chinese immigrants and stuff, but like that's not by any means an average sampling of like the Chinese workers.
Sure. I guess I'm also interested in like we can talk convincingly about micro effects, right? We talk about the American worker who was working in a manufacturing plant and that plant got shipped abroad and now they can't find a new job and they're not trained to do high-tech work, and we can talk about that person and then we can talk about the Mexican manufacturing employee who works like 16 hours a day and makes no money and can't provide for the family and gets hurt on the job, right? But when we're trying to discuss macro effects on an entire country's well-being, then would your argument change at all?
Like what do you mean? Like what is an effect on a country that is not composed of micro effects?
Well, I mean, like it is composed of micro effects, but if we want to speak to like, let's say the average lifespan is increasing in a country. Let's say that, like, I can't remember the term, but death during childbirth is increasing. And let's say that I know that GDP per capita isn't universally accepted as a measure of welfare, but let's say that that's increasing, so like how do we speak to macro effects instead of just trying to speak to individualist narratives?
I'm sorry, like what do you want to say about those macro effects? What do you mean, how do we speak to them?
Well, okay. Like for a developing economy, right? Are the overall effects, would you generally categorize them as being positive or negative when multinational corporations invest a lot of their labor-intensive processes into those countries?
Oh, okay. I don't know, like, are you saying like on a macro scale, or you want it all combined into a good or bad, I guess, which is, I mean, I guess I go, it's
I guess
bad?
that's not really
I don't know.
question.
I don't know. I'm kind of losing the connection between that and what you're saying, like micro versus macro over here. I don't.
Okay. Well, let me think about it. I think that oftentimes we focus on these kind of micro narratives and then ignore the fact that overall, like well-being in countries with exploited workers is increasing. Like we kind of have these conflicting narratives, right?
Okay, yeah.
And how do we which one do we place more emphasis and importance on, right?
Yeah, okay. So like, so you're saying that I'm saying that they're doing worse based on those, but you're saying what about the GDP per capita? What about the lower pregnancy death rate, whatever that term is? Is that like that's what you're saying?
I'm not even trying to single you out. I'm just saying like because personally that's like something I am trying to determine my own feelings about, like increased global trade. I have to say, well, which should I consider more, like individual grievances, right? Or like a macro view of progress in different countries.
I mean, if it were actually an individual grievance, I think we'd take it into account less. But it is still on a systemic scale, those issues.
Right. That's a good point.
The dichotomy between those being like micro issues and the other ones being macro issues seems like strange and kind of arbitrary. Yeah.
Fine. Yeah, I guess I just because I know it just seemed like kind of a hot button thing that people may not even realize right now, but that people are talking about right now is globalization, and especially because of the pandemic. I mean, like,
Yeah.
I think that is going to influence the way people think about the value of a globalized society, even if they don't really realize they're thinking in those terms. You
So,
know,
how would you want the pandemic, or how do you predict the pandemic would alter people's opinions on it?
I think people are going to tend to support more isolationist rhetoric and policymaking.
Oh, like in a populist, like, just appeal to fear and such sense, or do you actually mean like that would be a good thing?
Oh, I don't think that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Personally,
Okay.
I don't think that's
Hmm.
one thing I've noticed is that Trump and Biden both have pretty firm anti-China rhetoric right now.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Mhm.
they talk about being hard on China, even though that doesn't mean anything. They both they're eager to portray sort of an aggressive stance towards a business partner, right?
Yeah, no,
Like,
it's all rhetoric. Like, Trump can put
right.
tariffs on China all he wants. It's only hurting America, and all of the products are just like being made in China and then being moved to like Vietnam or something with the last stamp placed on it, so they get the made in Vietnam sticker and then shipped it. Like, it's just putting up the costs on individual
Yeah.
workers in a systemic way still, but yeah, it's not affecting anything on a macro scale in terms of wounding China.
It's shallow, and but it speaks to, I think it speaks to how people are feeling, right? Because we have to assume that these high profile politicians are speaking intentionally. They're speaking in ways that they think will connect emotionally with voters for whatever reason.
Yeah, but that's a different thing from caring about policy at all. Like, Brexit would be the best example of that, right? Like, nobody wanted Brexit to happen,
right.
and yet you still had half the politicians in the country pushing it because they wanted to push populism by any means necessary. Like, and you can have a system in which that is the beneficial play for a bunch of politicians to make without any of them knowing how to resolve it, or any of them knowing that they were going to win, or anyone knowing what to do next, or anything. Just
right.
like, and so, go.
Sorry, I don't. What point does that make, though?
Like, I don't know. I feel like you're maybe over attributing like sense to the politicians, like a bit.
Yeah, I guess I'm somewhat of an optimist, and that I like to assume that they're at least doing the basic thing that Democratic politicians should do, where they're appealing to what people want them to appeal to. But maybe that's a stretch, honestly.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, and I think regardless of the merits of that, which I would say I'm already a bit on that line of like, maybe they're not so democratic after all. But even separate from that, looking at the public consciousness view of that is going way up with coronavirus, right? Because everybody realized, like, the people in power, like, in a colloquial sense, like, this isn't like, there's a bit of this, but it's not true. Is like, in a colloquial sense, the politicians have no idea what they're doing. They're idiots. Like, yeah, they have no idea how to handle an actually stressful global situation.
right. Yeah, I know. I have a feeling like there's been this kind of distrust, I would say, almost. That, well, I mean, obviously it's specifically like directed at China, distrust, and whether or not that's merited is a totally different argument, which I'm not trying to get into. But like, what would it take to overcome that and move towards like a more positive global community where people actually work together? Like, and I think this pandemic has just been such a example of like how kind of phony some of the international cooperative efforts are, is because they're really not interested in listening to each other and working together, you know?
Yeah, but no country's ever going to be genuinely invested in the well-being of another country as separate from how it pertains to their own country. There's no way to like fix that under the current world order or under any world order in which there are separate countries, really.
Yeah, so I guess, I mean, for you, let's say 50 years from now, what's your ideal world that you're living in? Like no borders, no countries, no
I was like over
remove
50.
it all what's practical to think about and just think about
Yeah, I
what
mean, okay, so like in the current time, you really like China's not good. You really can't get much better than what their foreign policy currently is, which is like effectively making countries economically dependent on them. And that's greatly vilified in America's stuff is like they're building their tendrils of control. Like that doesn't like that's what everybody's doing, and there's
right.
considerably less violence than the American tactics. But in terms of like how an actual transition would go, like, okay, so are you asking me to like pitch some kind of transition to communism over 50 years? Because I don't.
No,
There's
the 50
not.
years is arbitrary.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm thinking about
Mhm.
I'm thinking about what global trade should look like from a point of like trying to promote global welfare, and I'm trying to think about also what cultural fusion should look like and what are the limits to beneficial cultural fusion. When does cultural erasure come into play, right? Because that's one of the things that people talk about a lot with globalism is cultural imperialism.
Yeah.
And the erasure of cultures when they integrate into new countries that people move into. And so I'm wondering, like, how do, because you have is my understanding, you have a fairly, I don't want to say this the wrong way. Your feelings towards like what the economy should look like and what governments should do or not do is not well classified by a normal political spectrum in this country, right?
By the American political spectrum, no, it's not. Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah. Yeah. I mean, does anyone in any position of power on the earth care about the cultural erasure and stuff? Like with power, I mean, I don't think there's anyone who's like pushing to prevent that. Like it's just happening.
Maybe the French they hate non-French things.
Yeah. But like okay, so yeah, I mean, I'm not like an expert, right? And I'm working within my framework, but it's a pretty different framework and there's very little basis in the real world for it currently. So basically what I mostly push for is like a realization that in the current strictures of what exists, there isn't actually a solution here.
Okay.
But like not in a pessimistic way, because like I hope I have other ideas that could work, but like still, I don't know. In a conventional sense, if I'm like in a formal debate against someone somewhat on the right at least, who is not on some kind of higher level of thinking, or I don't know how to put this, but like I'm gonna shoot for, all right, if we can show that this can't be solved under the current world order, I think that's a point in my favor, or at least it's a point in the favor of radical populism, left or right. And then when it's down to those two, that's an easy argument to win from the left anyway.
Sure. But I mean, even with that worldview, you still have to deal with these questions about, and I don't want to sound like the person who's only taken Econ 1, but you have to deal with trade-offs, right?
Yeah.
So you have to, even if we're talking about totally radically changing the world order, we still have to deal with questions of how do we, allow for cultural mixing without erasing cultures, right? Is the ideal world we want to live in one where culture has become globally homogenized because it's become so mixed, or is it one where there are still distinct and geographically defined
I
groups
don't
of
know.
people.
Like, I feel like you can still have elements of culture without them being distinct. I don't think we can prevent them from eventually becoming indistinct and
Yeah.
homogenous. I think we can be too attached to that. We can back off in a completely ideal hypothetical world. Yeah, we should back off the cultural imperialism and stuff. But the effects of that, even if not concentrated and weaponized against specific minority groups, they're still gonna like happen over time. There's not much we can do about that. Like that degree of
Right.
isolationism, long term, is not going to be especially productive.
Yeah.
Um,
I
yeah, I
think
guess.
I think the way I see it is like eventually, as people keep moving across borders into different places and keep mixing and introducing their culture to different parts of the world, like at some point, it's just going to kind of become one mix. And I mean, you look at like a city like Los Angeles, and that's already kind of the case. I mean, you can identify different influences, right? But if we talk about the food we eat and the clothes people wear and the languages that get spoken and the art we see, all of that is a representation of a global community, you know. And I see that as being a positive thing. But
Yeah.
it's just hard to necessarily say, is there any point at which that is no longer a positive thing, right? That's a hard
Do
to
you-
know whether or not that line needs to
Do
be
you think
drawn.
there's a point at which it's no longer a positive thing?
I don't know. It's hard. I don't know. In my experiences as a half Chinese, half white American, it's like my culture is one that has been mutilated and mixed already, but there's some kind of pride in claiming that still is your own. And so I don't really get, I guess, the problem, but I can understand why some people would, you know, like people that feel their culture is actively trying to be erased would reject my desire for kind of an entirely mixed up community, you know. So
Yeah, I mean, this can't happen in a single generation because individual people are so attached to it. It's
Right.
like general generational divide where future generations don't care that much, or they're at least adopted into it. And that I think is like, I mean, if it's weaponized against a specific minority, like you have the schools in Canada for the indigenous people, right? And that's like deliberately erasing their culture across generations, and
Right.
like making it so that they don't care if you abolish their culture.
Right.
That is, I mean, on an individual basis, that seems like very genocide-y type thing. Yeah, I don't know how you deal with that though, because if you can construct a situation in which every single individual present in your equation is satisfied with the outcome, yet you have constructed it that way, and they're like you've still manipulated the equation to favor you more out of it. Like that's
Good point.
a tricky thing. I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't ask you this because I expect you to have an answer. I just thought it would be an interesting thing for us to talk about. So, yeah. But
yeah. So when you talk about global trade, I mean, is this just like in concept, or like do you feel the need like we should, as people educated on the subject, come up with policies we think should be implemented? Does that even enter your equation of like what should be part of a well constructed argument?
I mean, that's a hard question. I know it sounds simple, but I'm sure you know that that's a hard. I mean, I think personally, I do not feel like I can adequately recommend real international policies. It's just the kind of thing where it's like we're going to college, and the more I learn, the less I know. You know.
Yeah.
So it's like the more I'm learning about this stuff, the less sure I am of anything. I think right now, why I ask this is trying to determine like, is it possible to reach like moral outcomes in the situation we're in? Is it like, are we dealing with these trade-offs, is it inevitable that we should deal with them? Should we take on a utilitarian view and just say what is marginally better for people, even if it affects some people negatively, and then identify ways in which things make things better or worse, but I don't really have any expectation that this conversation would lead to policy recommendations, I guess.
Yeah,
So,
I was thinking, like, do you think it's even like aside from what we are capable of, do you think it's like a good thing? Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, you're saying, well, the more you learn, the more you learn how little you know, and I'm thinking as a not necessarily a counterpoint to that, but like an adjoining point to that would be the the more that I learn about this stuff, the more I realize like no individual actually has any power in this system. It's literally just the system is making people act in ways that benefit it in some kind of sentient sense.
yeah, and
Like,
also
yeah,
that really no individual even has the knowledge to where they could do something that they know the full effects of and they know will be wholly good or wholly bad. Like people don't even understand. I think that we're just not even capable of really understanding like exactly the ramifications of any policy recommendation as hard as people try. So, and especially with something like globalization, because we can't predict when there'll be a virus that spreads across the planet, right?
yeah,
And we can't predict
yeah.
how these global interactions will or won't lead to positive outcomes, So,
Yeah, as I'm thinking, like even if you take like the single most powerful individuals, like billionaires or whatever, like they still don't have real power. Like they can do things, but they can only like pick from approximately one option, which is keep accruing wealth for myself. Otherwise, they still have a board of directors, they still have competition, they still have all of the systems keeping them in check, and all that applies to world governments too. No individual actually has any power in the system, so we can come up with what we think the good policy should be forever. It can't get implemented because I mean, this is a simplification vastly still, but like um basically like there's one, I don't want to say predetermined, but like there's one path of policy that is led to by all of the policy and world states that come before it, and that is almost never going to actually be the beneficial one. And there's so many like micro obstacles erected in the path of like you see with like the abolish the police issue, like you haven't even torn down the Confederate statues yet. Like there's tons of made up debates that we have to have on the path to that. So then a bunch of people, after we get the first step, are like, yeah, we win. Everyone fails to retake control of the narrative, and then you just keep working under that system. And technically, you're making progress, but it's at such a long scale that like, yeah, your deaths from pregnancy is going down, but like your deaths aren't, and there's the climate, of course.
yeah,
Like,
that's a
mhm,
total. If we could have a whole
mhm,
conversation just about the climate impacts of globalization, but
mhm.
I thought we would probably already be pretty firmly in agreement about that.
Yeah,
So we really need
yeah.
to
So I
cover it.
guess do you get to the point of like if you agree with all this that like it's kind of stuck as it is, where does that transition, or what would it take for that to transition for you to an ideology that would say, all right, well, bloody or not, maybe a revolution is in order?
Let me think about that for a minute. I think, well, I don't know. I think for me, like I see there being kind of different extremes, right? There's the amoral capitalism is perfectly good and acceptable extreme,
Hmm.
right? And I don't think I'm using amoral quite intentionally because I think that's what
That's what they think of it, sure. Yeah.
right, is that it's amoral. It's not that we're making intentionally evil choices, it's that we're making choices which are profitable, and sometimes those don't do great things. So there's amoral capitalism, and then there's communism, right?
Sure.
And I'm interested in whether or not there's a middle ground, whether there's a feasible thing like a moral capitalism that could be practiced. And I mean, that's just something I have to continue thinking about for myself and read some more and, learn some more. Because it seems to me that it's somehow inherently human to try and preserve your own resources and seek your own benefit.
Yes.
But
And
also
we've built a
inherently
system
human to care about other
that-
people, right? Like
Yeah.
that's what makes us interesting composite creatures, different from
Yeah.
animals, right? Is
That's
that we
also
care about
inherently
ourselves.
human, yeah.
Yeah, we care
And-
about ourselves, we
yeah.
care about others.
And we've built
And
a system that encourages the former and discourages the latter. Why do you want a middle ground between the two? If it's already clear, we can build a system in which only one of these elements of human nature is emphasized, and the system forces it to work that way. Why is it a bad thing to do the other? Why do we need the middle ground?
I don't think either is sustainable, right? I'm interested in what is sustainable and practical as well as what is good and bad.
So you don't think capitalism is sustainable, right?
Right now, no. I think we're gonna kill our whole planet because we're so interested in our own interests.
Well, what do you think the government looks like after that? How does capitalism, in the process of destroying the planet, is there a point at which you imagine capitalism becomes so unstable that it actually falls and is replaced by something?
Yeah.
And what would that be?
I don't know. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Sorry. All right.
No, I just think that like communism isn't sustainable because people will be greedy, right? And capitalism isn't sustainable because people will lead to their own destruction, And all right, and I would say capitalism loosely to refer to what our current capitalist practice is.
Yeah, like neoliberal capitalism, yeah.
Right. I'm thinking about, is there a form of capitalism where firms' business decisions are guided both by profit and about the welfare of the people that work for them and the welfare of like a global community? Is that achievable? And if so, how do governments go about promoting that? Because I don't know, right?
Which they won't, right?
No, yeah. Well, I don't know if they won't or will,
Well, why would they? Capitalism encourages them not to. Why is your middle ground between communism and capitalism a version of capitalism? Doesn't really seem like the middle. I don't know.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, like you want to reform the system, but you don't want to overhaul it. You just want a version of capitalism. It's still fundamentally capitalism. That would stabilize the system. It's like the New Deal, right? Like you have a ostensibly good policy, but for all we know, it stopped something better. Like there was a lot of communist movements then, and that kind of policy, the marginally socialist policy, steps in, saves capitalism, makes it sustainable by giving little drops of socialism or whatever, and ultimately does more evil.
Either.
Sorry?
I'm not talking about marginal socialism either. Right? I'm talking about like a fundamental change in in human behavior, which is again pretty out there in terms of what is feasible. But I don't know. I don't think it's important that you challenge my labeling of whatever this would look like. I think that's a little beside the point. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I guess something I continue to think about, and I won't pretend that I need to lecture you about it because I again am the first to admit my lack of concrete understanding of a lot of different things, But I just think that it's a really terribly complicated question. Fundamentally, we're asking ourselves, how do we get humans to be good to each other, right? I mean,
so but you're rejecting the system that would hypothetically encourage that because you don't think it's sustainable. Because under a capitalist framework, it isn't sustainable. That's your like social democrat perspective on it is like this isn't actually going to solve it, right? That you can't modify capitalism such that it makes it sustainable. You need a completely different system for it to be sustainable. So your problems with communism are rooted in capitalism, because like conceptually
Well, I don't
you're
think
thinking about it as a
my
modification to
problems with
capitalism.
communism, actually. Like,
Sorry?
tell me, what are my problems? Because you seem to
Okay,
supposedly
so
already
I
understand my
well,
issues with it, and
okay.
I haven't said any of
Hmm.
that. So.
So there's I don't know. So capitalism as part of the framework is like, I don't know. I guess it allows for disavowal of itself. Like, do you know what I mean by that?
Can you
Like,
explain that a little bit?
so basically, you can have a workable capitalism in which a majority of the people call themselves anti-capitalists because they want to modify the system, but their ideas are still rooted in capitalism. So it's like maintaining plausible deniability. Like you see this more with like more clearly with like billionaires and stuff donating money and whatever, right? But like it works on an individual basis even with people that don't actually have power. They still go through the motions of being nominally anti-capitalist without actually challenging the system. So if your critiques of communism are rooted in its unwork or unsustainability because you think it's unsustainable because people are self-interested, well, we currently live under a system where that self-interest is prioritized and basically forced by the system. And if you think if we had a system that like compelled and forced the opposite, that or the other side of human nature, that somehow the self-interested side would still like come out in some form. Like maybe we would have doses of capitalism to keep that side sustainable. It's I mean, like in that sense, nothing is sustainable. I don't really know what you want. I, I don't know. Like can you like restate your critiques of communism? I guess.
Yeah, I think that it leads to tends to lead to well, I know you're going to disagree with me because I'm basing this argument in historical cases of communism.
It's good. It's good.
I mean, it leads to oppression, right? I mean, it leads to power grabs, and then leads to those people who did find power oppressing the people that didn't intend to have any state oppressing them, you know.
Mhm.
And I'm not going to comment about whether or not that's worse than what we're living in now. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, it doesn't seem like it works, you know.
Yeah, so what makes you say that because of that we reject it entirely instead of because of that we workshop it harder for the next time?
Well, I guess that's a fair point. I guess it isn't fair for me to say that we shouldn't workshop it more. I just think that if you keep trying the same thing over and over and over again and hitting your head against the wall waiting for it to work, then that's not really like it's just not smart, you know.
But
Like
well,
you
like,
make
what's the
right.
alternative? Like giving up, or
The alternative is trying to think of something that would work better.
which is what we're doing. We just keep calling it the same thing.
You feel that people's vision of communism has changed substantially throughout history?
Um, yeah, I mean it's so rooted in the original text, but it's not like things haven't been learned or things won't be learned. Like
So you
so you still think we need a fundamentally different system. You just don't like the one other system that has been proposed. So you want like a different.
Sure. I mean, if you want
Uh,
to summarize it, I guess that's a fair summary. I just think that maybe the analogy of a middle ground wasn't a good one, because it's really not a middle ground, it's something else entirely. But I think that communism, as it has historically been presented, as it continues to be presented, won't work. You know, as much as I would like it to work, as much as it sounds nice that it would work, it won't. So that's just my thoughts. But I understand that people who advocate communism, that their position is fundamentally rooted in compassion, and I respect that, right? That's pretty much my criteria for respecting an opinion, is whether or not I think it's rooted in trying to improve people's lives, you know. But I just think that it won't work, and that we have to think a little bit more outside the box in terms of finding a new alternative.
And you don't think we're doing that?
It's the greatest or anything. I don't have the wisdom to really come up with. I don't know if anybody does, but you know. So.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, it's just if you say you don't like it, but the alternative doesn't work. I mean, like, by what definition doesn't it work? I mean, there's so many different. Okay, there's like I really don't want to. I don't want to like defend Russia or stuff. I don't want to go down that, and I also don't want to like completely. Like, because there's the anarcho-communist perspective, right, that just disavows most of the like Marxist revolutions that have already happened, and you could go down that road. I mean, there's plenty of existing theory there too. There's just I don't like you can have critiques of all this stuff, but the best move is not to try to start over yourself from square one. Like, just like build on it. I don't like why is that?
So you think that I should?
If you think the current system is a problem, then read about the most educated alternatives and like build based on that. Don't build based on nothing.
Yeah, that's fair, I guess. There's only so much time in the day.
Yeah,
to research these things. I have a life that I have to live too, and I know that's not an adequate defense for a position, but you know, it's the truth. So yeah, I
get it.
I guess like, it's just I don't want to write.
Yeah, I mean, no, I totally understand. I totally understand that, but it is an appeal to ignorance regardless, and it comes after you've just said, "I don't think communism can work." So, I mean, at the very least, I feel like that could use some disavowal then, if like, because okay, so if you come in and say like communism doesn't work, and then you say, well, I don't actually have the time to research if it works or not, like that's fair, but also like you're still like
that isn't what I said.
Okay, what are you saying then?
I said that I don't have the time to fix it, right?
So what's your alternative? It's basically ends up in like do nothing, like you're still giving your opinion on this.
Well, you invited me here to give
I did. It's like I don't know. Like it's okay to like not have a conclusion on something.
Did you want me to come onto your chat and say, yeah, I don't know anything about where I stand?
No, that's not what you've done at all. How long have we been talking for? And we just got to the point where you were like, well, I actually can't defend this.
Yeah, I don't.
Like we talked about other stuff sustainably.
Yeah.
You understand stuff more than most people.
I try, I guess. Yeah. I think everything that you've said has been totally fair. But I can't like have an opinion without doing some stuff wrong, you know? Does that make sense?
Like trying stuff and like what? Sorry, what do you mean?
Like I can't have an opinion without ignoring some things I don't know, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And I think that's not something you should necessarily pick apart my argument for. So
I don't know.
nobody can have an opinion without ignoring some stuff they don't know. Nobody knows everything. So
Yeah, I mean, that's what Key and I were talking about at the end. It's just like,
right.
it comes down to like, you don't, I don't know. It's, what is it that you feel you need to like disavow about communism? Like if you don't like what's currently happening and you think there's problems with the alternative, but you don't want to come up with your own alternative, like you don't want to be like complicit in the current system. So like what does actually bar you from participating in a leftist discourse, I guess?
Well, wait, can you repeat that and like a
Yeah,
little, make
okay.
word it a little differently? I want to understand what you're asking me.
Yeah. It's like where does the like built-in resistance to communism as a concept come from? If you don't, if you have a full understanding of it.
That's fair. That's a fair question. It comes from looking at, I mean, it comes from looking at China, quite frankly, not to kind of end China sentiment, but I mean, it's hard to have pride in a heritage that damages people in the way that the Chinese communist state has damaged people. I see the genocide of Muslims in the Chinese country, and I don't think that would be possible without having like an Australian communist state, which fundamentally the reason it's there is because of a people's revolution, you know?
But you don't have to support that though.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like, you're asking why I feel fit to support communism, and that's why. It's because I've seen what a communist state has led to, and I'm not a fan of it, you know? So I think that that's a straightforward enough point to make. But
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, there's swaths of leftists with these views on China and stuff. It's not, I don't know. It's not. I don't know. There's no feasible way to disavow literally everything.
sure.
Right?
That's fine. Why don't we try and
Yeah.
shift this
Yeah,
back towards a conversation where we can have a little
Okay.
more
Yeah.
less emotional conversation about it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to talk about paternalism?
Sure. I guess, okay. You want to go first on that?
Okay, well, I guess I don't have any. Well, this isn't something that I expect us to have answers about, but just to start talking about what the limits of paternalism should be. And when I say paternalism, just to clarify, I mean that like the state is in some way limiting a person or group's autonomy or liberty to promote their own well-being, right? So, for example, seatbelt laws, right? That is it's limits someone's autonomy, but it protects their safety, right? So thinking about, and this again, I feel is a very current conversation because there's a lot of people who feel that asking you to wear a mask has gone too far or whatever, right? So I'm wondering what your thoughts are on.
All right. Do you think that's a fundamentally different spectrum than authoritarianism, or you just see it as like a mild and acceptable form of authoritarianism?
That's a good question. I haven't thought of that before. Yeah, I guess that you could map it onto the same spectrum as libertarian,
Yeah.
authoritarian. So
Yeah, I mean, it's not the libertarian authoritarian isn't that useful an axis, honestly, in most cases. Yeah, like disavowing the government or endorsing the government on principle is usually not a useful road to go down. So I guess,
right.
yeah, I mean, okay. So I guess my opinion on this is that access is almost always useless. Like it usually is going to come down to the specific case. I can't think of like an overall,
Okay.
like overarching ruling I could have on that, or I can't. Well, okay. So obviously I don't have that, but what I'm trying to say is I can't think of like a function that like a sociological function that I could put something into and then see like, oh, is this acceptable or not?
Okay, that's fine. So you're saying that things related to this need to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and
I mean,
that trying to map it on a general.
probably. Well, I might be missing something here. I haven't thought as much about this. Do you have an opinion on this that I'm missing? So I could,
not really a well-developed one. I was going to say then we should like try and think of some interesting cases that would be good to talk about. How about, for example, let's talk about things that would be damaging to someone's mental wellness, right? So I'm going to give an example that's pretty polarized, and I'm going to give an example from not my position, right? But one could say that abortions are damaging to women emotionally, that they have severe emotional mental health repercussions for women, and on that basis, the government should abridge someone's liberty to protect their well-being. So, like, within something like that, I mean, obviously, that issue got a lot of weight behind it, but there's a simplified case of something that people could do or couldn't do, but if they do it, they might feel negatively afterwards. What's the government appropriate role?
All right, I can take this. There's, in an idealized sense, which is the only way I could really look at this, is like, okay, I guess my position is like, yeah, allow all of that, but also have state resources free or equivalent tax, whatever you want that to be, of like how to deal with that. Like it'd be the same principle of like drug legalization and stuff.
Okay.
Like yeah, you can do harm to yourself, I guess. You just if the government wants to like not have paternalistic authority over that, which it shouldn't, that also needs to be met with a counterpoint of like the government should have resources if you want to like get off of that or something. And because you're in like because we're in a position where the government isn't going to do the latter, like necessarily, maybe the former isn't okay either. I've moved more to drugs because I think abortion is a much simpler like statistical argument to make. Like you can look at what you're talking about, like the mental health effects. Like there's more trade-offs to that than just the mental health effects. But like where drugs are concerned, I think that if the state won't do the latter, maybe it's okay that they don't do the former. It's just not an easily solvable position.
Right. Do you see if a state were to allow a activity that negatively impacts people's mental health and then pay to help them afterwards, is that inefficient? Or should we care if it's inefficient, or should we care more about what is and isn't the government?
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal sense, we shouldn't care if it's inefficient. But I mean, like really, what's the alternative? Like, we haven't solved this in any other way right now. Like, we're still dumping resources into arresting people for drugs instead. If we like outlawed abortion, we'd still be putting money into like whatever the punishment would be for that. Like there's no resourceless solution to this.
Yeah, that's fair. What about here's another example. Like foods. So a lot of processed foods have ingredients that have substantial evidence that they make people's health worse,
Mm-hmm.
right? Should the government intervene with what foods we're able to purchase? And if they do, I assume that it would have to be on the supply side, like what is and isn't allowed, or what is and isn't allowed to be manufactured, or taxing manufacturers, or would it be more appropriate to tax consumers for what they want to eat?
I wouldn't go on taxing consumers, no. Yeah, it's a harder one if you got like, I don't know, like this is not solved right now either, because like it's cheaper to make that stuff. So for as long as there are prices on things that vary and people with varying incomes, then you're never gonna have a solution to that. That's where like the moneyless part of communism would come in.
I think that's I guess I would disagree that we can't, with the specific question of food. I would disagree that we couldn't find a solution.
All right, so what's the solution?
Well, it's a pretty complicated one, obviously.
Okay.
You have the entire structure of U.S. farming subsidies, and then you have to be willing to create some limits to what can and can't be manufactured, which again isn't super viable. So then you have to change the entire campaign finance system. And then you could maybe make meaningful change that would limit which voices have access to power, right? And a lot of voices in the food industry do have access to power. But I do think that it's possible to work.
So that sounds more realistic to you than a successful communist revolution?
Yeah.
Okay.
To me,
yeah, I mean, just like, so you're still gonna have to, okay, just say bread. You're still gonna have different choices of bread, right?
Sure.
And they're gonna have different ingredients, and some of the ingredients are gonna be cheaper, and typically correlated with that is gonna be less safe on average, or something like that, right? So as long as there's choice or like artificial choice in the matter, you still have like stratified across class interests, different levels of nutrition and stuff, right? So the problem's not solved.
Well, it's not.
I mean, you've made it better, but you haven't actually addressed the fundamental problem, right?
So you think choice is a fundamental problem?
No, not choice. The way choice is currently set up, as in it's not actually a choice. It's like a fake choice. It's like a meaningless choice. We have a bunch of different options to choose from, but they're all basically the same. The only way they're actually different is like stratified by price, so that basically that's even less choice, honestly.
But stratified by price, then that wouldn't be a problem because then all the choices wouldn't kill people because they're unhealthy, right? I mean, that's what I'm saying, is that you want to get the choices like to be pretty much identical because there are just certain things that are damaging which can't be a choice, you know?
Yeah, I mean that might barely work if you were only thinking about bread. But then you expand it to like the rest of the grocery store, and you really think you're gonna get everything, not just toxic, but like fattening or just not really healthy for you out of the grocery store?
Well, right, and that's a different question. Is it, should we just limit things that are toxic, right? Or should we
ban the big gulps? Yeah.
Right. And I mean, I don't know. It's hard to, it's not something I feel fully decided on yet. I mean, obviously we need to ban things that are have an overwhelming risk of health complications attached to them, right? But it's hard, and you make a good point about the risk of choice there. it's hard to say where we draw the line, because I'm like, oh, I can afford to eat healthy food, but every once in a while I want to go eat this thing, right? And so like that's something that I only have because I have real choice, not just like artificial choice, right? If I
Yeah.
have them, I can choose between which products I consume. But whether or not that choice should be eliminated because other people don't have it is kind of a complicated and nebulous question. I'm not really sure. I don't know. Do you know what I'm getting at? Kind of.
Yeah. Yeah. So you could take the other road then, where you don't regulate any of it. I mean, you can regulate like labeling or something, or I mean, this is the problem with capitalism, is right? It's in all the business's interest to make it as cheap as possible and stratify it by class and all the rest of it. Whereas if you have a system, like,
Can I
is
clarify
this
something?
is regulating all of this really easier than just making a system in which it's in the bread company's interests to make healthy bread?
Okay. Can I ask a clarifying question? What do you mean when you say stratified by class?
It's just like things have different prices, so people of different classes are not forced but coerced into buying the cheaper or the more expensive one. Because you got the raw prices keeping the working class people from going up, and you got the obsession with like brand names and stuff, stopping like richer people from going down.
Okay. Do you see that as an intentional product of capitalism?
Pretty much. I mean, I guess. Yeah. Do you not? I guess.
I guess I'm not. I say the jury's out on whether or not I think of that as being intentional.
Well, there's no single person with intent behind it, but like the system boils down to get the most bread out at the cheapest price, and it's cheaper to lobby the government to not restrict things than to actually make better products on average.
Sure, but that's a different thing than saying the system boils down to produce the most things at the cheapest price so that we can keep people in their classes, right?
Well, I don't know about the so that like there's no person or sentient system with intent here. There's no like we're doing this so this happens, but you keep doing that and that thing keeps happening. So I mean, call it a correlation, call it whatever you want. I mean, it's still attached, I guess.
So you don't. It doesn't matter to you whether or not it's intentional because there's no entity really to assign intention to.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah, that's. Do you disagree with that?
I don't know. I think I need to think about it more before I tell you whether. I'm sorry. I know that's kind of a cop out, but
that's good.
To be really honest, I think it's good to think through things before you decide where you stand on them.
Yeah, but like all the worst elements of capitalism are decentralized into the system so that no one person has to feel the blame for having constructed such a system, right? All the bad stuff is still happening. You can't draw any intent from it. So in some people's minds, you can't condemn capitalism for it because nobody is making those choices for it.
Right. Did you want me to respond to that point or?
I don't know if you want to change topics, you can. I don't know, but
well,
you can if you want.
It's just what's funny to me is that we have all these different conversations about pretty different areas of politics, and it always boils down to what are like our economic theory views, just
yeah, it does. That's yeah.
So
does that surprise you? Does that not normally happen when you talk?
Surprise me. Just it's funny because this isn't what happens when I don't want to say normal people, but
That's good. That's
when
good.
normal people converse, it doesn't get to this point. It stays somehow within the realm of policymaking and within specific politicians. You know,
Mhm. So
which is
this sounds pretty negative, but I'm gonna say that's a failure to address the actual root cause of the problem. Is that?
true. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. We have to have a foundational
Mhm.
belief, and that would guide us towards policy recommendations. It's not the other way around, you know.
Yeah.
And pivot. The way we approach it is really not focused on foundational
Mhm.
political theoretical beliefs. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not trying to make a point by saying that our conversation devolves into this, but it's certainly notable and noticeably different than
Mhm.
many of my political conversations. Probably
Yeah.
for the better. So
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, okay. So this is kind of different, but than what we were talking about. This is directly related to what you were just saying. Is under like neoliberal capitalism, being the government, not the political system. Oh, what does that mean? The government, not the economic system. The
okay.
the the politics and economic spheres are deliberately kept very separate from each other, right? Do
Can
you
you
see where I'm
say
coming
that
from?
again?
Okay, so okay, I'm just gonna keep going because I think it'll make sense. Sorry. So we say we live under democracy because the political system is democratized,
Okay.
but the economic system is whether this occurs to people or not, fundamentally extremely divorced from the political side of the equation. That's why it's surprising to you when a political discussion devolves back into economics, because they're actually very closely related, but the
Sure.
current governmental system doesn't treat them as such, mostly because the current governmental system relies on like democracy as its mandate to govern. Meanwhile, the economic sector is just as authoritarian as it's ever been, with complete top-down authority.
Okay.
So, it, to maintain that kind of power structure in and still call it a democracy, that that field between economics and politics has to be incredibly divorced, or at least it has to seem like it is, so that people can spend 90% of their lives working jobs in which like they have no actual power over their lives or their decisions and still feel like they live in a democracy.
Okay. And you're saying that that's an artificially that's an artificial relationship because the two actually are exactly related? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's false and convenient for those in power to consider them as two separate things.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. And I guess to me, well, let me think about what I'm trying to say here. I'm hesitant to say this because I know you're probably gonna like chew me out for this, but
Okay.
for me, that's why I feel like capitalism could be helped or saved is if democratic governments took ownership of the relationship to economic systems and tried to improve them. But
Yeah, but I mean, if they took that all the way, if they fully improved them, that would be communism. You don't need to keep calling things capitalism. You can say, let's preserve the interests of the workers rather than the interests of capitalism. And then suddenly, if you follow through on that, you're basically at socialism, if not communism.
I think that's not exactly what I was.
Well, you're like, well, we can use the levers of capitalism to make it democratic. If it were actually democratic, that's most of the end goal of communism.
No, that what I'm saying is that we can use the levers of democracy to make capitalism moral.
Yeah, I'm saying it's fundamentally not moral for the strictures of like economic existence to maintain their authoritarian top-down structures where you have like a CEO and whatever, and then workers who do wage labor and stuff.
Right, but a company doesn't have to run itself strictly by having a CEO and then having waged laborers.
Well, they don't have to, but like capitalism heavily encourages it. Like,
right, but it doesn't require it. And I think that there are examples of firms which operate themselves in what
so what are,
they
so
operate within a system of capitalism, and they operate in a way that is in the best interest of every involved party in their firm, and also encourages social good too. I mean,
I mean that's a good thing. Why don't we heavily encourage that more? That's often considered one of the first steps to like. That's what like Marxist socialists and anarchists and stuff will say is like, well, what is the realistic next step? Well, it's probably more restrictions on hierarchical top-down business structures and heavy subsidies on or towards like co-ops and stuff. Like that is progress. That is good, and like I'm not against that at all.
sure.
You at some point, if you
think
keep
that
going down that road, which by the way, the interests and the system for all the intent it lacks, the system will prevent that at most margins. If you keep going down that road, that's just communism. You don't need to fear the word. That's just what it is. If you actually want that, just like keep going.
No, but the thing is, I think that people should be able to own property. Right?
They what?
I mean,
Sorry.
I think fundamentally people should be able to own property, right? And,
all right. Well, that seems like an entirely different debate, but I'm good with that. Are you good with that?
Well, I'm not trying to debate that fact. I'm just trying to explain why, to me, creating social progress doesn't invariably lead down a road to communism. Is because there's a point where we lose the right to have private property, and to me, anything past that is like kind of too far, you know.
Yeah, okay. So I'm saying, do you want to talk about that instead? Because that's, if you're okay with the economic sector part, where we democratize that, then another major section is not separate from that because they're all interconnected. But as much as you can distinguish these different things, the idea of property is a separate thing. So let's talk about that. So,
wait,
I think you, what?
You're
okay. Can I just say, why are you attached to private property?
Why am I attached to private property? Because I think. Let me think about how I want to say this. Because it. I'm like already hearing all the things you're gonna say to me after I say this is the problem. And at risk of sounding like the person who just regurgitates capitalist arguments, it gives people something to work hard for, and in working hard, they advance society.
And you think they need well, this is usually the argument for money, right? But I mean, like, you think they need that reward in order to be productive.
Yeah.
Right, so I feel like that's getting a bit distracting.
And I think that probably our difference in opinions on this would come from what we think people are capable of, you know?
Like, how do you mean?
Like, if you disagreed with me, then it would probably be because you think people are capable of working just as hard without having to reach some kind of privatized benefit. And I would say that I don't think people necessarily have that ability on a large scale. So
I mean, like, you could still have it be in their interest to do it. I mean, you don't, in a functional society that is not obsessed with growth, you don't need as much labor as we currently have. You don't need to
Why
force.
wouldn't we want growth?
Sorry?
Why wouldn't we want growth?
Because it's just an inherently unsustainable system. Like, it's destroying the planet.
Growth
It's
of medical technology, growth of different industries that have benefited people greatly. I mean, that is, you can't deny, right, that like economic growth is coupled with technological innovation that benefits people's lives.
It's
And
also
that's what I
it's
by,
coupled
like,
with a bunch of things that destroy people's lives too. Who says we can't? Who says the good stuff is going to evaporate if we get rid of growth? Like, why are the medical advancements tied to that?
because people wouldn't want to work as hard.
Who's people? It, like, actual medical professionals that
You.
they're probably more invested in their jobs. The only people that I'm genuinely concerned about, or that I feel like I need to make an argument about why they would keep doing it, are like the wage labor people who are not, like, if you're a doctor or whatever, like, don't you really need that much of a reward to, like, keep doing stuff? Like, most of those people are doing it for the benefit to society. That's why you get into those professions. And, like,
Okay.
even in the modern day, they're not the most profitable. They're already staffed with people who are mostly only doing it to, like, feel like they're making society better.
You're talking about the shitty jobs, right? The shitty jobs that nobody
Yeah.
wants to do.
Yeah, that are overworked anyway because of the growth mindset. So you lower, I mean, the more automation you have, the less people need to work anyway. I mean, that's not true under capitalism because they just force more people to work more hours anyway, and they just get even more growth from it. But if you weren't obsessed with that, not you personally, but, like, if the system weren't obsessed with that, then you could just have people continue to work less and less as more automation takes over, and then you can have, like, given that the revolution is not going to happen anytime soon, I would just say that by the time it would, the work is going to be down to, like, 4 hours a day max, right? You could, and everyone will have the leisure time to be a poet or whatever they want, even if they're a horrible poet, because there's no reason to just keep them, like, working for the sake of growth, like, 90% of their lives. And once you're in a position like that, you can, I think you can get people to work 4 hours a day to maintain, like, social goodwill in a more structured community where everyone isn't isolated and alienated from their own labor.
Right, but after everybody's working 4 hours a day, then what? Does society just sit happily in whatever position we've stumbled upon? Or do we keep trying to
No,
make ourselves
I mean,
better?
okay, so, like, socialism is what you call the progress step, right? And then communism it's like there's a lot of these. I came up with this parallelism a while ago. There's a lot of these things on the left where you have, like, the two-step solution, and one of them is what do we do next? So it's socialism, or it's if you take, like, gender or race issues, you have, like, BLM or Pride or whatever, like, organizing around your shared minority identity to
Yeah.
build a place for yourself. And you also have, like, that same argument would apply to, like, protectionist countries, like developing countries like Bolivia or whatever. And so that's the first next step, and then then separate from that, you have the end goal, which would be on the political axis, it's communism. You eventually get there, and on the Bolivia, the protectionist one, it would be no borders, and on the race and gender one, it would be race and gender abolition of some form, and that's a completely different argument. But stay on this. It's a very long road to the last step on that. The last step on that may very well be unfeasible, and I don't believe in this kind of end to history type of thing. Even if we got to what I imagine to be the final step, that's why, like, I make political axes or whatever sometimes, and I always after I get to communism, I put a little arrow going even further, and I put a question mark because I don't know what comes after that. We're not done, regardless of where we end up. I will always be the farthest on the left you can be in any given system.
Yeah, and I respect that. I respect that about you, because if we don't want more, then what are we doing? You know, but yeah, and I just think that I have trouble believing that a system where we don't really have to work for ourselves would encourage the same kind of progress. So
What kind of progress is that? Like the medical and academic progress. I mean, okay, so most of the actual functional progress in our society already comes from like publicly funded institutions like the military or universities or doctors we've already discussed like probably do some degree of work for themselves it like the guy who gave the okay, I don't know what I'm trying to say. That side is already taken care of, I feel like. And then you have like the business sector, but I don't think that's as much of a problem. I'm sorry, maybe I'm missing your point here. You know,
mm,
saying.
I'm trying to think, make sure I understand what you're saying.
It sounded like you were just saying again that like you don't think people would work if they didn't have their own interests involved in it, which they do. I mean, they have social interests, community interests. As part of this would be like um, getting people like back into more of a community atmosphere, right?
Yeah, I guess that's one
Yeah.
thing that obviously that needs to be pointed out is the lack of community atmosphere again in our current capitalistic practices. But yeah, no, you got me with that one. I'll hand it to you that the people who who really are pushing society forward, besides like beyond the point of menial work, would continue working. Probably seems like it. So I'll
Mm-hmm.
just cede
Yeah.
that to you because
All right.
ceding a point is not a
Yeah.
bad thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's good.
okay,
Yeah.
am I taking up somebody else's time? Because I can
Um.
talk if
Not really.
I'm.
I mean, there's people on here. I don't know. Like really whatever you want to do. It's good.
Um, let's see. I want to read the comments really quick. Just a minute. Who aren't defining moral? Capitalism versus a CEO hierarchy system. Hess is the more economically conservative one here. Wow, lol. This is funny. Who's Steve Commentary?
I have no idea.
That's funny. Bill says, I wouldn't mind having a conversation about abortion.
Yeah, he said that. Right.
Okay, Bill. You and every other man. All right, I'm gonna hop off because I told my mom I'd clean the house. Thanks
right.
for inviting me, and sorry if I got a little defensive at any points.
No, that's good. I kind of did too. We're good.
I enjoyed this talk.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Are you a communist now?
Am I a communist?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
like to myself.
Yeah,
I think
I
you
mean,
made excellent points. I think that my points weren't as well developed as yours, but I don't think that represents the total wealth of information out there. So I'll get
yeah.
back to you
Cool.
on whether I'm a
Yeah.
communist.
Totally open to do that another time.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
Okay.
All right. See ya.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, get in here. All right, and then Bill, or Josiah after that. Will go fast and chaotically. What am I looking for? What is your email? What is this? Oh, it's just Captain Thomas. Interesting. Your bloody email. I didn't. Cool. I can mute you. It's a very nice mask. All right. So, folks.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna try to move this to Google Meet on my
It's
my
on
phone
Google Meet.
so that you can hear me better. All right, can you hear me?
That is worse.
Oh, how's it worse?
It's your vertical camera and your camera quality and your crackling
Okay.
voice.
Okay, whatever, man.
Your crackling voice.
I'm at the airport. Whatever.
Your voice sucks.
Can you? Okay,
All
but
right.
is it comprehensible?
You are never comprehensible.
Okay,
All right.
moving on.
No.
Anarcho-syndicalism.
I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna talk over you.
Okay.
All right. Here's Will. This is Will Kylum.
Hi.
Just give me a minute. I'm there. Okay. This is Will Kylum. His favorite quote: "I don't care about domestic policy, only foreign policy." He wants all of the policies of imperialism. He wants to take over the world, but he doesn't care what government that system has. He's referred to himself as the union of the two greatest fascist genealogies in history, the German and the Japanese. He's incredibly racist against Chinese people, among many other groups. He did an unspeakable amount of virtue signaling constantly. He did it super badly in a way everyone could see through, like when he went and visited with North Korean orphans just to get letter of recommendation or something. He's obsessed with eugenics, very fascist-like. He stole all my passwords last summer. I don't know what is even the point of that. He's very insecure. I'm trying to keep him secure by listing out all these things.
Okay, good for you, man.
Regardless of what he may or may not have done, he has quite a messed up definition of what constitutes rape. He frequently wished he had a death note, had substantial list of names ready to be put in it at a moment's notice. He profiled the top 7 candidates for valedictorian with a very garbage list, by the way. Failed to include
Which you contributed to, by the way.
Failed to include the actual valedictorian, frequently threatened them. He's obsessed with getting all my information and pushed a freedom of information notion between us that was almost never not actively falling through. He's completely untrusting, and trusting someone who you know literally everything about is not trust. That's not how the bloody trust works. He's obsessed with intelligence in tandem with the eugenics in a very fascist way, as in he's not very intelligent, but he's deliberately grouped himself into the group of people known for their intelligence. And despite how many of these things may seem childish and capable of being moved past, they betray an attitude of getting what you want at any cost. I could defend leftism from a selfish perspective, but not from a perspective that prefers that an evenly split pot be blown up entirely, so we can scramble for any bit of pseudo-moral or pseudo-intellectual marginal victory. They betray an irrational and obsessive incapability of trusting anyone, and maybe you can resolve that with your Turning Point USA ethnically pure girlfriend, but you may not do so again with me. Simply that you have placed yourself in an environment where personal growth will not be necessary, and so I will treat you as if that monumental personal growth that would have been required has not happened. Good day, sir.
I have no idea what your last statement meant, but oh well.
Yes. Oh well, done? Indeed.
I'm very humbled by your
yes
introduction.
My pre-prepared speech on your imbecility.
Let's see what the imbecile now is. Anyways, anarcho-syndicalism. Okay. Manufacturing consent, probably true. Military-industrial complex, probably true.
What does that mean, probably true?
Like, okay, so how do you define morality? You define these exploitative systems as immoral. How do you define moral? Do you adhere to the moral system where
did I ever actually call them immoral?
The worst off? No, I'm just asking how you define moral. Is it what moral system do you adhere to? Maximum principle? John Rawls's maximum principle? Is that what you adhere to? The one where we cater towards the worst off as opposed to the aggregate utility? I mean, if so, then yeah, that is the most moral system. But in an imperialistic capitalist, world state, not really.
What does that mean? Are you in favor of the imperialist capitalist world state?
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, I know.
Good system.
Yeah. So you garbage.
Because outsourcing is a good thing, and labor extraction through foreign policy, and I mean,
I really hope that's your plane.
I'm gonna wait. Can you hear the?
Yeah.
Here. Okay. Anyways, so you would have to redefine what morality means and to go further. I mean, I personally adhere to hedonistic principle.
Yeah, me too. A stratified hedonistic principle in which every person's everyday life is equally worthy to every day of my life as a separate individual entity.
Right, but the thing is, we're supposed to maximize the society's value, society's utility, as opposed to maximizing simply the worst off, which is, in your case, the working class.
What happens when the current world order makes it such that the working class is 90% of people? What happens when the wealth gap gets so great that everybody?
You realize, I mean, first of all, in production, there are two factors in production: labor and capital. And another thing is when.
What do you want? What does that mean? You can't just say that. What does that mean? You think capital is morally equivalent to labor?
There's also consumers. You realize when according to your labor value theory, which I mean you've mentioned it in your previous videos, there is the fact that there is profit means the head of the CEO has extracted value out of the surplus that was actually entitled to the workers. My take on that usually,
I don't even need that. I don't even need that. I don't even need the labor theory value to actually defend. It's just useful in addition to. But
Okay, but here, okay,
you can
first of
still
all,
defend stratified hedonism based on like determinist principles. For all your and Chase's especially rhetoric about like determinism doesn't matter if it's true or not. Like, yeah, determinism informs the existence of stratified hedonism. The determinism is the reason
how
you should
so?
value anyone's life equal to your own, and anyone's
How so?
day
I
equal
don't
to any
see.
of your
I don't
days.
see the link. I don't see the link. Like for example, okay, I consider myself a compatibilist, which sort of takes.
You literally just say that to annoy me, don't you?
No, I'm not.
You literally, you had a philosophy class where he was like, and some people were compatibilists, which means they believed in determinism and free will. And you just thought, I'm gonna piss you off so much. I'm a compatibilist.
I literally knew what compatibilism was since junior year. I've been telling you, it doesn't
You've
matter.
not used the word compatibilism.
Free will is a human construct. You realize that, right?
Yes, which means it's idiotic to try to reconcile it with anything. Just get rid of it. It's pointless.
You're not reconciling.
I'm not reconciling. You are.
Is the free will. No, free will is something that is constructed. It's something that humans have developed a meaning for. It doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't exist.
It's a bullshit
It's something
meaning.
that humans constructed.
Yes, and they've constructed it in order to ignore systemic problems by saying it's the fault of the individual or a moral failing of a person
Also,
that they've been influenced by the world around them.
Also, how you're using determinism in order to justify the abolition of the death penalty is also nonsense. You realize, I mean, the existence of a death penalty is still one of these external factors that influence decisions in a deterministic equation. Therefore, if anything, determinism should be used.
That's insane.
No,
okay,
determinism
dude,
should be used to justify the death penalty.
That is ridiculous.
No, it's not ridiculous.
No, you can't blame anyone for anything under determinism, so you can't
right,
kill them for a crime.
Right, but under determinism, all he's saying is that they didn't do it. Well, they didn't have a fault morally.
Yeah.
But the thing is,
so treat them. Don't kill them.
Right, but the thing is, it doesn't. Okay, hold on. It does, because the point of a justice system isn't to bring upon justice. That's the problem. The point is to deter crime.
No,
it doesn't matter.
Have you read any studies on that? It fails at deterring crime immensely.
No, it doesn't matter. Okay,
it supports the continued existence of crime.
That's empirics. I'm talking theoretically here. Theoretically,
you do not get to ignore empirics if they mess with your philosophy.
No, listen. No, you're theoretically speaking. How you deter crime is you increase the cost in getting caught.
No, that is not. You cannot say that is theoretical and give that excuse to.
No. Listen, under Gary Becker's model, when people commit crime, the reason they do it is
somebody made a model that said a thing caused another thing. Somebody did a study, showed that it doesn't, and you say because the first one isn't empirical, that somehow justifies its continued existence in the face of empirical evidence to the contrary. That's ridiculous.
No, anyways. Gary Becker, that's how, when someone commits a crime, the reason is the probability of getting caught multiplied by the penalty of getting caught.
That is imbecilic. You think all the criminals are that,
model. And therefore,
you think every criminal is that rational. You think every human is a perfectly rational being doing this equation in their head. That's ridiculous.
Okay, we can
I don't
talk
even
about
care if it
rational choice
is.
theory all you want, but that's a separate discussion. That's a separate discussion whether rational choice is a valid theory or not. But under rational choice theory, I'm
not giving you rational choice just to have a discussion under rational choice. You don't get that. It doesn't work.
Okay, then we can talk. Then that's a separate topic. Then that's a separate topic. If it's if you don't want to have a topic on rational choice theory, But I mean, under this assumption, I am correct. And and it doesn't matter, even under deterministic principle, where I agree. I agree these criminals don't have a fault because
but you still want to kill them. Cool.
Right, in order to deter crime, and that's all that matters. Because in order to increase aggregate utility, in order to increase aggregate utility, it doesn't matter it doesn't matter if they don't have a fault under this deterministic principle, because that's not the point of the justice system, anyways. Because the point of a justice system is to increase aggregate utility. That is why
it's failed at that.
Well, you can make the
your philosophy has empirically failed. You don't get to continue using it.
So you're the one. Okay, so you're using empirics in order to.
Shut up, dude.
Empirical. Okay, empirical. I'm the theoretical debater here. You're the empirical one here.
No, we're debating theoretically, except your theory isn't even like disputable. It's just wrong. It doesn't work.
No. I mean, I'm pretty sure there are hypothesis testing proving the Becker's model correct. So
What does it
it's
mean?
Hypothesis testing.
What is a hypothesis testing? Look at the actual statistics.
Look at the statistics. It's so easy to cherry pick statistics nowadays.
You don't have to cherry pick statistics.
Because statistics are unreliable due to the inherent bias in every single statistical test out there. The only thing that is remotely
and you don't think you have inherent
hypothesis
bias?
Testing. Anyways, moving on from death penalty. I mean, that is my take. I just wanted for you to
Are
hear
you
it.
calling experiments hypothesis tests? Is that what that is? That's ridiculous.
Anyways, anarcho-syndicalism. Okay, how would you? Okay, in economics, I mean, I'm pretty sure you know this by now. I mean, you're in college. You should have taken a few econ classes by now. I mean, I know I have. You know, in the long term, there's no profit in the long run, right? There is no profit in the long run.
Because it gets reinvested, is that what you're gonna say?
What?
Are you just saying because it gets reinvested?
No, in the long run, because there are entrants in the competitive market. There's an entry firm. What? Do you buy the firm?
I did buy the yeah.
Oh, what is this?
Chocolates.
Chocolates?
No, you can't eat any. They were like $50.
All right. Well, my parents would be very happy.
Those chocolates are too expensive for you.
Okay,
you have no choice. You have no choice in the matter.
It's just a ex BFF of Ryan from high school who decided to be mad at me for no reason. Anyways.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Okay, you have not heard what he just said in the beginning. You have no idea what he just said to me in the introduction. I'll show it to you when you get there. Anyways, where were we? Oh yeah, So in a competitive market, there is no profit in the long run for any firm. Okay, but there's no way to. I tried talking to Hall. I literally tried talking to Hall. I tried talking to Hall. Okay, but there is no. Okay, how would you yeah, long run, no profit.
Long run, no profit. Boom, solved. I solved corporatism, everybody. Long term, there's no profit.
Yeah, there is no profit. So, I mean, I'm just asking how you're actually.
Why is there no profit? Where does that profit go? It gets reinvested in winning, so that later there can be more profit.
No, for the new firms to come in, but there are opportunity costs, implicit and explicit costs that sort of.
Yeah, and at a certain point, the opportunity costs are too great. You can't do it. You can't jump into the market against Amazon. Doesn't matter how long. Doesn't matter how long they spent not making profit, reinvesting any profits they had. They're going to keep doing that and keep growing, and then at some point in the future that never comes.
I thought that was $50. Why are you eating it?
It's not $50. These are mine. I bought them for myself.
Okay. You're trying to make like a reasonable economic argument coming from a place of the privilege of someone who buys $50 chocolates and eats. That's disgusting. I'm disgusted with you. You're eating $50 chocolates and trying to relate to the common man. You have no understanding of the real world.
It doesn't matter. Okay. Again, hedonistically, what is your purpose of your moral system?
Hedonistically, he says, as he slurps $50 chocolates.
No. Is it to increase the aggregate utility or the utility of the worst off?
Aggregate, as more accurately measured.
The summation of everyone's utility.
I'm not. It's neither of those. That's a dumb bifurcation. I'm not.
No.
I shouldn't have said aggregate. That's a dumb bifurcation. I'm not.
If you define morality under an utility in which everyone's utility, the summation of everyone's utility, then capitalism is still the best moral system, even if it's labor exploitative.
No, okay. So you bifurcate it such that I can either choose total wealth or lowest wealth. And since capitalism has risen the lowest wealth and given tons of people a lot of wealth, capitalism wins both metrics. That's not the right bifurcation. neither of those models
Okay, then what is
actually
the
work.
then what is the right metrics? You haven't answered that question.
Well, I don't know, like it's not perfect, but even like average would be better, or median, I guess.
The
would be
average.
better,
Okay, so
better
how
than
do you
average.
define that arbitrarily? This is arbitrary. Oh, it's average, and okay,
I switched to
even if you're talking
median's probably
average,
better.
even if you're talking average, even if the lowest have the lowest utility and the top, and also
I changed it to median.
It's not a
dude.
It's also not the dichotomy
I said median.
between. It's also not a dichotomy between the most wealthy and the workers. It's also consumers, given that
those are the same people. There's not a separate class of consumers.
In this labor exploitative market we have, prices are cheaper. Also, everyone's utility is based solely off of monetary value, and there is no lack of utility or the loss of utility from alienation from work, because what Marx did is that he is saying that there are other factors to utility other than monetary value or / pleasure and pain minimization, and that is incorrect because there is no such thing as fulfillment from work. What people want,
there's no such thing as
to simply
fulfillment
get
from work.
by.
That's
rational choice theory assumes that
shut up with rational choice theory.
Maximize utility, and there's no such thing as okay. Why does it matter if you're alienated from work, as long as you have production?
That is not a hedonistic perspective. You're totally BSing half of what you're saying here. You don't actually believe it.
Okay, then you're not responding to it correctly.
No, you just said, why does it matter if people are alienated from their work? Why does it matter as long as they're throwing their lives away for profit? As long as we get the excess labor extracted from them, what does it matter if their lives are pain and suffering? That is not a hedonistic perspective.
Well, because other people in the society benefit from them throwing their lives away, and that's what we want.
Dude.
And as long as we have the aggregate,
okay. I need to like I'm gonna put up 3 strikes, and that was strike 1 on literal fascism.
How is that a strike 1?
It's a strike on saying little fascism. You know?
Little fascism?
Yes. Effectively.
Okay. How do you define fascism?
Whatever I don't like is fascism.
Whatever he said. Whatever I don't like is fascism. Anyways. All right.
No, but you just surrendered the entire point that you were like, oh, I'm trying to be so rational and hedonistic and compatibilist and all these other terms, and I'm working in everyone's best interest. And you say it doesn't matter if 90% of the people throw their lives away, as long as the aggregate goes up because they make people happier by producing $100 chocolates at only $50.
Also, isn't the working class is the 99%?
The working class is,
if anything, the 99% of consumers. Also, these workers.
No, what does that mean?
Have also
what is it?
higher
You
prices.
can't group them as consumers as opposed to workers. That doesn't make any sense.
Because they're being exploited, a lot of these products are cheaper.
Oh,
and therefore
brilliant!
People are happier.
No, that's not how anything works. You're laughing at yourself. I'm so done with. I can't believe you thought I would be better with this than Tess. This is ridiculous. Also, why are you so surprised at Tess defending capitalism? Liberals defend capitalism.
Okay, I thought she was a Bernie bro. My bad. But,
no. You do you not get the political spectrum? Bernie bros defend capitalism. It doesn't like
not all of them. Definitely not all of them. I know a few who are anarcho. I mean, a lot of them are reluctant anarcho-syndicalists who are supporting. I mean, Noam Chomsky defends Bernie Sanders, and he's no way in a capitalism proponent.
Noam Chomsky is not a Bernie bro. I'm talking about like the average people, the sock dems.
Okay, I'm just saying there are reluctant.
This is exactly what I talked about with Tess. This is exactly what I talked about with Tess, where like that capitalism allows for disavowal of itself. You can have an entire group of people with power in a capitalist society who call themselves anti-capitalists, and capitalism can still work just fine.
Give me a reason why imperialism is
bad. Strike 2, absolute moron.
Okay, so I win that argument then.
You do not. Did you watch Mike Keegan's segment? You're seriously gonna walk away and say you won that argument?
What's a Keegan segment?
We were talking about how the left is obligated to put an in-depth critique on literally every dumb thing the right says.
The what?
So you just throw out, oh, what's wrong with imperialism? And I don't respond to your clearly bad faith critiques, and then you're like, oh, I won.
You aren't responding to it. So you can't just cherry pick arguments that you
What
want
do
to
you
fight
want?
with.
What is good about imperialism?
Okay, first of all, a lot of the countries that America imperialized are also benefiting the country that it is imperializing. It's not a zero-sum game, as a lot of communists put it.
What? No, it's not a zero-sum game. That doesn't mean that.
Like, for example, a
equal.
lot of the countries that America imperialized are opening up to free trade and joining the capitalist status quo in the establishment in the world order.
With the IMF and the World Bank, and
they're
exporting all their resources.
Their aggregate utility.
No, they're encouraged heavily so to
extract resources like oil,
yes,
natural resources. Okay, but they're also gaining benefits because our firms are moving in and they're getting wealth from that.
They're getting capitalist GDP per capita type. No, they're getting capitalist GDP per capita type benefits, not benefits that actually help the average people in those countries.
Okay, then what are those benefits? Like, again, this goes back to the discussion of utilitarianism. How do you define moral? How do you define what's happy? GDP per capita is the best way to determine pleasure. How else do you define pleasure?
That is moronic.
How do you define pleasure then? Tell me.
That's strike 2.5 on the GDP per capita is the best way to define pleasure?
It is.
Absolutely.
Because, okay, actually, you said it yourself. You said average. You said average the utility.
No, I said
that's
median.
Exactly what.
No, because average is wrong.
Okay, at first you said average, and
I
then
did say average.
That because
I also said aggregate.
It's skewed right, and you realize that utility is skewed right, and you realize the average is terrible, and then you started just change it to median to make it more representative of the actual.
Yeah, because my beliefs aren't defined by the words that I say. It's the other way around. So if I mistake a word, I'm going to go back and correct the word. I'm not going to change my beliefs to fit what I accidentally said. But how is that a problem?
And also you didn't answer my question on what is a real. How do you define what is a good moral system?
Well, the median is a passable start.
Okay, so you're saying a lot of countries are worse off with American imperialism? For example, in sub-Saharan countries, you think they're better off under communitarian autarky?
Your bifurcations are ridiculous. It's like IMF, World Bank, or it's autarky again.
Again, I'm asking you, how do you define?
Do you take issue with Bolivia's stance, like pre the coup? What do you think of Bolivia's economic positions?
Am I gonna get a strike for saying I support the coups?
Strike 2 3/4. Where like.
The coups
what was wrong with Bolivia's system?
Under Evo Morales?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, it's contended whether it's a coup or not. I think it's a coup, but other people don't. I mean, there are people who are saying that.
Well, I think it's a coup, but
yeah,
nobody's disputing that here.
Conservative friends don't think so, but I mean, I'm on a different level. So.
Oh wow, you're on a different level than your neocon friends. That's brilliant.
Yeah, exactly. I'm more interventionist than even the people who are talking spreading democracy and human rights. Which I mean, let's face it, the United States doesn't care about human rights or democracy, right? I mean, as a communist, you can sort of agree to that.
Except you're saying that, and you're like, you actually like it. You love that it doesn't.
Exactly.
See, and nobody takes you seriously. Absolutely
there's nothing wrong. I mean, I'm still yet to.
But shut up with the hedonist talk then. If there's nothing wrong with just mass oppression and you don't even care about the individual, you just want the GDP per capita to go up. Stop saying you're a hedonist and that you're defending the individual rights of people.
That's because pleasure is directly correlated to monetary value.
Nope.
Then how do you define it? How do you define pleasure?
It's not monetary. Or at the very least, we've constructed a system in which it is monetary and it caps at a very low level.
I'm asking you what factors actually contribute to pleasure or utility.
Probably job fulfillment, feeling like you're accomplishing something. All the stuff
that's the alienation argument from Marx.
Yeah,
that's the alienation, and I'm saying that's bullshit. Because
why is that both?
utilitarianistically, it doesn't matter, and it's not quantitative. It's not
No,
quantitatively
but humans
proven.
aren't thinking utilitarianistically in some kind of capitalist sense. When I say utilitarian, I mean accounting for non-rational people.
What was that?
When I say utilitarian, I'm accounting for people whose happiness, which is what the utility is measuring, is not directly correlated with a commodity or something.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. I couldn't hear it because of the audio. What was that? The utility is not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a utilitarian, but not in the sense that I value raw, like, growth numbers as utility. Yeah, or money.
Okay, then that's not utility. Then that is our difference. Then you believe that
you're
you believe
using,
that players. What?
I believe that people's utility should be their utility, and you believe that money is an acceptable corollary for their actual utility.
Okay,
it's like
and that is our difference.
No, this is the same stupid argument that people make when they're talking about like trans people, where they're like, well, if we use their genitals, then it's like 99% accurate. Like, you don't need to get some kind of corollary that's 99% accurate. Just use what they tell you. Then you have 100% accuracy, because the only way you can measure accuracy is by comparing one metric to the actual thing. If you could use the actual thing, just use it.
Again, but the thing is, a lot of these things that you're talking about that are outside of monetary values are not quantitative and therefore not practical to implement in practice.
Oh, so you're just not going to do it because it's not practical. You're just going to ignore human happiness because it's not practical.
There's a cost in maintaining this fulfillment. Also, a lot of these things that you're supposing are also corollary to utility have a cost in monetary, in that you also, like, for example, you talked about alienation from work. If we want a system where we resolve that alienation from work that Karl Marx talked about, then it circumvents our need for monetary value in an aggregate term, and therefore it circumvents the number one best indicator of pleasure, which is monetary value. And therefore, that is why I'm not in support of that.
So you're against Marx, not because he messes with the actual utilitarian results, but because he makes them harder to define with numbers, and you don't like that because you want it to be clear-cut with numbers. That is ridiculous and lazy and irrational.
No, that's not what I said.
No, that is what you said.
What I'm saying is a lot of these fulfillment factors need to be achieved through monetary values.
Just because it's more convenient for your numbers to go up?
No, it's because
total ignorance of what actually affects people's well-being.
No, because it's decreasing other factors. It's decreasing the monetary value. People get poorer through the seeking of these other fulfillment.
What, like monetarily poorer? Under capitalism, yeah.
Like, for example,
so
in an
anarcho-syndicalist
society that you talked about, where there is no specialization, where the workers quite literally own the means of production, then
quite literally,
because there are no, they literally own the means. I mean, people talk about why the USSR is communist, right? USSR was never communist. It was the government owning the means of production.
Literally nothing is no, you're not. There's a debate over whether or not it's socialist. Nobody even says it's communist. I mean, people do. And I think Tess was calling China communist, but I just didn't bother with that.
Only tankies call it communist. But I mean,
not even tankies call it communist. Tankies call it socialist. Nobody calls it communist.
I'm not debating semantics here. Anyways, what is a real communist, though, is Catalonia, revolutionary Catalonia. That is the one actual anarcho-syndicalist society.
Sure. All right, let's go with that. What do you got to say about it?
What?
What do you got to say about it?
Again, in this anarcho-syndicalist society where there is no specialization, but rather a worker's own production, then because
why are you saying those like they're opposites? Why are you saying specialization and workers' owning means of production are opposites?
Because Marx actually attributed the alienation factor to specialization.
No, that's true. But like, why are those two things the only alternatives? Like, it's the degree of specialization and the fact that specialization
is workers owning the means of production. That is the most important thing. The workers owning the means of production. And the problem, I mean, that's the whole point.
What was your anarchist Catalonia point?
I was just going off tangent. I wasn't.
You weren't going to say anything about it. Okay.
No, I mean, you mentioned USSR, or I don't know who did, but anyways, that's not a point. But what was I going to say? Wait, what was I talking about again?
I don't know. I'm not going to remind you. Garbage. Garbage.
It was okay.
Let's talk about
Where
how you were
workers
always
own
talking about how you agree on populism with me. Like you agree on all this stuff. Like you heard me talking with Tess, right? We don't actually agree on any of this stuff. We just agree there's problems with the current system, and you want to conflate that into we actually agree on solutions, which we don't. So we're
we don't
fundamentally at
agree
odds
on
anyway.
because the status quo is good.
That makes
Globalism is
that
good.
makes for no agreements. Here, let's look at your
I know. Okay.
stupid list that you made. Look at this.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Let's talk about what we agree with. What?
No,
like,
no, no,
for
no.
example,
Okay,
do you
here's
believe?
here's your list. Here's your list. We're both against interventionist foreign policy. No, we're not. You love interventionist foreign policy, but you labeled them both yes for some reason. We're both against globalism and free trade. I mean, like, yeah, okay, more than half. Way too many of these are just against or anti. Like hates corporations. Brilliant. What do you want to do about it? Hates the media.
No, those
That's
are
a
left and right
priority.
populists. I'm not talking about our views. Those are left and right populists. Did you even see? Did you even read the table?
Why did you send this to me if this wasn't meant to reflect your views and my views? What is this for?
Dude, it literally says left wing versus right wing populists.
Yeah, I thought you were generalizing like that was still supposed to be us. What is the point of this chart?
No, that was literally not.
These are still
I'm not
stupid things. You put believes in conspiracies like Sandy Hook staged. How many left wing populists do you know who thought Sandy Hook was staged?
Quite a few. I actually know a few, but yeah, there are a few left wing populists who believe in that. Also, mostly the 9/11 truther movement. A lot of left wing populists believe in it.
Stupid list. Anti-government. Brilliant. No government.
Oh yeah.
From the populists. Yeah, that's a real thing. Doesn't. And then you wrote what? That's just believes in the man of the people. These things literally don't mean anything. When does your flight leave?
An hour.
Seriously? Right. It just perpetually leaves in 1 hour.
Probably. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I mean workers owning the music production. Lack of growth, oh, by the way, I remember when you told me in AP Comp where you told me that you don't support innovation or that we don't need innovation. How do you define innovation? I define innovation as a means where there's less cost to production. So you don't think there should be less cost of production?
Wait, so you said I said a word, you redefine that word for yourself, and then ask me if I...
Yes.
I just talked about this with Tess, right? Didn't you watch that whole thing?
I don't watch the whole thing. What? So you don't support innovation?
Depends how you define innovation.
Okay, like, how do you define innovation? How do you define it?
I'd support innovation as separate from growth, I guess. Like what?
Okay, what is the innovation that you don't support?
Where's this graph? I have a good graph for this. Just here. Yes. Image.
Who's that?
Alright, I'm gonna blow this up.
Oh. Yeah.
There. How do I open this? Look at the stream.
I can't. Okay, fine. I guess I will. Okay.
Look at this graph. This is the kind of innovation I don't support.
It's so blurred.
I know it's so blurry, but it's energy use over time. So like the bottom one is like coal and then oil and then stuff, and then the natural energies are up here. So this is the expansion of these like new technologies for new energy. But at the same time, the growth is such that all of the other things are growing in use too. So these top things never actually have a chance to take over or like replace the existing energy sources.
So that's the one that you don't support, or?
Well, that typifies the things I don't support.
Okay, but the innovation that I'm talking about, which is the technology development, where the cost to production is reduced, do you support that kind of innovation?
The what? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
My type of innovation, which is a technological development, where the cost to production is reduced, do you support that kind of innovation?
Sorry, I wasn't listening again. I was working with this. Okay, I'm actually listening this time. What?
I'm gonna again.
Just say it again.
My technological development, where the cost of production is reduced, that kind of innovation, do you support it?
I'm not against it, but it often correlates with stuff like this, which is the problem. It's not essential.
Which is pollution?
Among many other things, yeah.
Again, but the thing is, a lot of these things that you're talking about, like pollution and environmental factors, those can be solved through imperialism. Through a world state.
No, they can be shifted around so that other parts of the world get destroyed rather than your own. That's it.
No, because under a world state if it's a world state, then everything.
No, imperialism isn't a world state, though.
What?
The imperialism isn't a one world state. I mean, it's basically a one world state. Okay, no, imperialism is a one world state, but a one world state in which one part of the world controls the rest of the world, not some kind of worldwide democracy. That's not the kind of one world state that imperialism
I don't
will ever
support
lead
democracy, for example, but
yes,
again,
if America took over the world with imperialism, it's not like everybody in the world would get a vote. They would just exploit all the other places, take their resources, let them fall victim to all the
what I'm proposing is not just direct influence. It's literally a world state, a world government controlled by the United States.
Yeah, so then everybody else is going to be polluted. And everything else.
If that is the case, then there is no longer free riders problem. The reason we can't solve the climate is that other countries because there lacks a world government, and other countries use the free riders problem to not regulate the industries as much. If there is a world state,
that's not going to get solved by a world state.
There'll be a public good.
There is not a public good. If the U.S. runs it, if the U.S. runs the world state, the U.S. doesn't care about the public good of other countries.
If it doesn't care about the public good, then why are there river regulations? Why are there water regulations? Because people living in it also live in it. Well, people living in it will die from it. Will die from
they will.
Bad public good. Then why would
so they can?
That's anti-rational choice theory.
You think all of those are?
Because the government is representative of the entire world, and if the government is representative of the entire world, it will want what's best for the entire world.
No, it doesn't. It wants what's best for a group of people in a smaller place in the entire world, and it will exploit the rest of the world to do that. It's unsustainable. That's what Scandinavia is doing right now. They're piggybacking off of the U.S. doing all the violence so that they don't have to even have armies, yet they can still march in and keep all of the economic benefits. That's what social democracy is. It's unsustainable. It's localized to a specific place. Like Scandinavia is destroying the world just as much as any other like Western country.
You still haven't. Okay, so you're saying that there won't be any environmental regulation?
No, they'll probably pass some, but not enough. That's how it usually goes.
I'm pretty sure even the firms that are relying on destroying the environment won't be on board with a human extinction type environment.
No, they are. They absolutely. Are you serious?
No, they won't.
Do you know what climate change is? It's all of the people in power being on board with worldwide extinction.
No, but the problem is free riders' problem. It's the environment, and because we all live in it as a separate entity known as countries, no one is willing to because even if one country unilaterally regulates its economy for the sake of the environment, if other countries don't do it, then it's meaningless. Therefore, there needs to be only one country that does
if you gave the U.S. say over everyone's climate policy, what do you think that's going to do? Do you think they're going to make everyone's climate policy good? Or do you think they're going to dump their pollution elsewhere?
Well, you're assuming it's a federal system, right?
As opposed to what?
For example, if it's a federal government, it can't just impose regulation where, like, for example, just Wyoming and California has free reign over the environment, but the rest of them should, regulate their industry. It's not how it works. I mean, assuming that it's a world government, then there won't be any discrimination amongst different municipalities.
No, there would
because
be.
it would be the same.
You just
Okay,
say
is there
a
discrimination
government.
right now? Is there discrimination right now amongst different states in America? No, it's federally run. It's a federal law. And I'm saying that under unitary world status system, there's not going to, I mean, we're assuming that there is no discrimination.
Okay,
because it's
so
unitary.
We agree world government would be nice, right? But your path to it is imperialism, which is the US takes over everywhere else and exploits them. Not everybody comes together as one and forms the world government. The US is not going to spread out its democracy equally. They're not all going to get an equal say if you birth that world government from imperialism.
World government is a long-term goal, obviously. It's not just going to happen.
It's my long-term goal too.
And if a world government is a thing, then race integration and cultural integration will happen naturally. But once it does, as an end goal, then yes, it's not going to be a place where America just discriminatorily like regulate some places and not others, assuming that it's an entirely unitary system.
No, but it's not. You can't get a perfectly unitary system from imperialism. That's not how you build it. You cannot build a world state by one state.
Okay, say America owns China, or say America
what does that mean?
Owns Russia and China.
What does it mean for one country to own another country? Is it part of the country? Or is it just like a colony? Is it an empire?
All of it.
They don't have power over it. I mean, they do have power over it.
Russia is one of the states. Russia is the 51st state, and China is the 52nd state. And America decides to impose its own.
No, you already skipped. No, wait. You already skipped over the problematic step there. The problematic step is you attacking Russia and China is ever going to make them your 51st and 52nd state in the modern day.
And imperialistically, that is the final stage. I mean, the other state, like the early stage, would be just a colony, but it would devolve naturally into a state, sort of like what Hawaii is.
No, it's not natural. What about sort of like Puerto Rico is, or anywhere else?
I mean, it is going to become a state eventually, assuming that it integrates its culture and, among other things, like language. It's just a matter of time. It's inevitable.
What part of that is inevitable? What?
Well, assuming that and we do actually try to integrate them into this Anglosphere type culture, and once they do, they will actually integrate.
America's past the point of just passing states into law in some kind of equitable sense. They're only going to pass it into law if there's a benefit for the existing 50 states. So there won't be.
Now, at this point, it's just an empirical debate. Like, then why is Hawaii the 50th state or whatever it is? Why are these different countries a part of the state? Why? I mean, again, it becomes the empirical debate, which is meaningless. Moving on.
Let's see.
Okay, I wasn't listening to the globalist argument.
You got 15
globalization
minutes.
Argument directly. That doesn't matter. So, how about this? Gun rights. So, do you support gun rights?
Yes.
For example. Second Amendment.
What's different about that?
Okay, so that's what I thought. Why do you support it?
Because we're gonna kill the president.
That's what I expected.
Dude, what do you want?
So your defense of the Second Amendment is to facilitate a revolution against the capitalist establishment. Is that what it is?
Yeah, I mean it's useful on a smaller scale too, right?
What do you mean it's useful on a small scale?
Well, you don't have to literally have a revolution to have something like, I mean, it gets tired and old, but the only example is the Black Panthers. Yay, that.
Okay. Moving on. Let's see.
What was your time you made earlier? You got 10
So
minutes.
do you consider yourself a populist, for example?
Oh, you said the EU thing. That was
Oh yeah,
dumb.
EU. You support the EU, apparently, even though it's supposed to
Why do you want me to
push the
oppose the EU?
capitalists. Why do you support the EU even though it's exploitative
What? Because
against
it's
labor?
what? It's is it really more exploitative than it would be otherwise? Like you think Brexit was about minimizing exploitation of labor? Like
Well, some people in the
it's
Labour
just
Party
it's
did
just like a
support
bit of
Brexit.
decentralization. Like if the EU started taking like all the power and they actually started losing their sovereignty, not like the fake calls of losing their sovereignty that the right in all the leaving countries is making. But like if they actually started losing their sovereignty and it started to become like a big state, then yeah, I'd be against that. But as it is, like yeah, decentralization of power like that. Net positive. It's like what exactly is the alternative there? Like it could be better, but like it's not better
in an
than leaving.
autarky, when people, or well, you don't like dichotomization or bifurcation or whatever you call it. So
What?
in other cases where countries usually have more sovereignty over their own economy, in that case, there's less of what Marxists refer to as predatory multinational practices across the EU. But
So
because
there's
an EU,
less predatory?
Well, because
of the
there's
EU?
an EU, there are multinational corporations that have more of a say in across the borders and can essentially outsource
What
labor.
gives them more of a say because of the EU? I mean, just because of the open borders stuff?
Because EU gives, well, it by default grants them this economic zone where multinational corporations can come in a lot easier and can outsource more effectively labor and such. But apparently you support that, or it's not much of a concern to you as much as.
Yeah, I mean, what's the alternative? Is that not going to happen otherwise? Like this is
Okay, so you're saying that globalization is inevitable and therefore we should just support it, embrace it altogether?
No, therefore we should not restrict freedom of movement and other benefits that like what is the EU doing that wouldn't happen with natural globalization? Like the EU doesn't include America. Are they really falling behind because they lack the EU? Like the multinational corporations can do whatever they want across any neoliberal capitalist country. The EU streamlines it maybe, but like they're not the thing that's making it worse single-handedly at all. And there's decent benefits to it. So just leave it, fix other things.
Okay. I can see where, a lot of anarchists that I know don't support it at all, and that's an interesting perspective that I'm hearing.
From the anarchists or from me?
Yes, from you specifically. Because I don't know any anarchists who actually support supranational organizations like that, or WTO, or IMF, or you never said you support those.
Yeah,
things,
I don't. Okay, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so military-industrial complex and manufacturing consent. What's your take on those?
You said you agree with it. I mean, I bet you actually don't. You just said that for some weird reason, but.
Well, I agree with the assumptions, but.
What's your take on it?
It exists, yes.
And you think it's a good thing. You think it's a good thing, don't you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You're done. You're done. All right.
Okay.
What do you got? Like 5 minutes left? Where did you come on here? 50 minutes. Fine. 10 minutes. This is ridiculous. I'm kicking off.
You haven't.
I'm gonna go. Really... I'm gonna go get Bill in 10 minutes.
Bill Josiah.
Yeah.
Isn't he? I literally taught him for NHS tutoring. I just need to add that out there. He's a Republican.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. What? I mean, that's Nicholas said he was. So sure. Let's talk about abortion. So that's
abortion.
That's the Republican issue.
I forgot. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say, Pascal Wager. So Okay, so you believe in God due to Pascal wager. You okay?
No,
So I came to this. You what? Okay, did you change
I
your view
have.
all of a
I
sudden?
have no, not all of a sudden, but I did have that view. Yes.
Okay, so the thing about Pascal wager, which came to me as a revelation lately, which is that
you
it's
had
a,
you
you
had a
see,
revelation about why God is not real.
no, I mean, okay, you see, Pascal wager can be counter argued by the exact same logic, which is that um, if there can exist a God where if you believe it, you go to hell immediately. Therefore, there is an antithetical version of it, which
Yeah.
sort of
So
makes it irrational
it's the
for you
Pascal's
to believe
mugging
in
thing.
what?
It's the Pascal's mugging thing, right?
Okay, what's your response to that?
Well, okay, so one, I don't support Pascal's wager, and I'll give my counter argument in a minute, but I think I can refute this one. Um, is that, like, one of those things is substantially more likely than the other just by virtue of the fact that it exists. You're not choosing from all possibilities, you're choosing from existing religions. Yeah, like, you're not going to find God by making up God. The best chance you have is picking one that already exists, one, and picking one who cares if you believe in him, two. Those are your primary assumptions. So you're left with, well, do you pick Christianity or Islam? Or, I mean, others, but, like, you probably go with the ones with larger sizes, right?
Okay.
So that beats your backwards God argument.
Okay, it's not my argument. It's just
Well, no,
someone else's
I
argument.
know where you took it from.
Well,
Yeah.
But again, so you're saying that the probability of a belief being true is directly corollary to the amount of believers it has empirically?
No, I did not say that. I said
Well, you
it's
sort of implied it.
okay.
Because
Fine. It's
existing.
fine. It's very approximate, but you don't want to. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't think Christianity or Islam should be like prioritized one or the other because of a marginal difference. I think Christianity should be prioritized over Scientology or over making up your own religion. Especially, yeah, so the biggest distinction there is a binary one between existing ones and literally making up your own religion and saying, well, what if this is true? Because that just defeats the whole probability argument itself.
Okay. Not gonna refute that.
All
Well,
right. So the actual refutation of Pascal's wager is a determinist one, where
what?
the principles of
What's so funny?
Told him the story about the dog, and she's like literal hot dog.
Yeah, that's funny.
What? Are you gonna tell a story now?
I didn't tell a story to anyone. Okay.
Alright, so the actual refutation to Pascal's wager is a determinist one, where you say that what is God? What does God want from you? He wants you to believe in him to to get something. And he wants you to change your behavior in the moment, and then it's I mean, I'm not explaining well, but like it's a free will centric belief. You have to be capable of independently choosing whether or not to believe in God, and then you're rewarded eternally for that choice or punished. It's the same principle is why I don't like the justice system. Is it and you should agree with this because the only reason you're in favor of the justice system is because you think it like makes people better in the future or something. Like
Okay.
So if you just take it as the person itself, it makes no sense for God to like reward you for doing something. It makes no sense for anyone to like eternally reward you for the life you lived because it was entirely based on subjective circumstances.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about religion, so let's move on.
You have 5 minutes, if that.
All right, let's see. 5 minutes. Last words. Do you seek autarky? But you don't because you believe in freedom of movement. What's your?
You just said, "Do I seek autarky?"
So you, okay? So you believe in an anarcho-syndicalist society, apparently, or
No, you just say anarcho like whatever. I'm not gonna critique. I can argue anarchist. I can argue anarcho-syndicalist. I can argue Marxist-Leninist. I'm just on the left. I don't.
You just okay. So there's no ideology that you just.
There's no specific ideology.
Okay, why do you not?
If a revolution
yourself as a syndicalist?
Because if a revolution were to arrive of any variety right now, I would join it. I'm not.
Okay.
But that's close enough. Also, like, yeah, I don't know enough. It's like, yeah, people are afraid of not knowing things. They have to have stances on things. Well, yeah, I know enough about mainstream politics to know that I'm on the left, but I don't know enough within reason to make a firm call one way or the other on like socialism or anarchism.
Then why do you support internationalism? A lot of these
how are you defining internationalism? What?
No, I mean
I'm fine with communitarianism. What?
Small community.
Like yeah, that's
an
good.
An autarky sort of based small community, sort of like the one you see in Catalonia.
Small communities are good. That's an option. That's absolutely on the table.
Okay, but you realize if it's international, then it's. I mean, you believe in an internationalist. You have an international viewpoint, but a lot of thinkers who support these sort of communitarian thinking are sort of against this internationalist viewpoint, given that it's synonymous to capitalist expansion and the capitalist establishment.
No, I mean
expanded over time.
You're right in general. I don't know what policy positions you want me to take on that.
No, I'm asking, like, how does your communitarian/anarchist perspective sort of converge with your internationalist viewpoint?
Well, okay, what specific philosophies or policies would you want me to hold that you feel would be more consistent with a communitarian perspective?
Like isolationism, for example, in your viewpoint.
Okay, so you want me to be isolationist? No.
No, like logically, like that's where it would converge into with your anarchist assumption. Why aren't you an isolationist?
Well, so like in general or as like I mean
in general.
If I were in Bolivia, I would be somewhat of an isolationist or protectionist at least. Yeah, so it's when we're in America where they're the one imperializing everyone else that it like the isolationist protecting our own interests policies, not like okay. So no, I mean I'm isolationist in the sense of like not imperializing other countries, but like still work with other countries. That's really loud. That's a really loud announcement.
It is very
Yell
loud.
At the announcement guy to turn it down.
Okay, they're done. Can you continue? Oh my god.
All right. No, here, just do your last words.
Okay. I'll say my last words as this intercom shuts up.
Thank you for helping us take care of one another and create a safe flying experience for everyone.
Okay, I think they're done now. Okay, last words, not questions. Okay. I'm a McCarthyist imperialist who believes in the world state. I believe in a lot of these anarchist assumptions, but the conclusion is that it's a good thing that these labor extraction and outsourcing are happening.
Do you believe in the Zodiac?
Also, the Zodiac?
Yes.
No. Also, corporatism is a good thing. That's why I support Joe Biden, and I supported Hillary Clinton. Also, populism is a plague. Did I mention that I'm a McCarthyist? Oh yeah. I don't think I'm a fascist though, because that's race-based. I'm anti-racist.
No,
so.
You're obsessed with racism. You really you're gonna cop to everything else, but you're gonna deny that you're ridiculously racist.
I'm actually pro-LGBT and I'm anti-racist. I support BLM. Don't come at me with that angle.
What if it was Chinese Lives Matter? How would you feel then?
I mean, it's not happening right now, so I don't think it's appropriate for me to give an input on that. But oh
No,
yeah, and
please, no, please,
I'm
before you
more
leave.
interventionist than more. Also, I love John Bolton. He's the best thing that came out of the Trump administration, who should be impeached for treason for uh for his Russian involvement. Um, yeah. Also, let's see. Oh, internationalism, good. Um, I support realism, but realism has been used to justify dovish foreign policy. But it's, I mean, its assumptions are correct in that countries seek national interests and mostly self-interest driven, as opposed to institutionalism. Um, Rational choice theory is good. It's the only way to defeat communism, really, in terms of philosophical implications.
I
Good.
don't. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why I said I'd let you. I'm
Anarchism.
gonna cut you off now. All right.
All right.
Happy
Bye.
birthday. See you next year.
You know, it's my birth. How'd you know it's my birthday?
Nice. All right. There's still 2 in the call. Oh, it's still my other one. All right. Bill, are you still here? Yeah, let me get the. All right. Can you send me your email on Instagram? Boom. All right. Should send the invite there. Supposed to be. There we go. Hello.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Going all right. Is this
Cool.
the Eagle sandwich?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Alrighty. I showed up. I made it.
Cool. You want to talk about abortion, I guess?
Yeah. So I was wondering, what's the stance that's kind of been taken on this area?
All right. So you just want me to like give my position, I guess?
Yeah, and I have a position, but I'm just always wondering what I'm going to talk off based off what your position is.
Okay. Yeah. So as I'll lean into. Just are you gonna make like a religious argument or not? Like I can do either, but I'll lean into one or the other.
No, I don't let you make one. I'm going to make one as far as you make one. I don't really plan to make a religious argument.
Okay, I'll stick to that then. Yeah, I think so. Basically, like, I think people who try to make an argument where they say the fetus isn't a person, they're kind of like trapping themselves in that. Like, that's a really hard thing to prove, and like, you're not going to convince anyone based on that. It doesn't really work. Can't say either way. So I usually go the road of like, you can't really infringe on someone's autonomy to the degree that a fetus does.
Okay, but I gotta ask first. So when would you say abortion is okay to have? Like when would you say that? When would you say that abortion is not a problem to have then?
Like what trimester?
Yeah, because like, I'm pro-life, but that's because I believe that whatever is inside the womb is first of all I think it's alive, and second of all, at the very least, it's not the woman's body.
Yeah. So I don't really feel like arguing either one of those. Like I'll grant that it's alive. I'll grant that it's separate from a woman's body. I don't think either of those things really come into play much. It's mostly just like the parasitical relationship of it. Like human, like it's an awkward debate to make, definitely, because like we consider murder to be like the highest of like immoral actions, I guess, if not sins.
Right. Okay.
But in an awkward way, it like in specific cases it isn't. Like we already consider like self-defense and stuff acceptable, right? Like murder in self-defense is sometimes happens, right? There are non-violent. The only thing I'm trying to establish there is I'm saying there are non-violent, or not non-violent, but non-life-threatening instances in which case response to a non-violent attack of some kind can result in murder of the attacking individual. So I'm just
What's an example of like a non-violent attack that?
Okay. Well, I
don't understand.
Yeah, that's good. I retracted the non-violent thing. I just like non-life-threatening. So like, okay. So the normal example is like somebody like comes into your home to rob you, right? And you shoot them and they die.
So how do you determine that's not life-threatening?
You can't. Well, honestly, same way you can with a like pregnant woman. It's not likely to be, especially in the modern day, but it technically is. Like there's technically a chance.
Right. Everything in life has a chance to be life-threatening. There's no such thing as any circumstance has a zero probability of being life-threatening.
Yeah, but there's a difference between that and somebody expressly coming to murder you, right?
Well, you only know if they're coming to murder you.
No,
they declare it.
there are lesser threats to your life to which violence to the extent of murder is an appropriate response.
Okay. All right, so I understand that.
All right, so then you got like, so even though we usually consider murder to be like the worst offense, there are situations in which lesser offenses, i.e., if infringing on people's autonomy and rights, can be met with murder levels of violence, and we see that as acceptable. Would you say that whatever is in the woman is infringing on her? Yeah,
It's
yeah, I think
making a
so.
choice?
It's yeah, it's
Are you
like
saying it's making a choice to do that?
no, it doesn't have to be making a choice, but it's a parasitical relationship either way.
All right, so that's an interesting way to go with it. So would you say that? So let's say, like, what point would you say you can't kill the saints and the woman?
As soon as it would be survivable if you took it out of the woman, I guess.
So viability.
That's decent. Yeah, I mean,
Right.
yeah, I'll accept
So,
that. Yeah, we'll stick with that.
So viability would be like basically the premise of when you say you shouldn't be able to have the abortion.
Yeah, because then the procedure should be that so basically what it should be is the woman comes in, says, I don't want to be pregnant anymore. If the fetus is unviable, you do an abortion. If the fetus is viable, you just take it out.
So it's still a delivered pregnancy.
If the fetus was viable, then yeah, I think that's already mostly the procedure. Like,
I'm just trying to figure out,
yeah.
like, is viability what we're going to base the argument on?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Like,
okay.
Mm-hmm.
So would you agree that viability changes wildly depending on where you're at?
Like trimester wise, or like person to person?
No, like just like by where somebody lives, their viability for the baby when they want to have the abortion, that can change wildly.
Yeah. So so for one thing, there can be an approximation. I don't know what that approximation is, but I'm pretty sure, like scientists and doctors do know approximately what that is. Like, it's already normal procedure to, if a woman comes in saying she doesn't want to be pregnant anymore and the baby is viable, it's normal procedure to just have her give birth. It's not common at that stage for an abortion to happen.
But she can still request to have the abortion. She can still have the abortion.
Yeah, well, like, okay, so the second part of this is what I'm trying to say is like people don't normally get abortions in the third trimester unless they've been like trying to get them for a while. It's decently hard to get an abortion in some parts of this country already. So if abortions were like easily accessible and less stigmatized, then I don't know, like 99% of them, if not more, would happen early in the first trimester, like as soon as the woman realized she was pregnant, and then you wouldn't have the question of viability on the table at all. If you make abortion easier to access and better, you don't end up with the late-term abortion questions of whether or not it's viable.
But so first of all, you would still agree that late-term abortions, when it comes to viability, that's where you would yourself draw the line when it comes to compromise. Like,
I really don't know where viability is, honestly. Do you know exactly?
Let's say you knew. What?
Do you know where viability is, like, roughly?
Well, no, but I know that we have had babies that are born like even 20 weeks old, or even like I think 20 weeks was the earliest that I know of as far as the delivery of a baby.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's what the metric is, then in some places 20 weeks is where the cutoff is.
Okay, I mean, yeah, okay. So the only reason I would not dispute the facts, but dispute whether or not that should be the cutoff, is to say that in the process of normalizing and getting better access to abortions, it should probably just be made legal across the board for at least a while until we can get past, like, we just need to, like, the end goal should be a point where all abortions are taken care of fairly early, right, when it's realized that they're there, right?
Well, I'll still hold the opinion that I think. So I hold the opinion that life starts at conception.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's when everything starts growing.
I mean, living thing. I'm not going to disagree that that's where the life starts, but like that, there's still the autonomy argument we were talking about earlier.
So we agree that it's a life. We agree that it's not part of the woman's body, but we also then agree that she has the right to kill it, though.
Yeah, sure. I mean, those are hostile terms, but I mean, I'll accept them, I guess. Yeah, she has the right to kill it.
What terms would you describe it as?
Well, I mean, you already got like the abortion. Look, I'm fine. It's just when you say stuff like killing and murder, that messes with
I'm not gonna call it.
No, it's good. It's good. No, what I'm saying is it's good. Like, call it that. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just like what's like there's like a famous argument on the thing. So it's like if you wake up one day, you've been like kidnapped and you're attached to someone else, and your blood or whatever is keeping them alive, and they're not at fault for this. They're in a coma or something, and some other third party is keeping you tied there, and they say, well, you can go if you want, but this guy is going to die. Do you have the right to your own bodily autonomy to walk away from that and inadvertently kill that other guy even though he's not at fault?
I guess in that instance, no, but I don't see how abortion is the same thing. Because
Wait,
so are you? So I'm going to talk about like when instances not relating to rape or incest, would abortion? I don't think abortion counts for that because you consented to the fact that you will probably get pregnant, and so you open to the risk of that happening.
Yeah, but then you're trying to pass the risks onto some baby who. I think the foster system in this country is not good, and if they don't want the baby, why are you bringing the baby into that? Like, to begin with, like it's just
because someone may suffer in a moment, just because someone will have a life of suffering doesn't mean you get to kill them, though.
No, yeah, I mean, it's a complicated issue, right? I agree with that too. It's I'm doing the same. Yeah, so I mean, but you made the distinction with rape and incest, right? So you're okay with abortions for risk?
First I made this distinction because those two things fall in line with your analogy you made.
Yeah.
I don't agree with the case for rape and incest because I still believe that the baby is still a living human being, so I can't kill it.
If you agree with no abortions even in cases of rape or incest, you don't get to make the argument that it's the woman deserves it because she took the risk. If you still believe it's a life, that argument's off the table. You still have to hold to it's a life, even if the woman didn't choose it at all.
Okay. So yes, I agree. It is still a life. I was saying for the analogy of most cases, for the analogy you made only works for the cases of rape and incest, of like when you're kidnapped and then you have to suffer with being stuck with somebody.
Yeah, and you would still disagree with that? You'd say the guy should still be forced to spend 9 months or whatever attached to someone else against his will?
See, I'm not sure about that though, because it's not that you just take your blood away from it. The baby when it's inside the woman, it's not that the blood is being taken away from it, because that still happens in the 9 months. You're still able to take away from that. What abortion does is it just ends up killing it. So.
Yeah, but okay, so what's the distinction there between killing and letting die? Are you okay with a pregnant woman starving herself until the fetus self-aborts?
No, I don't agree with that either.
Yeah.
See, I don't understand the argument of why a woman needs to have, or why would a woman have an abortion, or why should a woman have an abortion?
Because she doesn't want to be pregnant, and it's her body that's being infringed upon.
But it's the baby's body. We didn't choose to be in that situation.
Yeah, but it's still infringing on her body. It's still a parasitical relationship.
But the body is made to have that relationship.
I don't care. I mean, what? Just because the body's made for it doesn't mean the woman wants it.
Hang on. So first of all, the body is still. So the woman's body still has the reproductive organs. The whole point of those organs is that they provide that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm uncomfortable with the idea of the point of a woman is to have babies, right?
No, that's not the point. But the point of that part of the body is to have a baby.
What? Okay, so is it the point of the body, or is it just that's what it does?
I'm sorry, to
okay, so switch the analogy then. Is the point of the eyeball to see, or is seeing just what it does and what it was evolved to do?
Well, the eyeball will see no matter what, but in order for the uterus to have a baby, there's an action that has to come with that. It's not just it all suddenly has a baby. There has to be an action to go with it. Like the eye will see anything no matter what.
Yeah, but you made exceptions in cases of rape. I'm sorry, you didn't make exceptions in cases of rape or incest. So there is no willing exchange or willing action there taking place.
It's because, okay, so I'm going to have to rephrase my argument for just a second. I believe that because it's a human life and not a part of the woman's body, I believe that there is not a case where it can be killed then. I'm sorry, I had to go back and rephrase that. My bad.
Mm-hmm. Wait, so is that the rephrasal, what you just said?
Yes, because
Okay.
I believe that the baby, the fetus, isn't part of the woman's body, and that it is its own separate living human being. It cannot be killed for that reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I feel like that's what we started with. What's the distinction between that and the first thing you said?
I think that was the first thing I said. I'm sorry. I may have gone in a circle back where I started. I may have.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I mean.
So my thing is like, if that is part of the woman's body, and if it is its own living human being, then what is the point of the abortion? I understand that she doesn't want to have it.
Yeah.
But so the abortion is still
given our societal norms around personal autonomy, as represented by the guy who you wake up attached and you're giving blood to him, and if you were to disconnect, he would die, and the example of being robbed or something and killing the robber, we in this society value personal autonomy at a premium above sometimes murder. So it's not like a universal thing. It's not some exception to the general norms of society.
Right. My point is that the baby didn't still choose to be in that, and now.
Yeah, but what if the woman didn't choose to be in it? Like.
But it's still a living human being. You can't kill it. That's my other thing too. Once it's alive, and it didn't do anything to the woman. It didn't choose to be there. So you can't kill it then.
Yeah. So would you then, if you woke up and you were attached to someone else and you were giving them blood, and if you disconnected, they would die? Would you stay there then for 9 months?
Yeah.
All right. I respect that.
And it's just the idea that if you're willing to let somebody else die, then that doesn't. It just doesn't seem like it's just not a choice that I can make like that.
Yeah, but sometimes it is a choice that you have to make, even if you have no say in the initial conditions. Sometimes you do have to make that say, especially if you're a woman. And a lot of people would come down on the other side of that.
I don't understand why she has to make that choice.
You have to make the choice of, if you get raped, you have to make the choice of staying pregnant and raising the baby of your rapist, or getting an abortion. That's still a choice.
I agree it's a choice, but you don't have to choose to kill it, though.
No, I agree you don't. And nobody's forcing any individual woman to. Any individual woman in a pro-choice society can choose to raise the baby. There's no mandate abortions. All right, yeah. I mean, I see where you're coming from, and if
I'm cutting out. Sorry,
sorry.
I'm literally in a dead zone for a moment. I'm sorry, I can't. I'm in a dead zone. Hang on. My phone is like it's literally like cutting out.
Are you trying to get somewhere with better connection?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think it's literally cutting out. I have to go. The thing is bugging out of me.
Okay. All right, that was awkward ending. Let's see if Logan said anything. Gabe, do you want to come on? Or some of the other people who have commented? I don't. People aren't using their own names. I don't know who these are. If like Wandering Warlock or Stev Commentary are still hearing them talk, like just say what your name is, I guess. I don't know. All right, Gabe. I'll send you a link. That's fine. Gabe, did you get my email? Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me? Are they not working? Hello?
Hello?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Alright, cool. Let's flatten this out a bit. Okay, cool. Anything specific you want to talk about? I saw your abortion comment thing. It's about right. Yeah, one more thing I wanted to touch on with Josiah before he left was like that actually like making abortion illegal doesn't lower the number of abortions, just makes them less safe for everyone involved, including obviously the baby. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that's a less philosophical argument. So I was making the philosophical argument first, but then I guess he left. So
Yeah, because not like people going to Canada or.
or the back alley. Yeah.
Like, don't. I'm trying to remember. Oops. In Mexico, isn't it illegal so people come here? Can't remember. Or was it the other way around?
I don't know actually. Abortion.
Or is it people going to Mexico, like as of now?
Its legal status varies by state in Mexico.
Okay, so like here.
It's leaning towards illegal, I think. Some of them are 12 weeks. Most of them are not at all, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, for some reason I don't see you though.
Oh, there. It's on a separate thing, but I think that should work. Okay, there.
Good. Where did everybody go?
It's just been like one person at a time, so yeah, this is wait, you're the fifth person I've had, but it's just been one at a time the whole time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I caught in your guys' conversation. And yeah, like the analogy you gave makes sense, except for the fact, obviously there's, well, unless it's like what I said, not the woman's fault whatsoever, including like feeling pressured into intercourse.
Yeah, that's such a huge part of it. Like that's just not taken into account when you do the simple life is life. But then you don't actually go and apply that to like, well, maybe we shouldn't be bombing other countries then, or like any of the single-minded focusedness on the abortion issue while ignoring so many other like human rights issues and abuses is just I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't say the analogy would hold in every single case because obviously there's babies aren't just like randomly showing up. They're like
I don't know though.
Intentional.
So I guess if you're gonna take the stance like it's okay under rape and incest, I guess I'll go one step beyond what I was arguing before and say I don't really think I'm comfortable like punishing a woman in any circumstance, even if it's technically her fault. Like that's still a ridiculously hard line to draw, and trying to draw it is only going to exclude some people whose fault it wasn't.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm like people who like are sleeping around and accidentally get pregnant and they don't want a child. That would be a reason you would question what moral grounds they have to do that, to continue to abort.
I mean, I guess so, but like, how do you prove that they were sleeping around or not?
Yeah, that's a very good question.
Yeah, like, it's just not something you want to pass in a law, because that's still like a really awkward judgment on the. Like, you're still punishing the woman for being sexually active, I guess, right? Like, it's. I don't know. Not a productive road for the state to go down decreeing things, I guess.
No, not for the government.
Yeah. And that's the only issue here is like, if the government isn't mandating it, like what other restrictions are there? Like, it's just legal, and you can make your personal decision not to do it if you think it's immoral, but you can't inflict that on other people via the government. That's why it's pro-choice, because the choice to not abort is still there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if you disagree with that, you can say something. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't. Yeah, because if you're arguing for the sake of what the government should do, then as many moral issues, as many moral arguments as you can make, the government's bound to mainly what the Constitution says and our other documents we have set up. So that's what you got to base.
Yeah,
their decisions on.
When you have stuff like abortion getting passed via they say that the right to privacy guarantees it, like that's like, I'm fine with that ruling, but it is a stretch. Like the way people try to make the Constitution apply to issues that it clearly wasn't meant to work around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like the only thing I'm saying is like, if you were going to decide it the other way, there should need to be some specific clause in the Constitution that would disallow abortion, not allow it. And I guess whichever one is the right. Normal.
There is the right to life, but it's not like
there's
which can get fuzzy because that is a right of individuals, whether they know they have it or not, right?
Yeah, I mean, the right to life is there a right to life in the Constitution? I mean, that's
that's in the Declaration.
Yeah. So it's still not. Yeah, I don't know, but like it's in some weird way, it's good that it's not there because it allows for this ruling on abortion. But in another way, it's like, why are we contorting ourselves so much to make the same document fit everything? Like, we could just make moral decisions based on what we think the government should do without trying to tie it back to the same document every time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And then
obviously
you need a document, because if you only relied on moral decisions, then people would be arguing more than they already
I mean, I guess so, but they already do that. They just try to make it indirect and say, I'm not saying this, the Constitution's saying this. And both sides are saying that. It's still just as much of a debate. I mean, it's really awkward, and I don't think in modern society, at least in modern America, it would be a good idea to abolish the Constitution right now. Not saying that at all, but like in general, like it's the same arguments that just both sides have to say, I believe this, not because I believe it, but because the Declaration says so. I mean, the Constitution says so. Like, they're all still making their own moral decisions. They just have to justify it within a contorted framework.
Yeah, it gets fuzzy because obviously, you can have personal beliefs that there better be pretty good reasons for abortion to be carried out, but since the government, you can't force upon the government to adhere to your beliefs, because that's not really what our government does. Except I know it does represent us, but
it does.
It's meant to represent us.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if someone's going to vote certain ways, go ahead, but you have to have a valid reason and not just have it out of, like, some hate for your government being evil or something.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice if that was true, but I mean, people can vote based on that, right? And it does happen. Yeah, there isn't, I don't know, there definitely isn't like a grand ideal that's maintaining perfect democracy throughout all situations. Like, the Constitution's pretty easy to subvert. All you need is the power of the people minimum. You could even get by with less than the power of the people, with just the people in power. But like, especially if everyone in America agreed on the same issue, Constitution goes out the window. It's just whatever the people think, and they'll make it justify it within the bounds of the Constitution. But it doesn't really matter. They can make it fit whatever narrative they want.
True. Ugh. Yeah, what of our Constitution? Like, how essential is it to our functioning? Like, if it
Yeah.
just,
I don't
when you
know.
really think about it.
Yeah, like it's just like a rough sense of a like fuzzy feeling of law and order, and it's all maintained separately from that. Yes, I don't know. Like when like the way the Democrats were like trying to impeach Trump, and they were like trying to find a real reason for it that was like in the Constitution. Like that just seems like kind of pointless. Like what impeachment is it's two votes, and you knew you were gonna win one, and you knew you were gonna lose one. But like, what if the Senate had gone Democrat in 2018? Both parties were Democrat. You guys know you can just impeach him, right? Like that's that's just how the system works, and there's nothing stopping you there. Like whatever the Constitution says, I mean, those rulings are still in place.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, the Republicans do that all the time, like not confirming Merrick Garland or else obstructionist stuff. Right?
Yeah. Oh, but did you have a certain topic you were, or are we just chit chatting?
I don't really have a topic. Do you bring a topic? I've had most of the people with their own topics.
Oh, well, if more people are on, it'd be interesting.
Yeah,
Talk
I don't.
about cultural, the continuing influence of culture wars, which is kind of what,
Yes.
like, the broad scope of what you're talking about. Like how that shaped, like, the way people vote now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get some. What do you mean by that though? You just talk for a minute.
Like when they started up, how did those lasting ideas of the culture wars influence people's children and themselves? Like how does that shape the way people now are thinking, voting, and the discussions they're having?
Wait, what do you mean by the culture wars?
Like in the 1900s, when everything, you would have the conservatives who were like panicking about all sorts of new rights that were appearing.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and especially since more people were religious back then, they'd worry about like all these things that the Bible, or if you're Jewish, the Old Testament, all those things they spoke against were becoming permissible, whereas largely in early U.S. history, it other than something as atrocious as slavery, it adhered to many of the morals.
Yeah, I mean,
At least,
yeah. I mean, you still
at
had
least on the surface
yeah.
level.
That's important. Is the fact that it's just on the surface level. Oh, that's actually something I wanted to talk about. I was going to talk about this with Ben actually, but have you looked into like how the Bible is translated and how like the Romans doesn't really directly condemn homosexuality? Like like the conflation of the words for like homosexuality and for like what is it, pederasty? So
Oh, you mean how
do
it's
you know
not?
about that? No,
I'm
like
not.
the Greek words were conflated and the translations have changed over time.
Well, that's interesting.
So I'm gonna see if I can find an article on it or something. Here, I'll put it on this stream so you can see it. there. Okay, let's. Oh, I should be looking up the Greek. Okay. So yeah, I mean, just looking at the New Testament ones, right? The ones that are from Greek. We got, because of this gave up them to the passions of dishonor, even for females of them changed the natural use into that contrary to nature. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, like, just goes back to things can be interpreted many ways. Well, that's the. Let's see, that is sexually immoral, nor adulterers, nor men who have sex with men. Um, yeah, translation of the Greek word arsenokoitai. I mean, we can change topics if you want. I was just looking at this.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, the box on the screen is not full. Yeah.
Ooh, this is interesting.
Yeah.
Wikipedia excerpt.
That's...
Their chat.
Is it all Corinthians 6 now? I'll just look up arsenokoitai.
Does Google Meet have a chat window?
Yeah, I think so. But basically, yeah, it's on the side.
There it is. Here's a copy and paste from Wiki. That's interesting. Oops, did I not get it all?
During the 1992 presidential election, commentator Pat Buchanan mounted a campaign for the Republican nomination for president against incumbent George H.W. Bush. In a primetime slot at the 1992 Republican National Convention, Buchanan gave a speech on the culture war. He argued, "There is a religious war going on in our country for the soul of America. It is a cultural war, as critical to the kind of nation we will one day be as was the Cold War itself." In addition to criticizing the agenda Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton would oppose in America, abortion on demand, a litmus test for the Supreme Court, homosexual rights, discrimination against religious schools, women in combat units, that's change, all right, but it is not the kind of change America wants. It is the kind of change America needs, and it is not the kind of change we can tolerate in a nation that we can still call God's country. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty theocratic, right? As, like...
That wasn't that long ago either.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we still got this stuff. It's, if anything, getting, like, more pronounced. Like, it never really went away. Right?
Yeah.
Like, what is it? What was the list? Abortion on demand, litmus test for this sexual rights, discrimination. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what I was reading before this. Is it?
I have criticizing. Oh. Whoops. This guy says, in addition to criticizing environmentalists and feminism, somehow Wikipedia puts those in the same spot. He portrayed public morality as a defining issue.
Yeah. It's just the concept of morality itself. Yeah.
And then the same with the Reagan Revolution.
Yep.
Many other things he talked about. Other than his now unproven economic ideas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, they were then unproven too. It's just, you gotta call them something if you want to try it again.
Yeah. But yeah, it's similar to like, because around the time Reagan, many of women's rights and rights for homosexuals, right, civil rights, there was quite a bit of backlash to those things, and then which made him be appealing to many of the once again typically older or more conservative crowd.
Yeah.
Right. And then he was also interested, right? He's an actor, right?
Reagan, yeah.
Yeah. So he knew how to. I just find that an interesting parallel. With, even though with what we have now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
One guy had way more morals. I'm not saying they're the same type of person, but there's parallels.
I don't know how much morals Reagan really had compared to Trump. I mean, yeah, I mean, Trump, I mean, he's more honest. I mean, not honest, but like less concealed in the way an actor would be able to be about his own morals. And he is freer to do more because there's a lot of the norms have already been broken, partially by him, yeah. But I don't know that it's that fundamentally different than Reagan. It's just louder and more bombastic and stuff.
Less intelligent.
Yeah. But I mean, you could call him non-intelligent all you want. Like, he's still winning. I mean, he's losing re-election, but yeah, I mean, I guess that would be the difference, right? Is Reagan won re-election, and as of right now, Trump's not likely to. I mean, that could change, but
we don't know.
Reagan was never this. I mean, what Reagan popularity levels? Like over time. Yeah, I mean, Reagan was never like in danger of losing the election the June of election year. Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's out of order.
Yikes.
1983.
Popular vote.
Wasn't Reagan elected 1983? Right? Is it Reagan elected 1983? And his lowest popularity was January 1983. So he literally only went up in popularity. Highest disapproval.
After a vote. 1980 presidential election.
Yeah, and his highest approval was January of 1986, which was election year.
Yeah.
And Trump.
One thing.
Reagan's at 71. Trump's at 49, highest ever.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What? Since we are doing like historical parallels, when the economy was fairly well compared to what it was during the 2016 election, right? Whereas Reagan he could bash the economy, right?
Well, right. What do you mean? Like, the economy was pretty good before Trump, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whereas when Reagan came in,
oh, like the first time, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't doing so well. No, I wouldn't say not because Carter didn't know what he was doing, but Carter was given a mess to try to fix, and he was only given 4 years, right?
Yeah. Right. I mean, Carter could have been more effective, like Obama did.
Yeah.
If Obama had gone out in 2012, he still would have done a lot for the recession.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
But,
I mean,
yeah.
it's not Carter's fault, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not like all or not.
What?
But I'm just saying that. But in 2016, you had a fairly good economy, and yet a whole bunch of people were convinced it needed.
Well, yeah, and that's a
overhaul.
totally reasonable thing to be convinced of in this climate. Like, the economy being good is increasingly not representative of like the quality of individual like workers' lives, right? There's there's reason to be suspicious of that. It doesn't mean Trump is the answer.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. For some reason, whenever I talk about this, I forget who his opponent was. I was like, what were they thinking? And that probably had an impact.
Wait, whose opponent?
Trump's.
Oh yeah.
Thinking, like,
Okay.
how do you fall? I was like, whenever I talk about this, I'm like, how do you go for this guy? I forgot about that.
Yeah, I mean, not a good choice. Not a good choice.
Yeah.
You might maybe I get something else. Oh, it's broken. Cool.
But it's interesting how many of Trump's constituents, so much of the way their vote is deeply tied to the way same way that they have their moral principles set up.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone does that, right?
Yeah, same with both sides.
Yeah, I mean, we can back it up with like, this is how we're improving people's livelihoods and stuff, and we can work based on facts instead of just moralization. But that doesn't mean we're like not moralizing. We still have like fundamental axioms that aren't transcendentally. I mean, I definitely see where you're coming from.
Yeah, I guess it is true on both sides.
Yeah.
Especially since the right usually is more religious. That's where their morals are coming from. Whereas on the left, it generally is just more about just innate rights that it doesn't take a religious person to conclude.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more variety on the left, because you still have religious people and you have atheists. You have people who would say there are innate rights, people who say there were no rights, but we need to still work in people's best interests, and people who are just like listening to the facts and like just being like, well, if these are my only two choices, I guess I'll do this one. But like, you know, there's a lot rougher of a coalition, I guess.
Mm-hmm. But just how it's stuck for so many years, right? Like the left still thinking their religion and politics is like one and the same. The right thinking that. How the
yeah. I mean, it basically is, though, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be right-wing politics, but religion and politics are not inherently divorced. That's where you get your ideas from if you're religious.
Yeah, I guess that is true, because it sets up your worldview.
Yeah, like I was talking earlier to someone about how in this like world state we do the lines between the political systems and the economic systems are so separate from each other that we can say we live in a democracy, yet our economic sector, where we spend 90% of our lives, is completely authoritarian in structure, and we're just fine with that, still thinking we live in a democracy and stuff.
Okay, I gotta go now. Okay.
All right. Okay. Gonna see you. Alright. I could use a bit of a break. Oh, that's 5 people, right? That's pretty solid. That's 6 people. That's a lot of people. Henry, are you in the chat? Logan says you're ready. Cool. Can you text me your email, or actually, do we even have a way to text each other? Or have we just done it on Twitter, which is not very secure? If you just text Logan your email, if he's the one who has it, and then he'll send it to me, and I'll email you the link. Or if you're not comfortable putting your email in the chat, which is understandable. All right, sent. Hello?
What's up?
How's it going?
Hey,
Whoa. There. Just going on audio.
doing good. Hey, can you hear me and see me all right? Or
I can hear you, can't see you.
okay. Well, frick, it's not turning on.
Alright, that's good.
Let me. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work, but whatever.
It's fine.
All right. Yo, so I just want to get your opinion. Yo, what do you think of Chaz?
All right. It really like not that big a deal. Like I don't think it's bad, but it's not like gonna do anything.
Okay.
It's really like what do you think about it?
I think it's a really good like sign that something like this could work. Like people can just like set up communes, and if there's enough people behind it, like the people have power at this point, you know?
Yeah, that was not the take I was expecting from you, honestly. That's that's a very optimistic take. I like it. Yeah, I mean, I would love if that were the case. I'm not entirely convinced. Yeah, I mean, people's movements are happening. It's not like it's sustainable. Like, from what I've heard about it, it's relying mostly on like tourism is like a cool thing that's happening rather than like a long-term sustainable solution. Like they don't have resources to like make their own food and stuff, and they're not in a sustainable position. But yeah, I mean it's something. It's more than we've gotten in quite a while in this country.
Yeah. Honestly, I just want to see something where people can say, like, when those idiots say, like, communism has never been tried, we could at least point this to this, you know? And say, like, hey, you know, this happened.
Maybe. I mean, I'm really, really tentative about that because I don't think it's going to end well. It's going to either, like, fizzle out or it's going to something more violent.
Yeah. That's facts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's really cool.
it is cool, and all the people who are like, "Oh, it's bad optics," you know, I don't buy that. Like, it's fine optics. I think it makes a lot of people scared of the left. It makes people think they have power, like more power than they actually do, which ain't bad in the long
run.
I
mean, it's like pick an opinion. Or is the left a bunch of snowflakes who can't do anything, or are they violent, ripped thugs who will shoot you? Like which one is it at this point?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. Like that in conjunction with all the other stuff that might be happening, like police abolition in specific cities or defunding or whatever is supposed to be happening. Like it's not going to happen most places, right? It's just going to be like they'll erect nice murals to Black Lives Matter or something instead. But in the few places where it might actually get tried, I'm still kind of like tentative about it. You know?
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to work out, but I want to see it tried so at least we know what will happen if it's tried.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I'm so, like, there are so many ways this could go wrong that aren't intrinsic to the idea of police abolition that, like, it feels like there's no way this goes perfectly according to plan, and it's just going to be pointed at as, like, look, it doesn't work. And then it's even longer. Facts, yeah. Because, like, there's so little sabotage would be necessary to make it not work. And it's in everyone's best interest to make it not work. So it's,
yeah.
I don't know. It's stressful. I mean, it's better than doing nothing. Like, I don't want to sit around doing nothing. I'm just a bit worried. Yeah. Yeah, it's a more leftist take than I thought I would get out of like our last conversation.
Yeah, I guess it's not that I want to see a specific outcome. I just want to see this happen, so we have it, you know, out of just theory books and on to like actual practice, so we know whether or not this works.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if it works, then great. If it doesn't, then okay. I just want to know if it does, you know.
Yeah. It's so hard, bordering on impossible to get like a purely objective reading on that because there's so many confounding variables. We're never going to get like a neutral environment.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and I can say all I want that like, oh, trust me, all we need to do is more revolution, and once we get over the threshold, then we'll be fine. And like, I do actually believe that, but I know it sounds so stupid and it's not convincing. So
Yeah. I mean, you could always just argue that like every time it fails, then we just didn't have enough revolution, you know?
No, but that's often honestly the case, but I feel so disingenuous saying that.
Yeah. I mean, what was it like? It was Trotsky who was like, "We just need revolution 24/7." Or was that Mao?
Yeah. No, that was Trotsky.
Yeah.
I mean, Mao had a
And
version
that
of it.
sadist dude, he was like, yeah, we'll just nuke him, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Trotsky was literally like kept alive by the fascists and like trotted around just because they knew that he sowed division within the communists. Like,
oh my god, yeah.
Yeah, these.
And the only reason why we had the Soviets in the first place was because Germany wanted to destabilize Russia. So,
yeah. It's not. It does. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest problems with socialism is like it doesn't arise from the nice, neat countries that are already doing fairly well for themselves.
Yeah.
It always is going to come about in a less than optimal circumstance, which means you're never going to get an optimal outcome from it. And that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was like, didn't Marx like specifically say that he did not want communism to start in Russia, or was that?
Yeah. Oh, well, okay. I don't know if he specifically said he didn't want it to. He guessed that it wouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
He was like, it's going to start in some already industrialized place. There's no way it could start in this big flat land where full of peasants and unindustrialized everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Uno reverse card. It happened. All right.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, most of Marx's like prescriptive like predictions are not that accurate. Like about the imminence of capital's downfall, or about not starting in Russia, for instance.
Was that like mostly elaborated on in Das Kapital? Because I read the Communist Manifesto and it was sort of like touched on there, but it wasn't really elaborated.
Das Kapital, to my understanding, and I got it, but I haven't read it yet, is it basically more of an outline of the problems with capitalism than any kind of prescription.
Okay.
For the future, yeah. Because like that's what he's more known for, honestly. Like that's his lasting legacy. Like he's conflated with everybody who came after him, especially Lenin, because that's where Lenin's philosophy came from, and that's where the idea of the Vanguard Party and communism or socialism in general came from. That's definitely derived from Marx, but it really isn't Marx itself. Like Marx was like, at least the parts of him that stuck are way more about the critiques of capital than about building something else.
Yeah, that's really interesting because when I read the Communist Manifesto, the part that like stuck with me most was the first third where he critiques capitalism, and the rest I was like, it's cool,
yeah.
But the first part, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So like, I don't know. Like last time we were talking, it seemed like you were like fairly on the neoliberal side. You know. That
it's not that
is that just
not that I don't recognize problems. It's like I don't know if we have a solution yet.
Yeah.
But once we have a solution, I'm gonna jump on it. You know, like.
Yeah, I don't know how it really works though, right? Because like, what is a solution? Like, and what is jumping on that mean?
I guess like here's what I see. Like, it'd be really cool if everyone could just live like, you know, ANCOM style. But there's obviously people who don't want that, and if you don't want that, then they can't. Then that's not ANCOM if you make them, you know. Then that's off left. But you know, so and if you just stick with capitalism, then you just get people like, you know, surplus labor gets harvested and garbage like that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's like, I don't know. ANCOM society isn't literally no rules, right? It's just like no unjust hierarchies. Like you can do whatever, you can technically do whatever you want, but if you start like oppressing other people, which is mandatory for most of the problems, then it's not like they're going to be pacifists against you. They will they will still stop you from doing that, and that there is a specific type of world order that can be genuinely enforced that way, that like could be hypothetically stable.
Yeah, and I guess it is possible, and I'm not saying like it wouldn't be good or it wouldn't be possible or it wouldn't work. It just would require like a cultural shift.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everyone would have to be in on it. Like,
yeah,
you know,
like that's Mao's thing. Or is the Cultural Revolution idea. Yeah,
but the only problem with that is like there's some people who just like, you know, inherently it's just like I want to own my own stuff.
Yeah.
It might not be some sort of crazy like Jeff Bezos bourgeoisie dude. They might be just some guy who wants to like live on a farm somewhere. And
Yeah. But and there's like, I mean, that's mostly propaganda, right? Like, people can, to the degree that anyone still lives on farms in modern society, people can still do that and would do that under most other systems. It's a like, it's a very idealized version of like, you have all the choices in the world, when in reality you don't. You have the illusion of all these choices, and somehow we strip most of those fake choices away, but we'll still try to give you a few choices because we want you to have your freedoms, but we're trying in good faith. We're not going to lie to you about how many fake options you have. Then people can see that often as like, wow, they're taking all my choices away, right? It's like when people critique the USSR for like forcing people into specific jobs against their will, when like, yeah, that's a bit bad, and I wish we could have a better system, but like, how much choice do we really have? We still don't have that.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is like, you know, when you give people, you know, people need leadership. That's just like, you know, how we work. We're social creatures. And I guess the only problem with when we just have leadership, you know, consent of governed, you know, totally chill leadership, that leadership, you know, gains a following, and it's always going to become oppressive. Like, that's just what happens. Like,
yeah.
You know.
So you need to find a way to make something without leadership stable.
Yeah, and I guess the only problem is like human nature. We want to control other people.
Mm-hmm. We want to have an influence on the world.
Yeah,
it's like,
and I guess countries come about when, you know, one guy wants to have influence and a bunch of people are okay with that. He gets enough power that, you know, he can, you know, impose his will on people who don't want it, and that's just how it happens.
Yeah, that's how it happens under capitalism. That's how it happens under Russian style social. It's everywhere. Yeah. There was this thing I was reading where like there's two fundamental types of rights, and this is subjective, but this is just a philosophical idea. There's negative rights, which are things that can't be done to you, things that are within your circle that no one else can touch. So like free speech, freedom of religion, the right to be who you are and not have that determined by other people. But there's also often overlooked side of that, which is positive rights, which is basically your ability to have an effect on the world. Which it's an awkward way to put as a right, and I don't think I've really articulated that for myself either. It's just it's an idea that I found. You
have the right to try and enact change if you want to.
Yeah, but equalizing that across the entire population, I don't
think it's possible, because some people are just like whatever good orators, so they're going to be able to have more influence because they can just convince people. Some other people are good artists, you know, and some people just can't articulate their opinion, so they're not going to have that, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You can still like have agency, and if you bar all of the people from using those positive rights to enact some kind of unjust hierarchy, then I think that works. That part I really don't know if it
the only
would actually
problem
work
is
better.
how do you bar people from doing that without a government? And I'm not arguing that we should do this. I'm just saying, how would it work?
Okay, so I mean, and this is super hypothetical, right? But like in principle, most enactions of this would take the form of like basically social pressure, right?
Yeah.
Like that's workable. People do things based on social pressure, and often that's ends up being pretty oppressive. And I don't know exactly how to manage that.
Stuff.
Yeah, that would be the thing. Yeah, you'd need that's why. I mean, so when we talked last time, you were taking more neoliberal stance, and against that, I can take a pretty firm leftist stance. But now you're saying some kind of leftist stuff, and I'm like, yeah, I genuinely don't have all these questions resolved. I don't have like a firm stance. Yeah,
I understand, and
Mm-hmm.
I guess the problem is like I've seen, you know, America tried to do this, like sort of the flip side of what we're talking about right now. They tried to do this with the right wing stance, you know. Our revolution was caught, and like half the country didn't want a federal government, and that was like the opposition party for a long time.
Yeah.
So, but then it just happened because they needed it, and now our federal government is super powerful and it's like imperialist.
Yeah.
You know, but like so, I've just, you know, that sort of happened in the Soviet Union, but like it was just different. I just, you know, when you give people power, they're gonna use it. and you need power to enact this change. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm.
And there's the counterpoint to that, which is like balkanization and stuff, where like if you're not the only country in the world, and other countries would greatly benefit from you being broken up and less powerful in a like anti-imperialist sense, which is super hard to keep separate from a pro-imperialist stance. I get that part.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I guess my whole opinion is like, yeah, capitalism sucks, but like, until we find something that won't backfire and just turn back into capitalism, like I don't know if I want to, get behind it.
But like that kind of stifles you from doing anything, right? Because like if you're not gonna join it until it proves itself successful, like
I guess
it's trial and error, right? I mean, democracy failed for millennia.
I'm in favor of trial and error, but what you can't do is, for example, what Chairman Mao did. Trial and error. Let's just kill all the pigeons, and then famine kills 70 million people.
Yeah, I mean that's incredibly dumb, but like, is it intrinsic to communism, or is it just a stupid plan? Like,
yeah, but it was also like partially it was this idea that you could on a national scale, like collectivize all these farms, and it wasn't just a collectivization. There was horrible mismanagement on the government's part, and there was bad bookkeeping and all of this stuff that screwed it over too much. But like all those side effects, that just comes with having a strong government, and like I just don't.
Yeah.
Like I think Mao is a good example of why we shouldn't do this, because like he actually did real communism and it really backfired.
I mean, he didn't do real communism. Like, he gave socialism. I think he did a variant of socialism. Yeah. I mean, nobody's done actual communism.
I mean, on a national scale, like there's loads of small groups that do it.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, they got the ideals, but I mean, it's hard to say that they've really shown that to be workable on a larger scale.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, I mean that's the anarchist critique generally, is that the traditional Marxist-Leninist idea is, hey, we get this vanguard party, we make a one-party state where we have a dictatorship of the proletariat, and that's socialism, and workers own the means of production, and then eventually, after we are stable enough, or hypothetically after the entire world is socialist, or whatever change in the world order we need, this socialism is just a stable stage so we don't get taken over. And then after that, we can all safely transition into communism. And the anarchist critique of that is, how is a structure that you built to be authoritarian enough to maintain its own autonomy in a system of global capitalism, how is that system ever going to willingly take itself apart into an anarchist setting? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not an anarchist by any stretch of the imagination, like, but
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I'm not either, but I'm not less left than an anarchist. So, I just, I mean, I see their point there, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess
sign off. I still got to do some homework from like the school year for some goddamn reason. So.
All right.
Yeah. I am gonna sign off, man. Thanks for talking to you.
Yeah, you too. It's good. All right, let's go. All right. Is Logan here? What is that, 6 people? That's pretty good. Oh, I just do it here. Oh, it should not. Has it still been doing volume? Great. That's not good. There you go.
Okay, here we are.
Cool. Right, is that still?
Okay, how long was Henry on?
Not long.
Yeah, I at the end of it. Seemed like a good conversation.
You what?
A little bit at the end. Seemed like a good conversation. Seemed basically kind of like the test one.
Did you watch the whole test one? Yeah, he was only on for like 17 minutes.
Yeah, no, I watched like a bit of the test one, like the middle chunk, I think.
That one was pretty good.
I watched the part. I think you might have pushed a little bit too hard on it.
On what?
On tests.
Like what part?
I don't know. I feel like she just seemed really off, but I don't know.
Yeah, she was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, what should I not have pushed on though?
Just don't like rely on labels as much.
Yeah, but that's all it is. Like, that's why I keep saying, like, capitalism allows for disavowal of itself within itself. So you need to label yourself as something else. Like, the labels are important. Or at the very least, the labels signify what's going on in your head. Like, when she says, I think we need a middle ground between capitalism and communism, something like moral capitalism, yeah, I'm going to call out the fact that her middle ground still has the word capitalism in it, because it signifies what's going on in her head.
That's true. That's true. I'm not sure if you saw what I said in the YouTube chat, but I was saying that you should ask her, like, what her exact issue is. Like, is it in the feasibility and just like in the transitionary period, like from the revolution to a new society, or is it actually maintaining that new society? Because it was a little bit unclear, and that could have determined how you went at it a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have trouble debating like intricacies of parts of socialism and communism with people who don't want either. Like, you need to accept that like this might be a solution in good faith before I really want to touch on that. And that's what Henry kind of did. Like that was an interesting conversation because like he opened with like, what do you think of Chaz? I was like, all right, he's gonna say like it's pointless or something. And then I took some kind of mildly pessimistic stance, and he was like pretty optimistic about it. And then we just kept going. And it was like he seemed way more left than he was last time. So I was like,
no,
I could actually.
He told me that Chaz just moved him to the left. So I guess
really?
There's one example of
that is weird.
Yeah,
that is weird to me.
Yeah,
Chaz is what moved, not the protests, not the police abolition stuff. Chaz.
No, maybe that too. Maybe that too. But you made it sound like it was a major part of it.
I mean, cool. That's interesting.
Well, it would have been good if I had collected the resources to do the North Korea research stream today, but I don't have anything. So
yeah,
because I thought Henry was still going to be on when.
Yeah, you had to.
Sarah said she can't. Sarah has work. Sarah apparently got a job, so she's working until 8:30.
Where?
No response from Nicola. At some nursing home.
Is it like a paid job?
Yeah.
Nice. All right, Miguel.
Oh yeah, let me try to get Miguel on.
Oh, you didn't get Miguel? He's like the easiest. Oh,
Yeah,
all
I'm
right.
sure he is open time. Just 1 second.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, nothing from Nicola, nothing from Matt, but he did say last night that he would do 7. So if I can make it to 7. Keegan said he might come back on, but I doubt it. Tess said she might come back on, but I doubt it. Maria said she might come on later, but I doubt it.
Did you just do a just do a alt-right playbook with him?
With Keegan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I did the first 2. It's pretty good talk though. Like talking around the issues. We talked about the 5-minute video again. That was actually a solid segment. Like I think you should go back and watch that. It's interesting.
Oh, the 5-minute. Yeah, no, I did. Oh, you mean your?
I talked about it with Keegan. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So we did that with Keegan, and then that went right into Tess because she was watching the end of it. Tess conversation was definitely the hardest out of any of these. Like, yeah, I don't know. There's parts of that where I feel like I'm playing a game where like I gotta not seem ignorant on a subject or whatever. I don't know. In a way that I could just like brute force confidence, whatever, with someone dumb.
What about like the soft sell though? What about the soft sell? No, seriously, I'm serious. Like that might help.
But like, is that not what I was doing? I was specifically saying I wasn't doing a hard sell. I was just talking.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, apparently she was worried beforehand that it was going to be like a debate. So.
Oh.
I don't know. It ended up kind of like a debate. I don't know. Yeah. Were you on?
She seems really knowledgeable.
Yeah. Were you on?
She has a lot of. What?
Were you on for the bit where she said? I just forgot it again. She like commented on like she said, I think it's really interesting how like we keep talking about all these different subjects and it keeps coming back to like the economic system. Yeah. That was good. I think that there were problematic parts of it where like there was too much conflict, but I think by the end it was pretty solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean she's knowledgeable, but she also like knows how much she doesn't know and knows she doesn't have time to learn all this stuff. And that can be harder, right? Because if somebody relies on less information to begin with, I mean, I can convince them on less information. I talked to Ian about that, by the way, about the whole concept of no matter how much I know, I have to convince you of what I believe without telling you everything that I know about what I believe, because it has to be fit into a shorter time than what I've had for myself.
Yeah, same thing you were talking about before.
Yeah.
Convincing multiple people at once.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
How did Josiah go? Was that just like typical abortion debate?
Yeah, I tried seeding, as I do abortion debates a lot. So I tried seeding that viability should be the end of the region of when you can abort.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know how I don't know if I got to think more about if I'll do that again next time.
Did you do the arbitrary personhood thing, or did you do like bodily autonomy?
Probably I didn't do arbitrary personhood. No.
Okay.
That's what I play off of. That's what I play off of to sound reasonable. Is I smashed the arbitrary personhood argument first, and then something happened with his audio. He started like walking really fast around his house for like 2 solid minutes. Like either his house is really large or he was just walking in circles for some reason. And then he's like talking about how he was cutting out and nothing was working, and then he left. It was a weird ending. We didn't have time to get into the idea that like legalizing abortion actually reduces it or anything. So
did you have like specific data on that?
Yeah, I mean it's one statistic. I think it's if it's not in my mess doc, it's at least in Vosh's docs. You could find it there.
You should honestly. I would get a lot more out of your mess doc if you formatted it more like Vosh's. Like just.
It's way harder to do it. Yeah.
But like, don't have long like colored analyses. Like colored text or whatever. I feel like just draw like a 1 or 2 sentence conclusion from each of them, and just drop a couple sources that like
I
verify
mean,
the same thing. Or
there's some of those that are decently well written though, and I kind of did back off of it.
okay, yeah. Because I would definitely use it if it was just like shorter.
Yeah, I mean, do you use Vosh's doc?
No, I haven't yet, but I need to check it out. I have it like on Google Docs.
Yeah, got it. He messed around with it, right?
Yeah, I think he added some stuff about systemic racism.
Oh, there's heavy traffic on it. Oh. It's slow. It's very slow. Yeah, I mean, it's anything like this is still hard to navigate. I think I absolutely see how my document is completely useless to you because like the only reason my document is at all good when it's however many tens of thousands of words long at this point is because I wrote everything, so I know where it is. So I can think of something and know exactly where it is and scroll through until I find it. Whereas you wouldn't know if something's in there or not. It's a ton of time to waste looking through to find something you don't know if it's in there or not. So it's just it defeats.
I mean, there's always Control F. Part of it is just laziness. Miguel says he can get on in a second.
All right. I think Maddie White also wants to come on at some point.
Now?
But, not now. Soon.
Oh, okay.
So if Miguel comes on, we can get some people talking.
Do you have his email?
I don't know. I'll just send him the link. Is it Migriv? Is that something else?
Yep, that's the one.
Oh wait. I don't. Where do I know that? Okay, what is it actually?
Migriv 24, I think. Do you have
Okay.
it? I'm not sure if that's it.
I don't have it. Yeah, does he have a profile picture? Because if he does, then this is
wait
wrong.
a second. Let me.
Okay.
I'm just gonna. We probably shouldn't be like saying people's emails up here. So.
That's true.
I'm gonna I'll send it to you.
I will bleep out the audio with very loud F-sharp beeps. Oh, it is. It did load. All right. Yeah, I mean, there's like it's the Earth and it's blue and there's a laser under it. That's him, right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So then, so right after Tess, and he's been screaming at me in the chat the whole time, while I was talking to the other two, is Will. He keeps saying
I heard him. Yeah.
His flight is gonna leave in an hour, for like 3 hours. Wait, did you hear that whole discussion?
No, I heard a little bit of it. I heard about determinism, and I heard about, like utilitarianism, like as average versus, like the different metrics you guys were talking about.
Oh right,
and he was like, I think you fell into a trap. I think you fell into a trap there.
I fell into a trap there?
Yeah, you should say that like the net. It should be the metric should be the net utility, but you can see that capitalism has improved the net utility while also saying it's not enough and it's still terrible.
What is net utility? What does that mean?
That's whatever he was saying. Like he was talking
about.
Okay,
so he said aggregate or lowest.
Yeah.
And I said aggregate. I said aggregate, which was super dumb. And then after I was like, no, that's a false equivalency. And he was like, oh, you already said aggregate. I was like, I misspoke, so let me correct it. And then I said average, which was also dumb. And the fact that I said two dumb things on the same answer is not good. But I don't think the answer was saying net or agreeing with aggregate. Like
that makes sense. That's like literally the definition of utilitarianism, though, right?
Is what, aggregate?
Isn't that just like overall?
No, that's how you get like what is the problem with utilitarian? What's it called? Like resource. What is it? Problem with utilitarianism. Resource. I can't remember the name of it.
Wait, he says to send it to a different email.
Okay.
Let me find the other one.
Can you send it to him from your Google Meet, or does it just have to be me?
Let's see.
Right. Oh yeah, utility monster. That's it. So.
Oh yeah. Okay, I can send it.
Okay. That's good. Do you know the utility monster thing? It's on Khan Academy.
No.
Here. Oh, it's actually on the website, Khan Academy. I don't know what it is. But that's like the average doesn't work because the average is the aggregate divided by the people. We don't want to change the number of people. The aggregate doesn't work because if you increase the highest person's wealth, it increases the overall wealth or the net wealth.
Yeah,
like that,
right.
that doesn't work. I don't. Yeah.
Okay.
Like
yeah.
like
Sorry, I didn't see that whole.
Yeah, I mean, I said it too. Is not. Yeah, don't say that. Yeah, I mean, even median isn't perfect, but it's better. And I called him on the bifurcation. Yeah, I don't think I made a significant mistake there. Also, did you hear his speech at the end? I told him like last words, and he just started going off like insane, like trash his credibility. It's great.
About what?
Like I am a McCarthyist, and then go from there. Like all his usual tirades, you know. And then after that was Josiah, right? Yeah. And that's 4. And then I had. Oh, Gabe was 5. Gabe and I talked about abortion a bit more. Touched on the stuff I didn't get to with Josiah, and then we talked about like similarities between Reagan and Trump.
Yeah.
And then after that was Henry, and that was good. We talked about that, and then we're caught up. That's all right. Yeah, the test one was really good. I haven't gotten a reply from Maddie. I asked her for her email, so stuck on that. And then is Miguel coming like now? Or
yeah, I think so.
okay. Does he want to talk about the same stuff as last time?
I'm not sure. We'll see.
Is he a communist now?
No. I was giving him some like once in like the middle of the night at like 2 a.m. or something. I was trying to give him a rundown on like just basic like philosophical stuff like utilitarianism or consequentialism and whatever.
Yeah.
I
mean, that's not. I mean, if you think about it for long enough, it might be inherently leftist, but I mean, that's not really inherently leftist, is it?
I was also like briefly touching on like some like stuff about anti-fascism.
Mm-hmm.
And a little bit about civility.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Also, like one thing you seem to be caught up on was that, like, you can like be not philosophically coherent. Like you don't have to have, like you don't always have coherent axioms.
Who?
You don't think about it. That's what I was saying.
I got caught up in that?
No. I was telling him that.
You were telling. Wait, but you should always have coherent axioms, right?
Yeah, you should, but you don't necessarily. If you haven't thought about it.
Well,
wait, hold on a sec.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Wait, but you do, right? I don't. I mean,
yeah, I do, but like I'm saying, you as in like the general.
No, that's what I'm saying too. People in general, they do have them. I think they're still there. I think they're still there, even unarticulated. No.
I guess.
You disagree with that?
I don't know.
Huh.
Maybe I don't know. I need to think about that. Miguel, you have like a really loud noise on your end. It's like an AC unit or something.
Okay. Also, wait, I'm just gonna test something. Wait, never mind. This is never mind. All right, sup. So what have you guys been talking about?
Just kind of debriefing on all the previous conversations I've had. So, wait, what were we talking about last, Logan?
Axioms.
All right. What are your fundamental axioms?
Huh?
Go.
What are my thoughts on axioms? All right. Well, aren't those? Okay. Logan defined them to me one time, but I kind of forgot what you said. Just like basis, right? Like basics or a foundation on something. Is that what they are, or am I
Yeah,
wrong?
like sort of. Yeah.
Like moral beliefs that you can't justify with anything else. You just believe them and then build everything else based on them.
I feel like those are like essential to humanity, especially because things that you don't have to explain or you don't want to explain just because like one, it eliminates the need to think before you act, which is always a good thing. You should be thinking, but like there are times where you don't normally think or you can't think. So then those axioms, those sometimes unreasonable but pure beliefs, are necessary in those times of life, I think. Or that's my opinion on them right now. What about you guys?
Seems about right. Like, what are your axioms? Or axiom?
Ah, okay. That's a lot more. That's a lot deeper. What are my axioms? Well, I guess okay. My axioms. Okay, I guess they're kind of selfish though, but like, get to a better tomorrow, basically. That
What is
like,
better?
if better is actually no, I can't really. Never mind, because normally. Wait. Just making sure.
So, like,
Axioms aren't subconscious, right?
No, they can be conscious. They should be conscious. In people
Yeah.
who don't think about them, I would say they do have them in their subconscious. Logan said earlier that he doesn't think they have them at all. I don't know about that, but that's disputable. But the point is, once you think about them, yeah, they are conscious.
Okay, so then I guess it would be. This is really tough, because like I don't always have like things that I think about.
All right, well, let's try
I
to
want to apply to my life.
Yeah, let's try to work backwards then. So like, what's something that like you have like, what would you say like, murdering an innocent person is wrong? That's an easy one. Yeah, let's go with that. Would you agree with that? Murdering a person who didn't do anything. Okay, that's this. It's actually not an easy one. Logan, do you have one?
What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. So like
You're kind of cutting out a bit on my end.
Me?
Yeah. Ian.
Okay.
I don't know why. For some reason, you're cutting out a tiny bit.
Okay.
You're like super pixelated, Miguel. I think it might be on your end.
Oh, that might make sense then.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me change something. All right.
That is immensely better. What was that?
I switched to data, so.
Oh, okay.
Now I'm not on my Wi-Fi.
Logan, you should do the same. You're saying great.
Okay. Yeah, let me open my door. That might improve it. Second.
All right. So what were the questions you said? You wanted to work backwards?
Yeah. So I initially I said, do you think you can say that you agree with the statement that like killing an innocent person is wrong? But then I realized I include the word innocent in that, and then I don't know. Logan, do you have one that doesn't have a word like innocent that's like kind of subjective?
I don't know. Like the meaning is obvious, right? That's what matters.
Well, yeah.
Oh, what? That is not philosophically rigorous of you.
Okay.
No, but like,
I think I can figure out, or I'm gonna imply something. Basically, would I kill someone what are the reasons for killing someone? Is that what it implies?
No, I want you to say, like, why is it wrong to kill someone without reason?
Oh, without cause. Huh. But then if you do put the word innocent, that means that they're completely, that the cause doesn't matter. Because, okay, if they are an innocent person, that means they are apart from whatever has caused you to kill them. They are like apart from whatever situation that is.
And in that
So,
sense, it's not a realistic situation. That's why I didn't like it as much. But I can't think of a better one,
Yeah,
so
okay.
let's go with it.
Alright.
Yeah, but just realize that I'm not trying to make you analyze the innocent part. I'm trying to make you analyze the murder part. Like, why is that wrong?
Why is killing wrong? I guess that's, wow. It's pretty, okay, well, okay, I know how I sound right now. Killing is wrong, obviously, but like, you gotta think about this kind of stuff. Because in what sense is it wrong, and is it ever right?
No, yeah. I'm saying in the circumstances where it is wrong, why is that?
Okay, let me see. Let me think of like a really easy one. It's like a super easy one. Randomly killing a kid. Yeah, that's probably like the easiest one to see that's wrong. Well, it's probably because of the innocence of the kid. No, actually, no. It's not really because of that. It's just because of the fact they couldn't fight back.
So if you kill someone who could fight back, that's okay. I'm not like I don't.
I know what you mean.
Like, don't focus on the innocent part. Analyze an example in which you think it is wrong, and then analyze why you think that's wrong.
Okay. Okay, then let's go George Floyd's death. Sorry, I'm going back to kind of politics, but like, or not politics, human rights, civil rights.
Everything is
okay.
politics.
I say that's wrong because it's unnecessary. It didn't need to happen. There was better things to do. There was
But
no
what
reason
threshold would something become necessary? How do you judge if something is necessary?
Okay. Well, okay, then I guess it's not just unnecessary. It is like an obstacle. No, what's another word for it? Not obstacle. It is cumbersome. It creates a problem. George Floyd's death literally created more of a problem that already existed, obviously. But like,
but if it didn't create a problem, it would still be wrong, right? If everybody just ignored it and moved on.
I don't know. It depends for who it creates a problem to.
Wait, what? So if all these black men were still murdered by the police, no one cared, then it would be fine?
No, now I'm thinking more broadly. Like, let's say if some random person got killed, except they had no loved ones or anything at all, then, and no one really remembered them, and if they were really a nobody, then technically that death isn't like as bad as, for example, someone who is loved by someone.
Okay,
I don't know what axiom that creates, but
no, all right, that's good though. That's progress. Why is that though?
I guess because everyone has an inherent usefulness in the world. Not like, and I don't mean like in like in a Stalin sense where like you have a job kind of thing, but like in a way where like you're useful to somebody. Like everyone's useful to somebody. Like there's someone who loves you, so then therefore you're useful to them by staying alive or by being yourself or being their friends and stuff like that. So you're always useful in some kind of sense. But like if someone's completely useless, or if it's worse than that, like they create a problem for people, or like they're worse than useless, then I guess their death is like not a huge deal.
What does that mean? Who are they creating? Like, what if they create a problem for the state by resisting its oppression, and the state kills them? That's good.
According to the state, I guess it would be good, but then
according
it
to
depends
you,
where you look.
Your axioms.
Well, then I guess according to me, in viewing from the outside, I see someone going against a wrong system, and so I would say they're not useless. They're actually doing a good thing in my view. So then I would say they're doing a good thing. So therefore, their death is very wrong, I would say.
Mm.
And then I guess let's say, then I would have to go to where someone else, let's say, is caught up in a shooting or something like that. They're not actively doing anything, but they're also innocent in that sense. It's still wrong death because now why would that be wrong? I have to define that. Hold on. Why would someone dying in a shooting be wrong? Well, okay, it's just wrong. Like, I could just say that, but that's not fun. The person who did the murder didn't know their usefulness, I guess, or didn't know their purpose. The victim's purpose. So then they were an idiot. The murderer was an idiot because they could have killed someone who was very good. I don't know how else to say it. Was very necessary in this world. And so that's a wrong murder because it's idiotic and ridiculous.
So it has to. It's the wrongness of the death relates to what the purpose of the person was. So what if you say that the purpose of the person was to die in an accident like that? And how could anybody dispute that if you said it?
In what sense do you mean like their purpose was to die? Because there's like a lot of implications from that.
Well, you're saying that somebody had a different purpose and then was killed. What if their purpose was to be killed right there? You, as a onlooker in a terrestrial sense, have no idea what the real purpose was. Maybe everyone who's ever died, their purpose was to die then. And then your moral system just blows up. You can't do anything. You can't judge anything right or wrong because everything just happened as it was supposed to.
Well, then okay. I guess I have another. I thought that I don't need to find something good or bad immediately as it happens. That's where, like, I guess my subconscious or instincts kick in, where it's just like, oh, someone died, bad.
Yeah.
But then later, if I like see later on in the line, like maybe it was soon found out they were like a murderer or there was some sort of like molester or something like that, and then later I'll find out later that their death wasn't like. It was that their death was less bad than I initially thought. So if their purpose was to die, like in that moment, they had to die to create a better future. Then I guess I would find that out later. The evidence would explain itself, or the aftermath would influence my thoughts.
And how would it influence your thoughts? If something good happened right after somebody died, then your thought is, oh, well, they must have been supposed to die, so this good thing would happen? Is that...
Well, that falls into superstition.
That's what you're doing, though. That's the whole purpose thing. That's all superstition. You gotta, like, get rid of that entirely if you want to avoid superstition. Logan, can we try to, like, redirect this? And, like, what are your axioms? We'll go
like maximizing well-being.
Yeah, so how would that apply to Miguel's situations that he's laid out?
Like George Floyd, you mean?
Or any of the other ones he said, yeah. Just bring that back to your axioms and explain why it would be wrong based on them.
Yeah, well, basically, like, if someone dies, they've eliminated their potential in the future to experience acts of happiness. That's even completely disregarding their death's impact on other people that they know, like Miguel was saying.
Well, but then that kind of goes against, like, let's say a murderer. Then we could talk about a death sentence. Like, I guess in some cases I find the death sentence okay, even though technically you say, like, in Logan, in your view, the death sentence would be automatically wrong no matter what, because it eliminates the potential for someone to experience happiness.
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah. And along with that, the idea of, like, they didn't choose to do anything, so you're punishing them for their. You're basically like, if you go back to the purpose thing, this is the closest you're going to get to a reasonable application of the purpose thing, is that you're punishing them for fulfilling their purpose rather than trying to change their purpose for the better. Like, either they had no choice in this, in which case why are you punishing them, or they did have a choice, in which case, well, help them so they don't make that choice again. Like, in neither of those scenarios do you ever just want to kill them just to get rid of them.
So, okay, let's say, let's ignore the huge statistic of wrongly accused death row inmates, because that creates a problem. But let's pretend that everyone who goes on death row, like, is like their crime was actually deserved. Then people in general will just have a negative thought about them, especially if they're released back into society. Like, I don't think that people can easily just get along with the fact that, oh, they've been cured, they're better now. Even if it's agreed upon by dozens of states or officials, there are people who say,
what if it's agreed upon by
exist.
what if it's agreed upon by dozens of psychologists that say they're not going to do this again?
It would still create their actions that still exist, even though, man, that's sad, and that was kind of hypocritical.
Even there,
for other reasons, but
you have to justify that completely arbitrary line that's inevitably going to appear between the two crimes in which there would be a death penalty and there wouldn't be.
And you have to okay.
Then, okay, if they did die, well, then that would also eliminate the, if you try to rehabilitate someone who has done wrong, or I guess in my case, whose purpose wasn't useful or necessary to the world, if you eliminate them, I still don't see much wrong in that. When looking at the grand scheme of things, sure, it's wrong according to that person, because then eventually they can be happy. But in that instance, they haven't done anything deserving of. Whoa, okay, hold on, I need to backtrack there.
I mean, fundamentally, Logan and I are arguing for a position in which no one deserves anything. It's just not like a useful concept.
Yeah, because I can't think of any case where someone would deserve. Because if someone deserves something, even if it's like a good thing, you never like. There has to be some sort of metric for that, which is often at times abstract.
I mean, that's capitalism, right?
What? Even what? Logan, I mean, I do that all the time, but I'm genuinely confused. What do you mean?
No, it's like the same thing as like everyone who makes their money deserved it.
Oh, well, okay. Well, yeah, sure, okay.
Yeah.
So, I guess it's just an abstract concept where you can't have like a number where, oh, this person's earned 55 good points, they deserve chocolate, or this person has done 55 bad things, so jail. So I guess like, but the fact still exists is that there's still actions that are considered to be wrong, and even if we can't have a metric to it, like, how do you know when someone deserves rehabilitation? Because that's a huge step for not a huge, but it's a pretty big thing. Like, if they, like, let's say a little kid slaps his sister on accident, or we don't know if it was on accident or not, slaps his sister, then we'd be like, okay, that kid needs to go to somewhere. Like, there are some people who would disagree, who would be like, he's just being a kid, and there are some people who are like, oh no, that's violence immediately. So
but those are both true, I think.
Yeah, they can both be true, and so then I'm just trying to support my idea that people do deserve things, even if it can't be metrically assessed, even if there's no way that to actually know if they did or did not deserve it. People still sometimes require actions done to them. I don't know how else to say that.
Right.
I don't know.
Okay, so would you agree with the statement that murder is bad, or would you agree that would you think you need specifications on that? Wait, did his mic just turn off?
Yeah, I heard that.
Okay, you good? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so obviously I've been raised Catholic and Christian, so then technically the Bible does have its own axioms, and the fourth one is, oh wait, is it the fifth or it's the fifth? The fifth one is murder is wrong no matter what. But I guess, yeah, I would have to have specifications. Like it. However, in most cases, I will say that it wasn't deserved. But like,
there's exceptions. Yeah. So the action, no action is transcendentally good or bad. It is only good or bad with regard to its net effects, or perhaps you could take into account the motivations behind it. But just the doing of the murder is not inherently good or bad. It's in everything around it.
Yeah, because if there's nothing around it, then it's just an action. Then it has no purpose or meaning to it at all. So then, yeah, it depends on what's around it. And yeah, I guess actually, in a lot of places that I go to online, actions that have an inherent good or bad quality to it, I think it's been satirized a lot. For example, like a lot of people like to say like, oh, if you think that Coca-Cola is better than Pepsi, then no matter what, you're a horrible human. Like, it's been satirized so much that I guess that might be the reason why I now favor more the side of there needs to be some substance around the situation. So I don't know if that has anything to do, but like, yeah. Doesn't everyone have like a billion axioms though? For like,
if you reduce them enough, they usually come down to one. Like Logan said, the happiness thing.
So are there like multiple schools of thought? Like I know there's like, are there already preset reduced ones that I could probably like choose from?
Yeah.
Oh, there are?
Yeah, there is.
Like the two main ones you're saying?
Yeah, the two main ones, yeah. Deontology and consequentialism.
Let me look them up, I guess.
No, we can just tell you. Deontology is like, it's kind of tends to gel with religion. It's like the idea that things are inherently moral or immoral regardless of the surrounding situation. So,
the actions.
For example, the actions are like always fulfilling some sort of like moral code, I guess, if you will. Whereas consequentialism is based on the effects.
Yeah, I guess I'm consequentialist then, I guess.
Yeah, it's basically like if you acknowledge that there are exceptions to like murder is bad, like say, if you could be guaranteed that killing Hitler would have a net improvement. Obviously, there's the butterfly effect, the stuff to keep in mind. But like if you could, in a thought experiment kind of way, if you could know that would have a net positive effect, like would you shoot him? Like a consequentialist would say yeah, a deontologist would say no.
Well, no, it's not that simple.
Really?
Yeah. Well, when you're messing with so you came up with an example that requires time travel.
No. Just say there was like an equivalent.
No, but there is no equivalent because you don't know which baby's going to grow up to be Hitler. There's no actual moral quandary that exists short of time travel.
therefore,
Yeah. So yeah, it's never that clear cut. But
So okay.
yeah.
Then I guess I have an opinion on that. So consequentialism is a good mindset to have. For example, in this civil rights movement, or in like in a position where you are the bystander, you're just viewing things. But I think that, what was the other one called? That the other one, the one where things are just correct or not, is actually a good mindset to have if you're the one doing actions. I think, because you don't ever know the consequences.
Well,
you can't predict the future.
Okay. No, you still know what consequences you're gonna have because there's some middle ground between knowing the kid's gonna grow up to be Hitler and having no idea whatsoever what he might grow up in. There's an informed and educated middle ground between those two that you can work in if you have the consequentialist framework.
Yeah, consequentialists don't like pretend to be objective. It's
And
just like a framework for you to reason through your actions.
And they don't all kill Hitler.
Well, like, okay, let's say if there's a crazy dude running at you, like at a 7-Eleven, and you have an opportunity to, I guess, fight back or express violence instead of running away. Like you have, then it's fight or flight. I guess that's where the two mindsets would clash, because if you go and if you look at him and then you say like, okay, maybe he's acting weird, fighting him wouldn't be like a bad idea due to the situation. But if you look at him and say fighting is wrong no matter what, so I'm just gonna run away, because then I think that would.
Yeah. I mean, Logan, do you think it maps onto the trolley problem?
Yeah, I think it does.
Like, I think that's clean.
Yeah.
I might be, like.
I mean, that's essentially what I was going with.
Yeah,
with the Hitler one.
I might be like stereotyping the deontology perspective, but I think that works to say the deontologist doesn't flip the trolley.
Yeah, Miguel, you know the trolley problem, right?
Oh yeah, the 5 people versus the 1 person you love, or something like that. Yeah.
Or just 5 versus 1.
Or just like 1 person.
Or 1 person in general.
You have to kill the 1 to save the 5 instead of just letting the 5 die.
So yeah, I guess I've thought about that before. I would flip the lever in that situation.
Yeah.
Well, I've never actually been in that situation, so I don't actually know. But like, logically, I would want to flip the lever.
Yeah.
Is there another axiom besides like murder, or like?
What?
Is there one about like? Well, like, is there another axiom that doesn't concern like if people should die or live? Like, there's more.
Well, there's like, mild versions of all of them.
Like, should people, like, I feel like another one, a fun one would be, do people deserve luxury? Because that's an interesting one to think about.
Deserve. Yeah, I don't.
Oh yeah, deserve.
And also, that's like a judgment statement. That isn't like an action.
Is it wrong to have luxury in a world where people don't?
Yes, that's like the right phrasing.
Because then, like, I don't know. Then that combines, yeah. So with that thought, it combines a couple things. Like, I would say, yes, it is wrong to have luxury, but I have luxury right now. So like, it's hypocritical. What I believe in isn't what I do. I don't know what form of thought that is, but like, I don't know.
That's kind of more in the deontology kind of area.
No, I see how it works for you. Okay, so I think it works in utilitarianism. Wait, okay, so if you were presented with a scenario in which someone came to your house and was completely trustworthy and was like, you have all this luxury, would you like to help other people with it? And it's not like you'll be left destitute, but you'll just have less stuff and a few other people will have more stuff and be better off, would you accept this? And there was no doubt that some people would be made better off. And if you can answer yes to that, then the problem isn't utilitarianism versus deontology. The problem is only that you don't know where to look to apply your utilitarianism. There's too many barriers in the way of helping people. It's not that you don't want to help people. It's just that it's not convenient to and you don't know how to. I think that's completely fair and doesn't make you a hypocrite at all.
Okay.
Well, I still don't know about that though, because the main thought that's going through my mind is like, if that actually happened, that sounds like a lot of work. I'm sorry, that sounds horrible, but like,
so you didn't have to work.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
There was no barriers.
Yeah, say someone came to your house like, I will do this for you if only you will have less stuff.
Like literally, like I just signed like a check and it's just like, yep, everything will be done.
Sure, yeah.
Then, heck yeah, that sounds.
Yeah, and you.
Yeah, I would totally do that then.
Yeah, so it's not hypocritical. You just don't know how to apply yourself to get the results that you think would be more beneficial. That's completely reasonable.
Is laziness actually like a barrier though? Because like I don't.
A barrier to what?
I feel like that's like, for example, in that situation, if I could just check mark a thing and then people would have more stuff, I would have a little bit less stuff. People would have more stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like that might be because in reality, you would have to work for this kind of thing. You would have to like go out.
Yeah, you do.
Away. You'd have to make phone calls, talk to people, and so.
Yeah, that's what he's talking about. Barriers.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Is
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. Okay.
All right. That's good.
So then, yeah, I guess yeah. But I think anyone would, right? If like all they had to do was sign a check mark and have a little bit less stuff, but help more people. I think anyone would do that.
Yeah, I think I made it too open though. I mean, you absolutely would have deontologists that would say otherwise. But it'd be like, people need to work for their stuff. They don't deserve this. But I mean, there is a subgroup of deontologists that would, and I think we need a more specific example. But I don't know what it would be. What do you think, Gabe?
Just about the general question, if luxury is, if people deserve luxury, or if people with luxury should be giving their stuff.
Of like what the distinction is between like if someone is hypocritical for not giving their stuff up if they believe that's the right thing to do, or if it's just in the idea that they don't know how they would go about applying themselves to effectively give their stuff to people. If that's the larger barrier.
Oh, yeah, I see what you. Yeah, definitely, I see what you guys are talking about because there, I'm sure there are stingy people who will just say, "Oh, we should help the poor," and then not do it themselves.
Yeah.
But then there are people who just, giving money. You get like stuff in the mail from people. It's like so and so's children's hospital or some random country you have never heard of.
Yeah.
Help these people, and you can't necessarily guarantee your money is going.
Yeah.
To where it says it is, so that makes it hard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all in the uncertainty and just a bit of laziness, but not outright hypocriticalism.
Yeah.
But then what about to the person who knows 100% where, like, let's say he had to still go out and do, like, a little bit. Like, he had to do a tiny bit of work, like a day's worth of hard work, but just a day. And he knew exactly it was going to go to a good cause.
Yeah, I think
he didn't do it just because that whole day would be too hard. Is that person then like?
I don't know. That's harder because at least from my perspective, the vast majority of the work is in trying to get to that position where you do know that your work will help people. Yeah. The actual doing of the work is way easier. It's like, I don't know. That's I don't think that's like a completely general problem. Like, I have infinitely more problem getting a job than I would have just working a job.
True.
I have infinitely more problem choosing a major or a college than I do just passing all the classes in whatever major I pick. Like, there's different struggles, I guess.
Yeah. Makes sense.
And if like if someone genuinely works hard for a bunch of money and then they do end up having it, right? Let's just say, let's forget about like if you forget about like the issues someone like Bernie brings up, where yes, the wealthy did earn their money, but there's a system that favors them unfairly, right? This I'm not thinking about that right now. Just think of someone who's made their way to wealth by their, and it's all them who's done it. I guess it wouldn't necessarily force them into giving their money, right? But would just hope that they would have generosity. Because in theory, it is all theirs.
Yeah, I mean,
if you like work
depends
for
on
yourself, you never hired anyone. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem. You got to never hire anyone. That's, you really can't. You really can't do it. I mean, yeah. I'm
sure
this.
There's like one person who's done it, right?
I mean, there's like that was my tweet. Remember the J.K. Rowling and Notch are the only two millionaires who made it without exploiting people, and they're both pretty terrible people. I don't know. I mean, that's not an argument for anything. It's just like I'm pretty sure that despite the fact that individually all these people may be exceptions to the rule, there's not a single billionaire who follows that rule. So it's hard. It's hard to say it's a rule. I mean.
So okay, I have like a different question then.
Okay.
All right. Think of an object that you guys like. I'm just gonna think of ice cream for me, but like, so okay, you could have a lot of that object, or 100 people would receive $5. But you won't get that object no matter what. 100 people will receive $5, or you can have a lot of an object that you like. This is basically like, are you greedy or not? But like, I think if you phrase a problem in that way, where you can visually think and see of like a possible loss, quotes, loss that you will receive.
Yeah.
Because I'm just thinking of like a ton of ice cream. Like I would get a ton of ice cream, or 100 people would get $5.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of it's contextual, right? Like it depends a lot upon who the 100 people are.
Yeah. Okay. That's actually interesting. Wait. So under the capitalist system, the version of this you would have is you get $100 or 100 people get $1, and you think to yourself, well, if 100 people get $1, that means almost nothing to any of them. It's just gonna go down the drain. So I should keep it all for myself because it's money oriented. Then you go into like a hypothetical like utopian communist system, and you're like, I have all this ice cream. Should I eat all this ice cream myself, or should I like give some to my friends over here? And like, it's the exact same dynamic, but like, because it's not made up of money, we're a lot more likely to be more free with it, and that's where like the part of communism where it's supposed to be like moneyless comes in, right? Is that like the essence of money, the fact that it can be exchanged for anything, makes you see it as like more important than anything else. Whereas if it's just ice cream, I mean, sure, let everybody have some ice cream.
Well, yeah. I mean, money's basically just like a wild card for anything. It's like, I don't know. Wait, is money wrong? Because now that it's phrased that way, it doesn't seem horribly wrong. A completely moneyless system actually doesn't seem very good, because then you. I don't know. You would have.
In theory, I'm in favor of like abolishing currency, but I don't know. I don't have strong arguments for it, honestly. So it's like so far away that it's like for me, it's like not even worth thinking about. Yeah. Sorry, Ian.
I mean, we talk about statelessness and what's the other one? Statelessness, moneyless. Yeah, we talk about abolishing state and abolishing class enough. Is money that much harder than it?
But it's like,
I think so.
I mean, those. Yeah. I mean, just because you haven't thought about it as much, that's the difference. It's not inherently harder.
True.
You just push it off further. Yeah.
We'll talk about what would happen if it did.
Oh, I mean, that is what Logan's talking about. It's like you can't just do it right now. You'd literally destroy the planet. Like it's very much one of the last things you do.
Mm-hmm. It's that. Well, yeah. Well, it's supposed to be backed by things of value, right? Unless you of an economy where there's more money
Yeah.
flowing through than what's to back it up by.
It's backed up by American imperialism, yeah.
Yeah. But if you switch to a bartering system, then how many jobs, like all our employment is stuck with money now.
Yeah, we're not going back to a bartering system. It'd be like, I think the term is like gift economy, right? Or something like that. Like that's the end goal. Here, I'm gonna look it up. You guys keep talking. I'll try to find a good definition.
So like you just get certain amount of credits or something.
Yeah. So you got the idea, the socialist rather than communist idea of like or okay, no, it is communist actually, because socialism keeps money. Of like what's it called? Like labor vouchers, right? And then they'll like expire after a certain length of time, so you can't accrue them, you can't get interest on them, you can't use your money to get more money like you can in the current system. You have to.
Dude,
you have to actually
I literally
continually
thought of
work.
that when I was 8 years old. Like I distinctly remember thinking of a system like that, where it's like
Really?
everything you have, all the essentials are provided for, but you get basically like a UBI just for like doing something.
No, it's not. It's not a UBI. It's specifically like a voucher.
Yeah.
Like not divisible
You can use it on
and not
anything that's, like-
stackable.
Yeah, anything that's like non-essential. Yeah.
How would that work? Like if you're gonna purchase a house or something, because
Well,
things are expiring at a rate.
Houses are something essential, so that's a different system. You'd have a dedicated housing system, and you'd have everyone housed. No housing market. The housing, the existence of that
house isn't essential.
Yeah, so nobody has big houses then. Who cares? I don't know. Like, do you really need a big house? Like, but like, okay, so what was I gonna say? Like, the existence of a housing market necessitates that some portion of the population be homeless. So just by that, I'm gonna say morally the whole system failed. So we gotta come up with something else, and maybe the cost of that something else will be nobody gets a cool big house. That seems like a lesser deal to me.
Or if they're just really, really big houses with a lot of people. I don't know.
Yeah, that too. I mean, yeah, you could absolutely split up a mansion into different families. Yeah. We don't have to like tear down the existing big houses. Just like distribute. I don't know. Now again, like you can't literally make everything perfectly equal. So, like some houses are big. All right. Yeah. So here's I'll just read this out. The first paragraph. A gift economy or gift culture is a mode of exchange where valuables are not traded or sold, but rather given without an explicit agreement for immediate or future rewards. Social norms and customs govern gifting in a gift culture. Gifts are not given in an explicit exchange of goods or services for money or some other commodity or service. This contrasts with both a barter economy and a market economy, where goods and services are primarily explicitly exchanged for value received.
So basically favors.
Even the concept of a favor in our system seems to imply like you get something in return, right? Because you say like you owe me a favor, right?
Well, yeah, unless you're a good friend, then you wouldn't owe them anything. So, but yeah.
Yeah, you just need to get rid of the
Like that's the whole idea of anarchism, right? Is like you just decentralize everything so that you know everyone well enough to like not dehumanize them.
Yeah, sure. You just work in those like 150 people blocks, and obviously you don't go out in the desert and build a big wall and there's 150 people inside of it, and you obviously know the people around you, but still like have dedicated communities and stuff. Yeah, so that's even like a step beyond a planned economy with labor vouchers and stuff.
How do you save?
You don't save. That's the point. Nobody can save.
No,
that's
this is like a recession-proof system. It
is. Recessions and whatever reverse recessions are called, booms, but like boom bust cycle. That's capitalism. That's a capitalist thing. It's inherent to this system.
Save anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you think about like what people actually save for, they save for like either luxury items if they're rich, or they save for if they're like like middle class or working class or whatever. They save for college. They save for like houses, and if they save for cars. Cars is different. We should talk about that transportation actually.
I mean, cars are not probably going to be individual by the time any of this stuff rolls around, right?
Yes, the idea is everything that you would save for is either viewed as like luxury and like upper classish and not good, or it's just decommodified.
You can still
so
have.
There's no reason.
Yeah. Okay. That's fine.
You guys are gonna have to change the whole definition of freedom then, or like at least an American definition of freedom.
What do you mean?
Sure.
Because like freedom, according to like America, is to be able to do whatever you want, as long as it doesn't go against any laws.
Yeah, but that's
do whatever you want.
That's fake, right? That's
that
that's
the laws
completely
aren't moral.
Well, not only are the laws not moral, but that freedom is fake. Like you still are restricted. Like you said earlier, like you don't like that the USSR forced people into specific jobs. Well, I mean, you technically have choices here, but really, like, would you really mind that much in comparison to what we have to deal with here? If you just had a job assigned to you and it was well paying and you just did it and you still had leisure time afterward? Especially if the system was smart enough to choose you for something you were good at. I mean,
Well, they kind of do that in Europe.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you're right. That seems better. I don't know. I mean, it's not good, but the thing is, like, it's that or the system where we technically have that ability, but actually only the rich people have that ability.
Yeah, that's true. But what if like the thing you want to do is different from what you're good at? Like, or what if the thing that you're I don't know.
Yeah. So if you live in a society that doesn't mandate exponential growth, you can not work. Like we're so much more efficient than we were 100 years ago, right? We should have shorter work days, except we don't because they can just the capitalists can still just keep exploiting all of the labor time that you have. But in any other system, like you would just have, like with all the increases in automation, your work hours per day would just continuously go down. So maybe you work like 3-4 hours a day. The rest of the time is your leisure time. Do whatever you want. If you want to do something really productive, that's great. That's your hobby or whatever. You still have time for other stuff. Like
while society today is a lot more efficient because of technology and stuff, I do think that it's because of the population. I might be sounding like Thanos, but like there is a huge population, and so then therefore. Okay, I mean that's
overpopulation.
That's he's not even saying overpopulation. He's just saying more people equals more productivity, which is false. The productivity is increasing at a faster rate than the people, so false.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting.
Well, with increased population, you also have to sustain more people, but then you also have more people to
input into the system.
I mean, not everybody can live the way the West lives, but
I can admit, in like the third world, increasing population, there's it's not like they have high-paying jobs by any means.
Yeah,
they all have quite a bit of children, so. Their population's outpacing productivity.
Is it?
Their population growth. Like productivity enough to sustain everyone at what a Western standard of living would be.
Yeah, but this is like where like stuff that is admittedly kind of bad but also necessary is like the getting rid of cars and stuff, right? Where like they're just so inefficient to have everybody driving around in their own separate vehicle. Like that's just not a sustainable thing.
I mean, you don't even have to ban them. They're just going to become like obsolete in like 200 years.
You can just ban them anyway.
Wait, hold on. I actually am interested in this car discussion. So let's pretend that a car was completely efficient, like didn't harm the earth at all. Let's pretend that was a thing. Then
Are you okay with me making brownies for your guys?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
On Friday.
Yeah, same.
So okay.
Are you having them over?
Then
I'll figure that out.
what's the problem with cars? Like, why can't people have their own individual
Well,
cars?
it's just like it's one of the most inefficient things in existence. Like
Not really.
well, I mean, there are things more efficient than it, but it's pretty efficient and pretty widespread for how inefficient it is. There's no reason for everybody to be driving to work in their own separate little vehicle that then stays parked there the whole day while they go inside to do the work and then go outside and gas guzzles their way home separately from every other person at their office. Like,
yeah, I mean, this is the problem, right? Like, if you have a market that encourages as much profit as possible, it's more profitable to make like new lines of cars every year that change slightly from the previous version, so people feel like they need to constantly get new ones. It's way more profitable to do that than to actually invest and like collaborate with the government or whatever to like make good public transport systems.
Mm-hmm. Well, think about if you lived in Wyoming or something. How sustainable is it to have public transit when you drive everyone's driving long distances?
yeah, I mean, that's why we also invest in electric cars and stuff, and also in ride sharing stuff that isn't completely unregulated like Uber.
Yeah, not sketchy ride sharing.
Yeah. Yeah, but just like you can have someone whose job is the driver, and you could have like everybody knows him. Like in Wyoming, Wyoming's prime spot for like community, right? Because like you got no one for miles. You know all your neighbors because you're all farmers or whatever they do out there. I don't know.
Wow.
And, like you could just
oh dear.
you could just have one person be the driver guy. I don't know. It's still better. I don't know.
What about leisure drives? Like just going out for a drive for
Yeah,
no
I
reason.
mean like that's one of the things that like probably needs phasing out. Like I like that too, but like there's bigger problems here.
True.
That's an undeniable negative, but that negative is also coming in a few years with climate change anyway. So just it was always going to be a temporary thing. You were never going to get 200 years of joy drives in human history.
SpaceX just exists now. Maybe we'll just yeet out into the moon instead of saving Earth.
Maybe the rich will. Maybe the rich will yeet out, and we'll just stay here and farm Wyoming. Farm Wyoming until it burns to the ground.
Wyoming only.
Yeah.
Well, all those places.
Okay, wait. So I have a question for you guys. So there is a perfectly social or anarchist society. I don't know. Well, there is no money. Everyone like shares things. What is like the base package in your guys' opinion that people will have? Like home, food, water, maybe internet, depending how important that is.
Absolutely internet. Yeah.
And like a laptop and a phone, but like
transportation.
What kinds of phones? Like,
I don't know.
What is someone? How can you measure what the worst best thing someone could have is? Because like, I know in Eugene, they're building shelters for homeless people. I don't know much about it, but I looked at the houses and they look pretty nice, and I'm just like, dang.
I have one at the end of my street. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have what?
They look pretty nice. The shelters for homeless people. I think it's in Eugene.
You mean like the tiny house ones?
Yeah, they're tiny houses, but they look very nice, very well built, and like, to me, they look a little luxury. You know?
Yeah.
How many people are in them? Like how many square feet per person?
Okay, it's not a lot. They're tiny.
Yeah, they fit a lot of people into them, or is it just tiny houses for one person?
Tiny houses for like one or two people, and they're like spread out. They're not very space efficient, but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
strange.
Miguel, to your question, it kind of depends, like what you're talking about. Like, I mean, I guess if like the end goal, if you could call it that, I don't really know. But like in the near future, like still in a capitalist society, do you mean, or like?
No.
Well, you said like in an ideal. So
Better out, yeah.
If it's an
What's the base
anarcho-communist,
package?
yeah, if it's an anarcho-communist society, you probably would have like a community meeting, and you'd go around and be like, all right, 150 or so people here, what do we feel like we need? And somebody shouts out, houses, and everyone goes, yeah, houses, and then they write that down on the list, and they go to the next thing, and they just go down, and if there's popular support for everything, then they'll add it to the list.
But if how do you get people to agree on that? One person wants, I don't know,
that's a good question, actually.
And another person wants a Honda Civic.
Well,
Yeah,
okay, so we said no cars, right? If people
okay.
but like with laptops or something, sure. If people want different laptops, then we write laptops on it, and then we say, all right, well, people can choose their laptops within this selection of laptops that we'll be able to get you.
So like one person's like, oh, I want my
Also, we won't have like
$5,000 MacBook, and another person just wants some Acer computer, and then they start arguing that, hey, I should get 2 Acers because that person got a MacBook.
Yeah, I mean, that's not exactly like a priority. I don't know. Like, also, like the brand names. Logan, maybe you disagree with this. I don't know, but like the brand names probably get phased out, right?
Yeah.
True.
You just have computers, and you'd be like, I want a computer.
Yeah. How do you?
Well,
isn't there still
let's say-
competition in production markets?
No, there wouldn't have to be because everybody's just making computers for the people, and then
how do you
just giving them
that
to them.
away from human nature, though, the desire to be ahead of someone else?
Yeah, but like
anyone who tries to, by any force or unjust hierarchy, get ahead of someone else is going to be ostracized and lose all ability to be ahead of someone else. They will get behind
That's
everyone
the
else.
majority of humans at this point.
Yeah, at this point, because we're in a society that encourages
capitalistic.
Yeah, and we have the police and everything who will prevent you from taking the unjustly coagulated resources of the 1%. Without a system of violence like the police or everything else, the fact that some people own orders of magnitude more than other people is just unsustainable. Like the human nature argument is going to collapse to everyone's going to own about the same because nobody's going to be able to defend any more resources than that.
So wait, going back to the laptop example, what if there is like a divide within a small community? Like, let's say the community only has enough. It's unreasonable to ask for a laptop with 16 gigs of RAM and a really good graphics card. Like, it's unreasonable for everyone in that community to have that.
So I mean, these are all going to be super individualized. These are all going to be super individualized questions. So if I'm just thinking about computers here, this ain't going to work for anything else, but we can come up with individual solutions for everything. How about we get everyone a really base computer, and then we have like a gaming lab where we got like 16 computers for 150 people or something, and then people can go in there and like it's like
I guess
there's
a solution for everything.
Yeah, I don't want to be like awkward about it, but like this is all really rooted in ideas on your end of like, oh, I have to own everything that I use when like you don't. Just make it a community thing, and then it's cheaper because you don't need one for everybody. You just spread them out.
Again, so different than how.
Yeah, it's
think.
It's just a really different mindset.
How would like Ian? Do you have any ideas of like how that could work when you're requesting things like at a meeting or whatever? Like, would it be like unanimous consent, or would it be
I'm
like super majority or what?
I mean, it would depend entirely on what it is, I think. Right?
Yeah, but like, how do you go about? Wouldn't you have to have like some sort of
leader?
No, not leader, but like, well, yeah, like democratically like elected to some degree, but not like a leader, like just like an overseer, not like a.
No, you absolutely do.
Yeah.
That like they acknowledge
Yeah.
the need. Anarchists acknowledge the need for overseers, and they say, "How about we cycle through people, and people can take turns being overseers, so nobody gets consistent, sustained power over anyone else." Right? Like the community police force and stuff.
When you need some sort of protocol for like how to conduct like meetings and how to like effectively transport like necessary materials and stuff.
Yeah.
Like if you just say it depends on each case and then just leave it there, like how do you arrive at the rules for each case?
Just what do people think would work, and then somebody like you guys, like, political discussions in this country get really heated, right? And the people want to stick to their same sides. But if you take politics out of it and just think, like, if you ever been in like a room with a bunch of people and they're like, let's order pizza, and then somebody's like, all right, well, I'll write stuff down on the board. I did this at like an ACE party like 4 years ago now. I was like, people started saying they wanted pizza. There's like at least 40 people in the room, and I'm like, all right, get a whiteboard marker, big graph on the board. All right, people start checking boxes, and I organize the whole thing. I have no more power than anyone else as long as I can explain my system and know I'm not like cheating it. And then we like order these pizzas, and there's your consensus. And since it's not political, people tend to go, oh, that guy seems smartly, and I believe what he's saying, so I'll go along with this for this specific thing here. And then maybe someone else will have an idea the next time, and they will follow them then. This whole idea of like people have inherently different and conflicting interests is a very like neoliberal democracy like political model. Like in reality, most people don't tend toward really polarized opinions. They tend towards like a consensus.
All right.
Where people are very sheepish. If they see a crowd doing something that looks like the crowd is having fun, they'll follow along.
Yeah, that's
there's the sheepish aspect of humans too, which creates a unity, whether it's to our success or demise.
Yeah.
That makes sense. And that could be a bit of a problem, I guess. But I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not like this is gonna solve every problem, right? I feel like I'm doing pretty well coming up with answers to your questions, but like, this isn't gonna solve everything. There's still problems. It's just probably less problems than we have right now. Did I mute Miguel?
I think he muted himself.
Okay. Oh, just because that's good.
I have noise in the background, so I'm just like.
That's good. Yeah, I think it like builds up over time.
So like feedback or something?
Yeah, probably.
All right. So, what were the other topics that you guys had in mind?
I don't know. I came in with nothing.
I came with almost nothing, and I've been. Oh, has it been? It's been 6 hours and 55 minutes. I've been talking. So I think I'd really appreciate other people coming up with ideas.
Okay. I have an idea then. Okay. Right now, what are your guys' opinion? Let's say I wanted to start, or you or anyone wants to start a business right now. What are your guys' thoughts on that? Since in its very nature, it's to use capitalism in order to gain wealth. Like, is it a bad idea to start a business or no?
I mean, ideally, either just keep it to yourself, like as in like run the business yourself and don't hire people, or like if you actually want to do a large scale thing, make it a co-op. Like that's the only ethical way.
Yeah, I mean, you're already participating in all these systems. Like maybe you can hire some people.
But that's like that goes back to like the charity thing or whatever we were talking about, like the hypocrisy thing, right? Like there's a very few barriers there that are preventing you from taking the ethically correct,
Of making it a co-op, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
It depends, like, what your needs are, right? Like, if you're like super poor, then like maybe I could see it, as long as you like aren't exploiting people who are like
Yeah.
on your same
Yeah.
economic level.
How many super poor people do you see starting their own businesses?
Yeah,
and
yeah. I mean, hypothetically,
contemplating
sure.
hiring people. Yeah.
Yeah.
You just don't.
So okay, then what are you guys' opinions on like balancing? Because I know like a whole hierarchical thing in like any okay. So let's take for example a business. There's a boss, there's a manager, and there's the workers. The boss has the ability to do a lot of things, like make any decision he needs to. And then there's a manager who is able to control the workers, and the workers have no say in how they can be controlled. It's up to the manager. So, would be an okay system if, let's say, the workers got a little higher pay, and the manager then got like a medium pay, and the boss got the lowest pay? And I guess in capitalism, but like,
Yeah,
does
I don't
that
know.
balance things out?
That's never gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, also like the hierarchy isn't defined by pay necessarily; it's power.
The power to pay yourself more often, like that. Nobody's gonna set up a system where they're the boss and they're paid less than everyone else. I don't know how you would ever get a person who would do that.
So then I guess just a boss manager worker system just doesn't work then. Because then if you set it up like how it is right now in society, the boss gets the most money.
It's authoritarian, yeah. It's a little mini monarchy, yeah.
Well, like, how does a workforce even function without some level of authority?
Well, you still can have like consensus on what you guys are trying to do, but then if you're like in a manufacturing unit, I mean, you really don't need that much authority, right? You're just doing the thing that you're manufacturing.
Yeah, I mean, alternatively, you can also just democratically elect your manager or whatever and rotate it very often.
Or it doesn't even have to be like prohibitively often. You could just say like, all right, every month we pick a new manager. People who don't want to be a manager get out, and then people who do want to be a manager will just cycle through you. If you end up being a really bad manager, we won't let you in again if we all agree on that. And then we'll just go from there and see what works. And that's literally what they would do. They would just start the business and see what works. And I mean that's what CEOs do anyway. They just part of seeing what works is hiring or firing people.
Yeah, and it would be important to give like the workers the power to like override.
Yeah. So that's the other part of it, is that not only are they democratically elected, but they can also be recalled at any moment. They're continually accountable to the people beneath them.
How would that work? Like, say the people who are working in the factory, like, take any factory, and there's people who are in charge of the automation and like how often they take orders in to create the products and how they do it, how they set up the factory line, like various speeds of certain devices, right? Or what they buy and what they don't. And then there's the people who, in our day and age, like program all of this stuff. Like how much math do the people who are just using their own hands to assemble the product know enough to like even have a good idea of how to run the big picture? Like the way things work now, it would not be a good idea for the people who like don't even need to know calculus too.
Well, yeah, because currently the population is on the whole uneducated, and the system benefits from keeping the majority of itself uneducated.
True.
Yeah, it's a good question though.
Y'all, I'm gonna have to go in a bit. So,
all right.
Like specification is definitely one of the more more legitimate objections to worker co-op, I'd say.
Specialization, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, see you, Miguel.
All right, yeah, I
How's it
gotta
going?
go.
All right.
Peace.
Yeah, thanks for talking.
Like how? Yeah, I'm just wondering how it would function. Like, do you even want random people's inputs?
Yeah, I mean,
even though they like work for you. Like, what do they even know other than they see, oh, there's something went by, this piece went by on the conveyor belt today, and I screwed it in that piece and sent it down to the next guy who did who knows what to it. Right, that's kind of like.
I don't know how much that happens. I mean, you again phrased it as people who work for you will do this, which is not like you're still implicitly thinking of them as less than you. Like you're just one of the rest of them.
I'm just saying that's how kind of it works now, right?
Well, that is how it works now, and that's why just flat transitioning to
like
a full worker co-op system doesn't
jobs,
work.
Would they know what to do, and could you do their job? It wouldn't work.
You could learn it.
Yeah, you could learn their job, and then you have to make them learn your job too.
But you're not like switching jobs continuously. You're like rotating the power relations within a single factory or something. You don't have to like learn how to do lemonade stand and then learn how to make a car in the like neighboring weeks. You do the yeah. And besides, like most of that manufacturing stuff is going to be automated anyway. There's not much of that labor left. And when there isn't, when at some point in the future maybe there isn't any of that labor left,
which is what's happening.
Yeah, it feels really dumb to just force like some of the people to continue working just because they should probably be working. That's the system. Like if they don't have anything to provide in a like a scientific sense or like a like an education sector sense, I mean, you don't not value them. You just
of course
like,
not.
Yeah,
are valuable.
I think I'm gonna take off. I might come back later though.
Okay.
All right. Did anybody else reply?
No. Well, Sarah said no.
Oh yeah, and so got no Matthew. Or did? Oh, he left. Okay. All right. That was pretty good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So you've been talking for 6 hours?
Close to 7 now. Yeah.
Wow. Are you like tired of talking?
I don't. It's fun. I've had some really challenging conversations and also really fun conversations. It's been good. We've got like, I think 9 people, maybe 9 including me. I can't remember if I counted 9 including me, but like 8 or 9 people. It's good.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's neat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. Very good topics.
Yeah. The last person was supposed to come on at 7, but he still hasn't responded to me. So I think I might just shut the stream down here because I doubt he's gonna come on. Stream most of the day. That was like 7 solid hours. It's good.
Cool. Yeah. I can get off, and then if anyone comes back on, if I'm not doing anything, I can get back on.
All right. Cool.
Yeah. What else we talk about?
Mhm. Yeah, we covered that stuff pretty well.
Yeah.
Do you agree with it mostly, or like where are you on it as a whole?
Yeah. I definitely like the theoretical society we were talking about implementing. I would think would be disastrous to implement, like even within the next 50 years, but definite aspects of it, like I did enjoy thinking about like why we even have currency.
Yeah.
And certain like definitely doing what we can to get rid of this hierarchical system, capitalism, which is that when you look at how much of the world functions, it becomes a lot more capitalist than like you start to see it, and like basically how everything is functions.
Mm-hmm.
Like even in communist China, there's large evidence of capitalism, right? As long as you're gonna have rich,
it's not communist at all. Yeah,
that's how you have rich and poor people.
Yep. Yeah. I was talking to someone earlier. I don't know if you were watching. But like, just said, she just said, like, I talk to people about this a lot, and it's interesting because it keeps coming back. We keep starting on different topics, and it keeps coming back to the economic issues. And like, yeah, like everything ultimately does tend to boil down to that. It's the same system, one relatively coherent fix for most of it. I'm not going to pretend it's perfect, but I mean, there's a reason I support it, I guess. Like that, like I'm pretty sure it's coherent. It's good.
Yeah. Yeah, because you can support something even if it's not even going to work in your lifetime. Or
Yeah, you can still build it. You can still spread the ideology behind it. If
it
I
doesn't
can,
mean that
yeah,
we need it now.
yeah, yeah. I mean, all of this stuff is like pre-climate apocalypse world. I don't know what happens after that. Like
I think that's
specific.
largely the way things stay the same and don't change is because you think, oh, this wouldn't work right now, right?
Yep.
And year 2 comes along, oh, this doesn't work right now.
Yeah. Yeah, I talked to like 3 different people today that were like, "Oh, I agree, capitalism's full of problems, but I'm not convinced you can change anything."
No, just a minute. Yeah? We're having dinner?
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
Alright.
Okay, I'm gonna boot off now.
Alright, head it out. Alright, I think I'm gonna shut this down as I have no sign that anyone else is gonna be coming on, so we'll close it down. Yeah, thanks for participating. It was good. Okay. Guess I'll leave that on. Alright. Farewell, everyone. A solid 7 hours. Let me save little stuff in the chat. I think we discussed all of this. Except he like agrees with all this stuff that he says. So pretentious. Okay.